Boys, good morning. How the freak are we all? We got the big streaks coming out today, I see. We got Leon sniping the first in chat yet again. We got Kirito. Kirito, good morning. Z, hello once again, good morning. Leon with a 155-day bomb. Brother, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I think you might be the only one that didn't get Thanos in Iceland, and for that, I raise a water in your honor. I already had some caffeine today, so I gotta go careful on it. I pounded a Celsius before stream, and I don't think that I need to, but that's to be determined. Yo, Black Blood, what up, my goat? Thank you for the 20-day streak as well. Strad, how you doing, dude? What are we up to today, boys? Because me personally, well, me thinks it may be time to level on the PTR a little bit in the Riverlands and see what's what. Just comparatively, me thinks it may be time to live a life of comparison for a little bit. And we went through a few different grind areas in the anvils yesterday. And I think today it might be time to go through a few in the Riverlands and see how it feels. Now, with that, if I do not get some PvP today on live, my balls will explode. Please don't make my balls explode. Please opt in for PvP on live later. Thank you very much. How about Nut Stage 4 so far? Ayo. And Vaseline? And Vaseline? Yeah, I'm liking it. Oh, hey, Emu. Are you gonna make my balls explode, or are we PvPing? Because the choice is PvPing! Woo! PvP later. To start, PTR leveling. But later, when the time is right, the PvP occurs. I need to lower my music. Anyways, I think that it mayhaps be a level 15 character arc. Actually, nah, I might just make a fresh one in the Riverlands. If anybody else wants to come through and join, I might just go naked in the Riverlands. Let's see. I'm just like randomizing making a character so we can get into it. But what's everybody got planned today? I'll come for a little bit. But I don't want to go back. You don't want to go back to the Riverlands? I mean, so I'm kind of curious though, like what is the pacing going to be in the Riverlands? Like what are the drops going to be from Riverlands mobs versus Anvil's mobs comparatively, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking, because we had a really good success yesterday with drops along the way from specifically 1-star minnows, and the Anvils are fucking juiced. So like that is something that I kind of want to check out, right? Tyler's back. Motherfucker was quick with it. Hi, Tyler. Brother was quick as hell. Someone's just named Bong Rip. I like this. I mean, the ruins of Alo are packed with only the finest individuals today. We got Tyler, we got Bong Rips. I mean, I think that's a phenomenal group. All right, personally, I'm just going to skip like directly through the early game. Like, not the early game, right? But I'm just gonna go down and do the new player experience, do Sweatier Brow. I'm going Lionhold side, so we can always just kind of like prog through that real quick, get our mounts, and then meet up. Because it shouldn't take too long. And then I kind of want to like immediately get into some form of elites. Bro, how crazy is it that the fucking guards are griefing everyone's prog on the goblins themselves? What the fuck? There's so many guards leashing, like chain leashing so far over into the goblins that the guards are just farming the goblins on spawn. Wait, this is insanity. I mean, I guess they're getting good guard data from this, right? But like, the guards are legitimately just farming the goblins more than the goblins are doing anything. Or more than the players are, to the goblins. Kind of crazy. I can run through. I can't find this quest NPC, and the marker doesn't work. Which quest are you trying to find? And is it in the anvils or nah? Because if it's in the anvils, it's probably going to be a little strange. Ended up doing the cha-cha on Rams with Dunehold last night. Were you guys making the fucking Ram mount stance? Is this what I'm gathering? Is this what I'm gathering? Anvils? Interesting. Yeah, I would assume questing out there is going to be in a pretty janky spot for the time being. But, I mean, the fact that questing out there even exists in the first place, like, the first time user experience out there was surprisingly solid. With the exception of their refining table being actually in a different fucking continent. That was some bullshit. That was some actual bullshit. Excuse me. Pardon me. Is PTR server a little laggy for people today? Or nah? Yo, Phoenix. Thank you for the 15-day streak, dude. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Zombie, I'm tanking. I mean, I don't know what everybody else is planning on playing if they come through. I'm just grabbing my mount, and then I'm gonna give it a couple minutes and see, like, who pulls up. And honestly, maybe just go, like, try to find random-ass mob grind areas. I'm not even necessarily... maybe, like, Coralock could be a really good one for us to go to and start out at. Black Blood 1 Bard. Word. I mean, I would assume probably more DPS then. If I had to wager a gander. You're a ranger this time? Okay, maybe a healer then. Zom on the cleric? Wait, where's Z? Because Z'll cleric. If we get Z. That'll be fine. Merc's here too? Okay, we can get Merc too. So we can force Merc to heal. That's great. And cleric? Okay, if you two want to come through and cleric, we'd be able to AoE pull. Because then we'd have two clerics, bard. You won't be on for hours. What the freak? Also for hours, how bad is your sleep schedule? Isn't it already like 9 for, or 8 for you? Or something like that? Like how cooked is your current schedule? Also, I think that the Anvil's first time user experience. Dusty. Carla! Bad news. What up? Are you eating ice cream? Horrible news. She ate ice cream. What up? What up? Caleb is a brony. Wait, what do you mean Caleb is a brony? What? Okay, wait, what do you mean? Wait. So, like, are we talking, like, pre-evolution of furry, or, like, is he wearing hoofs and, like, a jabroni? No, like a brony, like a My Little Pony, like, stan. So, basically, I thought the bronies were extinct. I thought they simply didn't exist anymore. This is basically, like, Carla coming into chat and being like, Dusty, Bigfoot's knocking on the front door and wants to smoke a bowl. Like, basically, bronies died off in, like, I don't know, the great evolution of media of roughly like 2018. Sometime around the Pokemon Go phase, bronies died out and evolved. And I attribute that primarily to like Pal World and like Pokemon Go bringing a lot of that stuff back, right? And basically, bronies split down two routes. And some of them got simple IT jobs. And... bro, I have the timber. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways... Some of them started working IT jobs and wearing collared shirts and having a ponytail. Some of them fully evolved into furries. And, like, those are basically your two, like, you know, sects of, you know, brony evolution. It was either IT with a ponytail and, like, a polo shirt, or full furry. And, like, we hope that people don't feel obligated to go full furry. I mean, they can, but it's all up to them. As long as they're not feeling obligated. Okay, he's like watching a lot of My Little Pony and drawing less than family-friendly things. What do you mean he is drawing less than family-friendly things? Like, he... Like My Little Peony? What do you mean drawing? Is this like the intro to Superbad where the lunchbox gets knocked off the desk and it's just a bunch of cocks? Like, wait, who the fuck is Mouse and how do they have a graveyard golem mount? What in the fuck am I witnessing? Wait.
Have you brought the blocks?
Wait, Blackblood. You see that motherfucking mouse? How graveyard golem? Just drawing a bunch of dicks. Some real veiny bastards. Oh no. Oh no. Like My Little Booties and stuff. No. No. We'll pray for him. We'll pray for him. You truly hate to see that. So like that adds another like element to everything.
Together strong.
Pizza sucks is crazy.
Here's the thing.
Hey, thank you for the thing, Spork. I appreciate you. Your thing is always just what I need in times like this. Thank you for the 7 months of the thing. Someday, you'll have even many more months of the thing. Thanks, Spork. I appreciate you. How the fuck? How did this motherfucker get a graveyard golem? I swear to God, I'm about to GTA a hoe. What do you mean? Like, why do they get graveyard golem, but I don't get graveyard golem? So basically, for those that are curious, Carla came in with the lowdown that she just like figured out that one of her longtime friends that we went to Iceland with is, I guess now a brony, recently formed. And not just a brony as in like, oh, I'm getting caught up on all of the, you know, all the happenings of the show. But like, drawing horse butts and stuff. So Carla's dealing with some internal strife right now. And there were some things that occurred on that trip that honestly, like, shape into place now. And really... Honestly, like, not all of them got answered. A lot of them simply now pose more questions to me as a person. And it is what it is. It is what it is. But now I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go beat the high scores on Islanders now. Carly, you're not going to be able to focus on Islanders. You're probably going to start getting, like, a cooked algorithm, I will say. If your algorithm is full chalked, just know that that's not my fault. That's your friend's fault. I'm an algorithm purist, and I work very, very, very hard to make sure that my algorithm is exactly what I want it to be. I curate the shit out of that. Why is the graveyard golem like double cheeked up? What do you mean? Wait. The fuck? Is Mouse a GM? Wait a minute. Is Mouse a Renkai? Am I tripping or is that a Renkai model? And why does the Renkai have painted toenails? Am I... Chat, you guys can't see this. Wait. Is GM? Who Mouse? Oh, so the Graveyard Golem got a lot of texture passes. Holy shit. The Graveyard Golem is fucking insane now. Like, previously it looked a little... I don't know, not like low poly, right? But it just kind of looked like a bunch of rocks. The Graveyard Golem got some updates and looks fucking absurd. You can actually see, like, each individual gravestone that's a part of it. You've got vines on it. You've got, like, the moss, and the texture of the moss is fucking absurd. You've got, like, the fencing. What the hell? What the hell? Like, the gravestones that are on the graveyard golem's hands have writing on them. Huh. Looks like a green dwarf. I feel like that's a Renkai. I know it looks like a green dwarf, but that's much larger than a dwarf. I'm quite certain. Any of the ungatherables, you just have to, like, find one that works. Over in the corner towards the mountain, there's one that works. Yeah, that's a... I'm pretty sure that's a Renkai. This is intriguing. This is very intriguing. I'm concerned. What's your IGN? Dusty levels. Wait, yeah, that's not a dwarf. That is most definitely Renkai. Wait a minute. Renkai confirmed? That's a chunky orc. Holy shit. He is thick. And also can confirm Renkai have painted toenails. Trying to get a look at the fingers as well. Nope, that's a graveyard golem. Hey, don't get on your mount. I must see your fingernails. Come here. I don't think the fingies are painted. Nope. Unfortunately, no fingernails. But Renkai's looking very, 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 very chonky. So... Mouse is GM. But which GM is Mouse? It's a mage, so that wouldn't be a Planendorf fault. Planendorf much too casual to play 3 classes. Much too untalented. Could never pull it off. Who is Mouse? Chat. It's investigation time. Which GM's tag is Mouse? Is there like an actual Mouse in the Discord that has the Intrepid tag, or is it like an alias? Because now I'm curious as a motherfucker. I'm very intrigued. This is something that will consume my entire day. Because I'm quite certain they're onto us. I don't think I've seen / heard of Mouse. Message Zombie for invite. He is doing lay invites. I am trying to investigate the mystery GM. Wait, Z, are you on already? Or is this a different Pizza Sucks? Riverlands or Anvils? We're doing Riverlands here. Right now, either one will start you at the Riverlands spawn. It's a bug that'll get resolved. The Riverlands does have a TP NPC, like a teleport NPC, that'll bring you out to the Anvils if you do want to go out there. What's Zombie's character name? Zomb-B. Just like Z-O-M-B, basically. Anyways. So, the Riverlands is the default start right now. No matter which one you do select, that's gonna get changed. You'll be able to select your starts, blah, blah, blah. That'll all function later on. You can get teleported out to the Anvils if you want to. You can also boost your character through the gear vendor that's right there. I, personally, for this, would recommend not boosting or getting any gear. What we're trying to do is just kind of like source out how drops are feeling comparatively to how they were on the on the PTR. So basically, over on the PTR, 1-star Minotaurs were giving us an absurd amount of loot. Absurd amount of loot. Zombie, you can invite Pizza Sucks, because Pizza Sucks is Z. So that'll be our second cleric. Someone in the Discord named Mouse, but I don't think they are GM. Weird. Weird. Because that wasn't like our current orc, right? The fuck is the other orc name? Threnkai and then... Wait. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Kaivek? The Vec? Yeah, the Vec's not very orcish. Okay, so it definitely wasn't a fucking Vec. I always forget that the Vecs are orcs because they don't look traditional orky. They look very like... orc, but nerd. Like they got the shrimp posture and the underbite, and they're just like, they're not like Chad orc, you know? That was most definitely a Renkai. And I don't think Renkai snuck its way into the character creator. I didn't see it when I made my character. I also don't know where the fuck there would be a GM, a graveyard golem popping around. Intriguing. Yeah, that's most definitely a Renkai. And the server is tweaking right now. I don't know if it's dynamic gridding. Someone else has it. Someone's handing those hoes out. Interesting. I don't know if dynamic gridding's on right now or not, but I keep getting like phases out and then back in. What in tarnation? Trying to stare at your face. Hold on, get back here, mouse. Trying to get a good look. Those are chunky, bro. Like, that is a beefy character. It's built like a dwarf, but like 6'5" with the stature of a male dwarf. Like, you know those people that are just built like brick shit houses that are like twice as wide as your normal human being, like this way, but they're just solid. It's not like they're fat. They're just like, they walk around like this unironically because they have to. That's what the Renkai male looks like. It's just, it's this with painted toenails. Interesting. Interesting. So Booba Renkai is absolutely going to be death by snoo snoo. And I look forward to that. The mount, but character, I don't know. It's gotta be a GM. It unironically has to be a GM. Renkai is not in the character creator yet. Unless I fucking missed it. I'll literally go back and check, but I do not think I missed Renkai in the character creator. So must be GM. It's not there. Yeah, that's what I thought. So immediately must be GM. Question is, which GMs play mage? / would want to play mage. Also, do sweat of your brow, and then we're gonna work our way to Koralok. My spies say probably Jacob. Yeah, Jacob do get to play a lot. Steven? Steven play mage a lot? I feel like he'd play a cleric. I think mage is one of his characters. Because he had multiple different, like, he mains mage. Okay. I feel like both times that I've seen him kill me physically, he was on a cleric, but that might have just been, like, what he went over to fucking Vyra as. Interesting. Yeah, Steven would have time to fuck around. Would Steven be on a graveyard golem? Is the question. Or would he be on something else? If you could have any mount in the game. Although I will say, Graveyard Golem retexture is looking insane. I don't think it was that in-depth in terms of its textures previously. And Graveyard Golem retexture goes absolutely fucking sicko mode. Zombie invite, pizza sucks in global. And then we should be Gucci, I think. But yeah, so could be Jacob. Dwarf was doing some leveling stuff yesterday, but they may be making Dwarf work today. They might have pulled him back in. Yeah, probably Jacob. Probably Jacob. Although it could legitimately be fucking anybody. Like, I'm pretty sure they have a lot more people than we realize that have GM perms if they were to log in. I don't know the exact numbers. I don't know how locked down the GM console is per se. But I would assume most employees that are actively involved in like I don't know, team lead positions would all have GM perms. I don't know though. I don't know. They didn't kill me, so it wasn't planning Donger. He nuked my shit on site yesterday, so I've got one coming his way. He's been KOS ever since the Shorefoot days, and don't think I forgot. So he'll get his. Just very simply put, he'll get his. Jacob's been chill, so could be Jacob. Planendor's been killing me recently. Steven used to nuke me anytime he saw me. I think Steven's been busy and hasn't had time to nuke me recently. So, you know, it's been something. Let's see. Outside of that, I don't have many, like, one-to-one interactions. So, I don't know. Yo, what up, Phoenix? Wreck. What you mean? No XP for sweat? Sweat XP comes on the turn-in. Like the Briarmore, like, drop-off at the trades rep. And then you hit level 3. Easy peasy. Although, the other one does take you very close to level 4. So I don't necessarily know... comparatively the time investment. Merc got a 3. Yeah, I got a 3 as well. I got 8.3% out of 3. So it's not bad at all. I think it's... I keep trying to get on Blackblood's horse because he interacts with other people's mounts. Jesus fucking Christ. This quicker. Yeah, and then if we head up to Korolok directly after turn-in as well. Not that Korolok is like this super repeatable, replicatable thing, right? But in any sense of the matter, Korolok being nearby is massive. Also, you get a little bit of glint on the way to Korolok. We could stop at the Stoneworks vendor, which is where I'm at right now. You get 3 silver, 70 copper worth of glint. You can buy 2 earrings, 2 rings, an amulet, and 1 mining satchel with that. And then if you sell anything else, you need 9 more. All right, I got 2 mining satchels. So if you get like 4 silver before you get up here, you can get a mining double mining satchel and full jewelry. So that's probably the valid start there. I was able to do that just with like a couple kills on the way. And then I happened to get a drop for a recipe. I sold it though, because we'll get so many fucking recipes. You could also like hit a couple of trees, sell the trees, get the money, get the stuff from the money. That alone is going to start you with 50 max health, 50 max mana from your 2 earrings. Like total 66 crit chance and evasion from the necklace, and then another 50 max health and 100 armor from the rings. So not bad. Like it's 100 extra max HP, but honestly 100 extra max HP when we have 534, that's giving us like 20% plus max HP. That's going to be massive for groups early before a lot of sustain comes into play. So that's omega efficient. Which town do we do all the crafting in? I don't even know what tables are up on PTR. In terms of like long term, keep in mind that no town will be like the one crafting town, right? So it's not like a scenario of one node having everything. It's more like certain nodes are specialized in certain things, right? Like certain towns are specialized in certain things. So there are a set number of empty plots that you get when you get elected to a node, like when the node first starts. And within those empty plots, you have to like specialize in, you know, some form of gathering, refining, crafting loop for your node itself. And you have to work with other nodes to make sure that everything is available for your, you know, for your server. So node leadership is really meant to be a very like full-time-esque commitment. And it's something that takes a lot of attention to detail. And if people like deviate from the node plan and play selfishly there, it can fuck up a lot for a whole lot of people very quickly. Which one for cooking? What level cooking are you trying to do? Are you just trying to do like base level? I don't know if there are plots or like buildings put together on the PTR yet, but I do know that there are novice or like base level stations throughout the map. So in the Riverlands, if you're looking for base level, which is just like your lowest level, novice, I believe it's like initiate over here. You can look on your map, and then to the west side, is it? West side is Ag Supply, Hide Works, Smithy. East side is Lab, Wood Shop. Oh, Cookhouse. East side. East side of the Aelin Divine Gate, kind of like northeast, south of Nika Bray Ruins, and then like in the triangle of like Briarmore Farms, Nika Bray, and the Gemspring, you'll see 4 smaller gray dots on your map. And that'll be your novice cookhouse for your lowest level cooking. And then as cooking goes up, you need the buildings in the nodes. I don't know if they've actually placed things yet, but with that, you can go into your map and you can hover over the nodes, the towns themselves, to see like what size they are, and then you can click on them, and it doesn't look like any of them have anything built, but like you can click on the node banner, right, where you hover over it, and then that'll bring up the bulletin board for that node. Switch over to the buildings tab, and then you can scroll down under like the, you know, the constructed plots, and you can see if any buildings are put up there that would actually provide, you know, the services. So for cooking, you'd be looking for a cookhouse, and there is not a cookhouse in any of those plots. So there's nothing constructed yet. So you can do novice level stuff, but you won't be able to do higher than that until buildings get put up. What up, Toastington? How you doing, my boy? Stuff on PTR today? Just some level and grind, my friend. Just some level and grind. We made some characters over in the Riverlands to give a little bit of a Riverlands comp. And we are currently, we just started, we do have 8 right now, but we just started out over at Coralock. And obviously, like, Coralock's going to be incredibly hard to get, you know, uncon launch, anything like that, right? Yo, what up, Banker? Hope you're having a good day, dude. But the good thing about Coralock is that it's going to be a very good indicator for us of like how different level elites are scaling in terms of the output, because you've got the 2-star flares. I'm pretty sure you've got a couple 1-stars here. You got a lot of no stars. So we're going to kind of like mentally catalog the difficulty of each, while also keeping track of the drops that are coming out of each, and hopefully get into a spot where we're able to discern kind of like what we want to hone in on in terms of, you know, at least the tier of mob that is most efficient to target, and then just kind of like keep process of eliminating the you know, the grind spots there between wilderness spots, between POIs, just like really try to hone in on what gives us the best opportunity to get an early grind. We did also hit a nice loop with these characters, so through the early, like the first time user experience over in the Riverlands, you can get 4 silver very easily, and if you're going up to Coralock, like on the east side, you're able to stop at the Stoneworks vendor on the way, and you can get yourself a jewelry set that gives you 100 mana, 100 HP, no, sorry, 50 mana, 100 HP, and then you also get 100 armor, 66 crit, and 66 evasion. And then you can also get yourself 2 of the mining bags. So you get yourself 2 novice mining satchels, you get yourself a full jewelry set, costs just under 4 silver. I think it's like 3 gold 90 or 3 gold 80, something like that. Or sorry, 3 silver 80. And that's enough to get you all set up. And honestly, like, a lot of the early game, oh, shit's feeling rough, in terms of how hard it hits, immediately alleviated by the extra stats that I'm kicking out over here. So this is quite nice in terms of a start for us. And finding something replicatable on the way through anvils would be very nice. I think like a little bit of glint or just like raw silver monetization early on in the loop, and then just buying, you know, whatever base gear set you can with that on the way to where you're trying to go is huge, if you can get it on the way to where you're trying to go. But honestly, XP wise right now, the flares are not bad. They're also level 6 and we're level 3, so it won't be like completely in our level range yet. But like the flares are not bad, but I feel like XP per hour, we'd be better off just like mass pulling, especially with an 8-person group right now, because we're still getting 100 XP per kill from these like no star mobs. We get like 700 for the flayers. So I mean, it all just depends. I still think a camp of 1 stars is incredibly consistent and safe, if I'm being real. I think that is probably... Whoa, excuse me. I think that is probably the most incentivized thing that we've seen so far in terms of what we're trying to get to, is most definitely that 1 star. But we did literally just start here. So we still have a lot to figure out. I don't think there are any 1 stars here, actually. So this gives us a look at 2 stars and no stars. I don't think Korolok actually has 1 stars. I thought the like ranged mobs were 1 stars, but I guess they are no stars. So it shows how much game knowledge I have, aka fucking 0. What you getting up to today? I'm hoping that we can just honestly through this find a little bit of a comparison between like drop rates as well as our XP gain. Of course, that's going to be the largest thing, right? But we are also doing POI grind here, and we were doing wilderness grind out in the anvils. So I don't really expect it to be, you know, a 1-to-1 same experience, so to say. I definitely expect Riverlands to be more efficient, but the drop rates in the anvils had me genuinely curious about like what really was facilitating a lot. Wait, isn't there a name mob up at the top here? Yeah, Wormwig, level 6 2-star. Okay, you guys kill that. I'm gonna go pull Wormwig down, because this, I don't remember what he drops, but he drops a very early piece that could be reworked to something Insano style for leveling. I don't know if I'll be able to like cast a ring. Well, it used to be a caster ring, right? So I don't know. I don't know if it got reworked. Oh, this is a lot scarier with fall damage. Also, heads up. Hope you're having a good day, dude. Does he follow down, or is his pathing fucked? I don't know that he follows down. Come over here and kill Wormwig over this way, maybe. I'm on my way back to help with this too. We're up. The zombie on the mage is crazy. Farmed a few clips, got some good vids. Ooh, wait, was there PvP? What do you mean farm some clips? Content that you can show? Sacre bleu. I haven't seen that shit in ages. I haven't made a goddamn new VOD in months. The Sears sound cool. But yeah, it's all on this side of things, man. Just fucking leveling, information gathering, and like, as much as I'd love to be over on live just trying to find PvP, it feels so much more, I don't know, productive, simply put, being over here, you know? And like, I'll probably hop back over and definitely today try to get some PvP going. Like, multiple days of PvP, no PvP feels bad. So I'm hoping we can get enough activity going. But one thing that I'm immediately noticing is even in just like this small area of Korolok, the respawns are extremely supportive of staying in one spot and static farming. Rooksteel Spear, goddamn! Alright, well, we got 1 weapon drop so far. That's quite solid. Hey, yo, so what's the beef with this? Who went on the high thing? Because, I mean, I got a guild deck stroll on myself, too. We can spin a block if we got to real quick, brother, I will say. We got a lot of shooters that'll pull up for the boys. Can't believe how dead the PTR is for a Sunday. Didn't expect many on, but still expected a few more. I mean, I think the delay is going to have some people kind of chilling, to say the least. I think with people having a full month, they're like, okay, well, I don't need to feel out these changes now. I'm gonna wait until these changes are good to go. I'm gonna go take a, you know, take a break, whatever it may be, and then come back when the changes are in a more shored up spot, right? When they're feeling a little more complete. And I think that's fine. Whatever prevents people from burning out, I think is best. But like, I think a lot of people are just like, okay, I wanna wait until these changes are a little bit more, you know, well done now that they're not thinking that it's gonna come in with the changes in this point. And Intrepid has been like, oh yeah, our goal is to have, you know, this entire patch implemented for P3 basically. Kind of treating PTR like the latest patch. Yeah, PTR is the most relevant form of the game. With the delay, it seems like most, if not all of the things that are currently on the PTR, Intrepid is trying to hit for, oh damn. Brooksteel Tide Razor is a two-hand uncommon greatsword, spell greatsword, 217 magic power, 19 int, 55 cast speed, 105 magic crit chance. So that dropped from a 2-star, so the flares. So definitely seems solid drops from 2 stars. I don't know. That's the only green we've found so far, I think. But we're about to go up and kill this named mob as well. Hoping. All right, let's go up here and grab the named mob. And then we can fight it right here. Easy peasy. Because he does not follow us down. So we just got to keep that in mind. I don't know what he be dropping. But it used to be Caster Ring from Wormwick. And I don't really think... This is one thing I was talking about with Dorfington previously. It doesn't really feel like named mobs, especially while leveling, are enough to over-incentivize, like, you know, or be better than trash mobs in any way. There's such a low drop rate, such a low, you know, spawn cadence. I don't really think named mob prioritization is valid at all while you're leveling. It's just kind of like, okay, if there's one near where we're trash grinding hyper efficiently, then like we'll kill it, right? But I feel like building where you're farming around a named mob location is very rough, to say the least. I think that's a lot of the reason why Steel Bloom is also so fucking popular, is because the trash drops are so good. But yeah, so PTR, like you said, we're just kind of treating it as this is what the build is going to be. This is what the patch is going to include. New movement system, new gearing, new mob damage, new drop tables, new everything, right? They're trying to adjust the pacing of how leveling feels. So like on our end, we're just constantly trying to get as much information as we can from this build before it is time for this build to go live. And if we're able to do that, then, like, you know, people that come back 3 days prior to will, excuse me, will inevitably have a lot more to parse for information than us who are here every day during the update time, seeing every update out, seeing every change out, providing feedback to those changes, knowing exactly how all of these things are going, like where the plans are going. Like, that is absolutely advantageous in every way, shape, and form. And anybody that says it isn't is crazy. So, like, we still, in my opinion, have a lot of reason to actively play over here on the PTR, especially prepping for live. So, feel PTR is less patch, more here's a system we want to try. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Not everything from the PTR will come over to live. Not everything will be over there at once. But in terms of things that we're currently testing, these are all things that Intrepid has directly communicated will be systems in the game. And it's not really like these are what we're trying as a haha may make it in or may not make it in. It's a this is the base iteration of this. It'll change, we're trying it. But everything will also change on the alpha realm too. So, like, they are going to change up node sieges substantially. Castle sieges are going to come in. Summoner's going to be in first. And so, like, Summoner comes in over here. You've got an immediate advantage on how the Summoner is going to play if you've already handled the Summoner. New gearing comes in. If you already know what the new loot table is, where things drop, where things are, you know, very good trash farms, where they're poor trash farms, all of the little offshoot farms. So you have secondary and tertiary plans ready for launch day. Every bit of knowledge absolutely matters. Gathering overhaul, crafting overhaul, like refining overhaul, all of that shit. That is very, very valid information that will be coming over to the game in some way, shape, and form. And of course, it's still not a game. Everything's a playtest, right? So everything will continue to change even... Did I just get stuck? I think I just got stuck. Wait, what? Yo. My game is registering me as being mounted right now. What the fuck? I'm confused. I think I'm gonna have to unstuck, but I'm reporting this. Game registers me as being mounted here. I'm just like running upstairs and I randomly stop moving. And I'm just like, what the fuck? These stairs are cursed. All right, cool. You're stuck on the wall? Yeah, but I can't move anywhere. I'm stuck like in the wall. I can't act at all. And it says cannot use while mounted. I can unstuck, so I'm gonna unstuck. I just bug reported it. Yo, good morning, 70. How you doing, my boy? What you getting up to today? And why did my Spotify pause? Where is my music? I am now confused. It's back. We're good. We're good. If K-pop comes on, just know that Carla's on my Spotify again. Just know. 70, what you been up to, my boy? But yeah, Emu, like, really, while a lot of the changes on the PTR are more like early iterative changes, some things may not make it over. I think overwhelmingly most things will come over at some point from PTR to live. And being able to parse out those information, those systems and the information from those systems as they're deployed, even if they come in a different standpoint, like, it's valuable in my opinion. It's the same thing as like, oh well, you're gathering, refining, and crafting now. Haha, that's stupid. It's just gonna change before launch, right? But if you're up to date on all of the changes and then one simple change comes in and you know every single thing about the system and then they add something on or change it after the fact, that's a lot less for you to parse as like an upfront like overhead parse in terms of the information. And you're able to just kind of register like, oh, this is how it's changed for me, you know, check that box and then you're good to go. New players that are coming in, returning players that took a lot of time off, they'll have a lot of things that they need to catch up on all at once. Whether they do all come in... What the fuck? I'm pod racing in, like, the stratosphere right now. Anyways, whether they do all come in, you know, the same form that they're supposed to be on the PTR or not, I think that regardless of that, having some form of information ahead of the time regarding a lot of these systems is, in my opinion, quite massive. But, again, it's not necessary. Like... Is it advantageous in my opinion? Yes. Is it make or break, like you just can't play the game or PvP without this information? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. People will catch up on it. It's just figuring out what all the new drops are, what you want to run, blah, 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 blah. The day of or 2 days before is going to be a lot more chaotic than trying to figure it out, you know, a couple weeks in advance, right? Fupo! I hope you're having a beautiful day. I hope you have not been eating any server workers lately. I hope they've been feeding you in office. Not that they even let you in the office, but... Oh, wait. Whoa, those are nice. Brook Steel Daggers. 205 Fizz Power, 68 Fizz Attack Speed, 19 Strength, and 53 Max HP. I rolled a 6. We're up tremendous. Those are nice drops. So, it seems like so far, the drops in this area are most definitely coming from the 2 stars. The flares. We've got multiple green weapons from the flares already. And not much from any of the no stars. I do still think, I mean, we're killing 2 stars less consistently than we were killing the 1 stars in anvils, but like 1 star minnow farm in anvils was genuinely Insano style. Like it was real fucking good. So, I'm not quite sure where, like, drops per hour are gonna look like. But we are pulling up on 5 already. They changed the drop rates? Oh, they're constantly changing the drop rates, yes. So they took a pass at how mobs spawn in the wilderness. So, like, the open world itself, outside of points of interest in pocket dungeons, in the anvils. So we tested that a lot yesterday. And basically they changed, like... allocation of drop rates, loot tables, a lot. And a lot more is always like under refinement and under kind of like very close observation. So yesterday, they were specifically asking people to go out there and kind of like take note of what was worth, what wasn't worth. And with the way that they've done it out there with humanoids populating the open world a lot, and them having like elementals, I think they're classed as probably in some of the pocket dungeons, the open world in the anvils was drops per hour plus XP per hour, better than going to a lot of the pocket dungeons, at least early on in the 1 to 10. Because you simply weren't generating drops in the pocket dungeons the way that you were in the open world with all the humanoids. So we were able to test that out and provide feedback like, hey, maybe non-humanoid loot tables need to be looked at as incentivizing something for leveling. Because right now, if you're not farming humanoids, you just are losing. It's simply not efficient for a leveling grind. You want to be getting your gear. You want to be, you know, kind of like progressing in the total sense of the word instead of just one thing. And if you're trying to just raw XP farm, but you also don't have any gear, that's going to slow you down. So you've got to kind of like balance everything out to a certain extent in terms of your leveling experience for like as a player. And right now, the best balance in terms of getting drops, getting XP, getting currency, well, that's simply humanoids and nothing else. So we were able to provide some direct feedback on that. But yeah, we're checking out like how the drop rates feel from no stars, 1 stars, 2 stars, different points of interest versus different like open world areas. Because right now, honestly, this area maybe, keep in mind we have an 8-person group here as well instead of like a 3 to 4 for a lot of the time yesterday. But we're already creeping up on level 5 just sitting in core lock and killing the mobs that are here. We found a couple of green weapons already, and we're also getting to the point where everybody's going to be able to start pulling into one area. So like this is also ideal scenarios. Nobody else is out here contesting us, right? But this gives us, bruh, I'm getting stuck on everything. Wait, what? My character's like face down, ass up, stuck mounted right now. Oh, there are some weird character movement things going on today. Stuck mounted after dodge roll. Huh. Movement character. Unable to do anything. Yeah, this is weird. My character's like stuck in a dodge rolly type animation. But like I'm actually throwing my ass back right now. Like I wish I could show you guys this because my character is literally like hands down on the ground. Like fucking downward dog style, just like throwing it back. Just constantly with this bug. Like, I don't really understand what's causing this. But like, I'm getting stuck on everything today. I need a step dev to help me out. I'm going fucking crazy on it right now. I don't think I have my unstuck either. Oh no, I do. I just gotta run all the fucking way back again. How am I the only person that's getting stuck? Like, what do you mean? Also, hi Strad. Hi Bad Dad. I love the amount of low level 1 and 2 stars in low level pocket dungeons. Out in the anvils? Yes. Open world felt very good in my opinion in the anvils in terms of like elite population. My personal recommendation on it was maybe adjusting the elite pop a little bit because there were large camps of humanoids that were no stars, right? And I think having those camps be no stars mixed with some 1-star spawns and then the 1 stars mixed with the 2-star spawns, I think would be really, really nice. And then roaming packs of like 1 and 2-star elites that walk throughout as kind of like patrol encounters, right? I think that would be sick. So like those packs out there that are like the rams mixed with the humanoids that are like guarding the rams basically, have the humanoids be, you know, 2-star elites and have the rams be 1-star elites, and then maybe like a ram patriarch mob that's like the, you know, the big beefy ram that's also a 2-star ram in those packs, and give people a little bit more bang for your buck, so to say, and still have like those non-elites mixed in, right? But a higher kind of like variance and availability of those 1 to 2-star elites is real nice because no stars feel very trivial. 1 stars with a small group feel pretty trivial as well. But like 1 stars with, if you're solo, feel good. 2 stars if you're solo feel incredibly hard and challenging. 2 stars if you're with a group can be easy or difficult depending on your group. So I think that's kind of like the scaling. Mr. Llama's starting a new grail today. Yo, that's fire. That's going to give him an absurd amount of content. That's honestly probably going to give him another multiple years of content. That man is going to be streaming Diablo 2 until it or he dies. And I respect it, Zop. I respect the shit out of that. It's like, it's fucking Llama and Cooley holding it down over there for the boys. Mad Dad, what you getting up to today, my dude? Are you coming over to level? Need haircut recommendations for Tuesday. Brother, I don't think I have any idea what you look like. I can't give haircut recommendations. Oh, wow. Another 2-star green item drop. Weapon drop, particularly. Flares are high-key shitting out the drops for us. So 2 stars are quite nice. What would be the most logical transition of Koralok to more 2 stars? Koralok to... I mean, because these are levels 4s, 5s, and 6s. So we could do this until 7. And then at 7, look for a level 9 to 10 area. Although I don't necessarily think that that's going to be... Highwayman? Does Highwayman support 9 to 10? Church? Does Church have a lot of 2 stars? Yeah, we could Church. I mean, this will be like an ideal mob grind like scenario because we're very low on contest, but it will be nice if we're able to just kind of like keep it rolling. Yeah, so maybe do this to 7 and then go Church to like 11. Because I mean, if Oaken is open, it is Oaken. I'll be completely honest. If Oakenbane Keep is open physically as a point of interest, you go Oakenbane Keep. But Oakenbane Keep doesn't open until level prog happens a little bit in terms of the nodes. So you'll very likely outpace Oakenbane Keep unless you are dying. So I don't necessarily think it's dependable to count on Oakenbane. I think it's more of like if you're behind the curve, you have Oaken as a catch-up. Other than that, you've got to kind of figure out where you want to go. You do also have the inevitable, like, you could go level 11 at Church and then just go low-level Steel Bloom mobs. Like, realistically, if you go up to 11 at Church and then just go all Steel Bloom all the time, you Steel Bloom the 14 mobs and the 15 mobs until you're level 17, like 16, 17, and then at 16, 17, you move to the level 18 mobs. Those take you to level 21 if you're able to hold it down the entire time, and you're probably getting God tier drops. Like, Steel Bloom loot is unironically the best loot table in the entire game for any point of interest that there is right now. I don't think anything is even close to competing with it, let alone outdoing it. So, maybe, if we can get to Steel Bloom early with a couple of our groups. I mean, I think that's naturally going to be the most efficient thing. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath for Steel Bloom, though, keep in mind. So you could always circumnavigate Steel Bloom early if it is an absolute bloodbath and just go... whatchamahoo's-it? Seth. Because Remnants of Seth could also be a very good workaround. Get Ashen Haunt pieces, maybe some jewelry off them. I don't know what their entire loot table is since the updates, but we can see. Thinking Modern Mullet or that mix with flowy mid part. So you just like shaving the sides, basically. What if you just embrace it and you go with like a full mullet, but you also do like a shooting star design shaved into the side of your head or something, or like a phoenix? Wait, what if you get like an Ashes phoenix shaved into the side of your head and in? That would be so fucking lit. Also, I know a phoenix designer that would give you one like royalty free to use. So like just keep that in mind as potential. If you're able to hold down multiple of the 2-star spawns here, it's nice. I don't know how many 2 stars we'd be able to hold down in like a competitive scenario. Buff C, how's the garden doing today, my boy? I hacked up with one of the tomato plants. Like, not bad, not bad. I got 2 tomato plants going right now. They're not like in a garden or anything. They're just potted still, but they have a big pot, a lot of room to grow, right? So basically, I transplanted them a little while ago. 2 different pots, of course. And one of the pots was all good to go. The second pot, I didn't check the drainage holes and they hadn't been punched out of the pot yet. So like the plant was sitting, we were talking about this yesterday, right? Because of the powdery mildew shit. But like the plant was sitting in more water than I thought. So today, I went out and I like punched the holes in the bottom of the pot. And dude, instantly just like unexpected gush of water. So fortunately it's all drained out. I also put in a little bit of fresh dry soil to kind of like help it normalize a bit. It's already looking better, but I literally think if I wouldn't have corrected it, I probably would have killed that fucking plant. Now, that one's lagging behind a little bit. That was the first one to get a tomato, probably because of the like, wait, what the hell? Why is my movement all fucked up? What? What the fuck? Bro, what is with all these movement bugs today? Wait. What? I can't move back and I can't turn. What? Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what is with my movement today? I'm bugged again. You're flying in the air, kind of. Yeah, what is with this movement today? I have been movement bugged 3 times now. Huh. Stuck in air again? Question mark? Movement character. This is getting odd. Is anybody else playing a Nakua? Because, like, all of the humans ran through right where I ran through. What in the actual fuck? This is really weird. Plant squirt, basically, because, like, the pot didn't have the holes in the bottom of it for drainage punched out. So I had to, like, punch the holes out after the fact, right? And, like, as soon as I punched the first hole, dude, it was just, like instant drainage. It probably had to have like a 1/4 gallon of water in it. It's a lot of water that wasn't draining off properly. So I'm glad we got that all squared away, all situated. Plant's already much happier. And then naturally we got a little bit more rain today, but I brought it inside. So hose is buried and hooked up down under the deck. So do you just have like one main line and then you split the main line into your buried hoses and then your misters? And then you just kind of like split it into 2 and then you have like turn on here for the 2 different ones so you can run them simultaneously or whatever. Also, how is your water pressure? Because like bad water pressure in places, that'll ruin the experience for me, man. I'm getting a movement bug every 5 mins, can't act or anything. If only zombie could hear. If only. Something like this. Wait, I can't open freaking. Alright, hold on. Oh, like the Jack Doherty? I mean, why not just do that, but then like fade in the sides and then fade in the back? I mean, that's my personal preference, just because Jack Doherty has such a punchable head. But I mean, you do you. My recommendation, I don't know like what your fucking head looks like, but if you're going for something fluffier on the top, I say just fade in the sides, fade in the back instead of having all the scraggle on the back. Like, my hair's long in the back right now. Like, it's not absurdity by any means, but like, my hair's like longer in the back compared to what I usually have it, right? I usually have all of the shit faded in, and like this is long for me right now. So like, that's usually faded in as a motherfucker. So in its current state is long, but like, if you're doing that, just get yourself some clean is my recommendation. If you're rolling it, it's fucking you. Well, so at this point, I don't even know if it's like... At this point, I don't even know if it's the rolls that are fucking me. I think because I just like ran through an area that time. If we did the Sanctus quest, Riverlands would be quicker to 5. Then it's about the dungeons. Are you able to get the Sanctus quest like uncon on launch? Because yeah, we should definitely also keep track of the questing experience, in my opinion, with early on. Because if we have a loop that is just like by and large better than mob grinding up until X level, that's going to accelerate us so ungodly fast. We just have to make sure that we can do those quests like in a group and that we can complete them extremely efficiently and safely. Safe in the sense that if the objectives are contested, which they will be, we are still able to complete those without huge bottlenecking. Because bottlenecking is like the curse of launches. So... You're flying across my screen? Oh god. I have so many movement bugs today. I don't even know what it is. It's either gonna be a Nakua thing or a tank thing. Because it's not happening to anybody else, and I'm the only Nakua and the only tank. Why is nobody else playing a dwarf, by the way? Kind of fucking weird of you guys. But I feel like it only happens when I go over to like this one building. So I'm gonna try to just run through here without rolling. Dwarf energy is low, dwarfs suck. Okay, well that's mean. That's a little slanderous. Okay. Nope, it just happened again while I was running. What? Wait, can't use while mounted. I didn't roll or anything, it's just this one building for some reason. Now I can't turn, I can't rotate my camera. Everything says can't use when mounted. Someone come run up the stairs over here real quick. It's like, it's the stairs on the backside of this building that I'm looking at. Or that I'm like walking towards. Go up here and see if it bugs you. I'm like backpedaling over to it because I can't do anything else. It just like, oh wait, what the fuck? It just fixed it. I came back over to the building and it fixed it. What? Okay, this is weird. So when I go up the stairs, I get like a weird little camera blip thing. And then when I go down the stairs through it again, it fixes it. It's like going up these stairs dumbifies my character for some reason. And then going down the stairs fixes it. You guys aren't getting that? What the fuck? Weird. Okay, and now I'm up against this wall and now I can't back up at all. What the fuck? Typical dwarf. Yo, what are the odds there's a GM in chat? Like, where else are they gonna be, right? What are the odds there's a GM in chat? Slash whisper mouse. Yo, are you GM? I don't know who the fuck it is. If it's Jacob, then Biss. Did they put level 25 vendor in? Saw someone talking about it being on PTR, but thought they were sticking to level 15. We didn't actually check. We're doing some more just like organic leveling in the Riverlands right now, Foop. And I have quite possibly just discovered one of the weirdest bugs that I've discovered yet. Are you busy? Found really weird bug in Cora Lock. Movement, base, and found replication. Weird stairs thing, but only impacting me out of group. Only Nakua plus tank in group. Okay, Mouse said they are GM. Which GM is Mouse? Take a video of it and send it to Planet or Jacob if you can't get them in chat. I don't know how to take a fucking video of it without showing it on stream or taking it down. But yeah, I just messaged because Mouse was, I don't know which one Mouse is, probably Jacob. But Renkai and running around on Graveyard Golem post retexture. And the retexture on the Graveyard Golem looks clean and the Renkais are fucking chonky. So I run over now. Like, I just don't understand. It is only this one building. Clip it with Windows snipping tool / video. Oh, I could like Windows key Shift S and then like record a video with that. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, if they can come over and look at it too, that'd be good. But yeah, I'll definitely do that too. It just feels so unethical recording it. Can outline the area you want to record on the screen? Word. That would be probably helpful. It'd be even more helpful if I could just share the gameplay. It's okay. All right, let's see. So at least I've determined like what's doing it, right? Wait, no, it just happened again. It's like anywhere over near this building, it's cursed. I just got back, I jumped once, and then it happened again. But it's not happening to anybody else. And it's not even the same area anymore. I'm stuck in the air now. What the fuck is going on? Nobody else is getting it. You're standing on the rock for me. On my screen, I'm above the rock. I'm running in place and floating. Now you're floating? Yeah. And like, I can't call in my mount. I can't drink any consumes. I get a can't use when mounted interact. Huh. Okay. Very strange. I mean, if I'm standing still, I can call in my mount. I can't use any movement abilities. I can't use any abilities. I can't attack. What the fuck? This is really fucking weird. Okay, hold on. I know how to fix this. Instead of making Intrepid fix it, I'm gonna fix it myself. I'm gonna smoke a bowl, unlock my superpowers of game devliness. I watched a stream of a guy whose dad used to work at Blizzard, and he worked at Blizzard for 7 years himself as well, a couple times. So I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna specifically deduce in the game code what is causing this, and then fix it myself. For free. Step Bro's coming for you? No! No, not Step Bro, not again! Thank you for the 5-day streak! day. I've returned. Step bro can't get me where I just was, Ultra. I will fend him off myself. Alright, I got unstuck again. Oh wait, what is this? Accept trade. What do we get? Oh my god. Oh my god, we got an axe. We're up tremendous. Big one-handed axe upgrade. Thank you, I appreciate you. After I'm done unstucking and running back for the 100th fucking time, I'll be able to put that on and then actually use it. We'll be up tremendous. We'll be up tremendous. So like, oh, a green one just dropped. Cool. What are the odds if I just like, I don't know, convince them I was like lazy peon or something, that they would let me actually stream the gameplay and they'd just be like, oh, you're fine with it. Like, you know, just like a, you know, someone cooler than myself. And I'm like, man, I really like to break that NDA. Ooh, it'd be super cool. Like, maybe they'd let me? Like, what if I ask nicely and I'm just like, hey, I don't think they'd let me. I don't think there's a single bribe in the world that could sway Steven on that. Cause like, what do you get the man who has everything? The fuck you're gonna bribe a billionaire with? Dude could just get it for himself in mass. Dude could probably buy a factory to produce whatever I'm bribing with, bribing him with. So, which keybind is press shift to compare items? It is left control. Left control for compare. The odds of streaming PTR, is there a number less than 0? Even the thought of it has the legal team standing up. They haven't been able to do much lately. It's been very chill ever since the narc drama. Somewhere out there, the community team's ears are ringing. They're like, somebody streaming PTR? And somebody came in chat Fubo yesterday and they were like, wait, Dusty, are you streaming the PTR? And I'm like, yeah, why? And they're like, oh, wait, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, no, not the visuals, I'm good. And they're like, oh, well, Discord was talking about you streaming the PTR. I was like, I mean, technically, yeah, but I think we're within the law of the land. We're within our safe grounds here. At least, for now. For now. Thankfully, the million fail-safes always stay on the setup, so there is no chance of an oopsie-daisy. And hopefully, we make it through the next month. I was so happy being able to show my goddamn gameplay once again. Can't believe you're streaming the PTR right now. I can't believe I set up spy cams in Intrepid Studios. Absolutely insane. Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. Wait. We just got a double green drop from one of the flayers out here. We got a spear and a ring. So, like, 2 stars are going even sicklier mode than the 1 stars. 2 stars are wild. I think if you can get to a 2-star grind before other people, you just sit there and you win. You bribe him with no taxes. He probably has like accountants and shit that do that though. Like, I can't really pull that one off. Like, the best thing that I would have is maybe like something that's like very ADHD friendly that, you know, can't be, I don't know, but that's the thing, like nothing at that level of like, you know, having things can't be replicated. So even if I had something that was really cool that he didn't have, like I said, he could just make a factory to produce the thing that I was offering him in mass, and then he would have a zillion. Literally a zillion of them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily think he's like a bribable target, so to say. Maybe like the empathy card, so it's like, you know how there are the scams where it's like, oh, my so-and-so sibling is dying? What if I start a GoFundMe because my stream is dying? You know, like an in memoriam of the glory days? We could go that route with it. And maybe wait, what if we sue? We're still owed 3 node sieges now. Don't think the people forgot. What if we sue for the node sieges, chat? And then that's like step one. Does Steven have a Twitch? Steven Sharif. Yeah. He streams from it like very rarely. He hasn't streamed in a while. He was getting kind of into it for a bit though. I will say he was putting in some hours in the directory. Like he was getting into the flow of it too. Like one of the last streams that he did, I think he went way over time and he was having fun answering questions and just chilling. And he looked down and he was like, oh wow, it's been like this long. And he had to go. But yeah, he was doing some streams for a while. He's also popped his head into chat previously. Do you need a bard? By the way, Tambuki, we do only have one bard. So if you do want to come through, feel free. We're over at Coral Lock right now, just kind of getting some data. And I still don't think we've got a single drop from no-star mobs. I think no-star mobs are just like booty cheeks. I think no elite, no go for me personally. I don't feel as though we've had any incentivization to kill non-elites. So I think the entire plan is level far enough to get to the point, like through questing or whatever your turbo level is, to try to get the 1-star or 2 stars. Because once you do that, it is disproportionately scaling the freak out of everything. Also, I went to tell the GM about my bug, and they ignored me. So I'm sure they're testing something else. I'm sure they're just busy. Do you have magic in the story? I have magic in every story. Henry, how are you, by the way? Hope you're having a good day. Patching currently, though I don't know how I'm gonna get back from the anvils. Might make a new character. Word. Word. Oh, no, I'll bear back 1 sec. Sorry, I went to close my blind. I've returned. It's like my stream room windows face the road, and I get really uncomfortable when cars just like pull up beside the curb in the like direct LOS of like looking at me, and I see a car in my peripheral just like sitting there, and I look and I'm like, and then I went to shut my curtain. I don't like that. I don't like when people like, I don't know, live near me. Fucking dumb, stupid city. It's actually just Zine. Dusty Stalker's out. No, it's not even like that. Like, I live in a quiet neighborhood, so it's not even anything bad. It's just like people will literally pull over because like they just sit on the side of the road for a second, like look up directions to where they need to go or some bullshit like that, or they just like pull over to visit a house or something nearby, right? Because a lot of the driveways are small, and people just like park on the side of the road, and sometimes people just sit in their car for a little bit. But like, I try to have my windows open because I like nice light, but it's so awkward because it's like windows can look directly in and then just like see me with like ring lights and microphone, and like I've gone out and it's like a clear view. It's not like I have fucking tinted stream room windows or anything. Like you can literally just see me in all my glory, and it's just weird. Like, it's crazy how the concept of like, I've had fucking hundreds to a couple thousand people in here watching at one time, right? If there were like 1,000 people out there watching, like say I got Twitch front page and I looked out and there's just a horde of people standing outside of my fucking stream room window, dude, I'd be so scared. I'd be terrified. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Even if there were just like, I don't know how many are in here, but we've had like, I don't know, 70 to 100 viewers a lot of the stream, right? A lot of the streams recently. So like, say we had like 70 people just like in the fucking stream room, just milling about, lollygagging, just like, you know, adjacently watching me game. It'd be a completely different vibe than just like everybody chilling in chat. Like, y'all are in your own house right now. So it's not like I'm just like, it's not like I'm out here like, oh my God, I'm being gang shocked. I'm just like, I don't want a random person to look in and see me in my fucking element doing my thing, you know? Like, this is my space. I like the sun, but I don't like the people looking in and making eye contact with me. Because I swear to God, I have legitimately had, because I have like weights in here as well, right? Just like some dumbbells and shit like that. And a lot of the time before stream, when I'm not being a lazy fuck, I like do a little light lift before stream, and I kind of like stand near the windows and look out and get my pump on, because there's the sunlight out there and it tans up my body. And I've just been like literally mid-lift vibing, and I look out and a car that wasn't there before is parked there just like staring at me. And I'm like, ah, damn, that's real fucking awkward. And so I just like, I make it surely more awkward by slowly closing the curtains when it does happen. But yeah, I don't know, it's just one of my things. I wonder if the drop rate change is just to help facilitate PTR tests. I mean, see, that's the craziest thing about drop rate changes is we can never fucking know what they're like for. We can never know if they're permanent, temporary, if they're going to be reworking them tomorrow. Like, our feedback on Anvil stuff could lead to non-humanoid mobs getting, you know, actual loot available, right? But yeah, genuinely, like, drop rate feels much higher than I would personally expect. Especially with Steven iterating, you will not find completed items frequently. It feels like we're getting a lot of drops, just from my standpoint. Doink, how are you, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. What headphones are those, and are they noise canceling? These are Sennheiser 599s or some bullshit. I think they're 599s. 599 SE, if I remember correctly. I have these, and then I have Audio-Technica AT700Xs as my backups. And I used the Audio-Technica ones for a while. They're very nice, but like they're meant to be very lightweight, and they're an open back design. These are, I believe these are a closed back, if I remember correctly. I'm not like an audiophile by any means. I just like, these are a little bassier and more of like a complete sound, whereas like the Audio-Technicas were a little like, not necessarily echoey, right? But you got a lot of, I don't know, air pass through and like open sound with the Audio-Technicas. I can grab them and show you. They're right over here. So, F599s. Are they the same thing? Wait, where would it say what these are? These are, yeah, 599 SEs. Are these. And then these are the Audio-Technicas. These are like the AT700Xs or some bullshit. I got these a while ago, and it's kind of like a weird headband design, because you have like a super light headband, and then you have these kind of like supporty things. So when they sit, they're incredibly light, right? Incredibly light and comfy. But like, I have a small head, so they can just kind of like slide down over time. So you have to kind of like really get them on that shit. But like, I have a small head, so like these don't sit the best on my head. But if you got really like a fat noggin, then you know, these are quite nice. These let through a lot of sound, a lot more than like the 599s. And the 599s aren't necessarily like you know, a full noise canceller or anything like that, but oh, Raid Boss Krog. Fuck. We got a 3-star raid boss from this event. Has this always been this way? With like the elite difficulty actually changing something? Or does this guy spawn no matter what at the completion of this event? Because I know a lot of... Why do I still have these headphones on? They're not plugged in. I was like, I can't hear shit. Buongiorno, Dossington. How are you, my boy? What you up to today? So hard to find a nice set of wired headphones that are noise canceling and not $500. Yeah, do you hate the sound of your voice, or like, why noise canceling? I kind of like, I got used to the sound of mine, but there are some people that play with like IEMs basically, and also have their like mic pass through back to their in-ear, so that way they can hear themselves. And I think that shit is sociopath behavior, if I am being completely honest. That is something that I'm not necessarily sure you could convince me to get used to. I live next to a busy road and it's loud as fuck. Oh no. Yeah, that's so tragic. That is like a bunch of honking and shit, or like what do you have for traffic? That sucks. Yeah, busy roads are no bueno, man. Just got back from the cottage. Ooh. Ooh. I bet that was fun, brother. I bet that was very fun. So goddamn hot, I probably sweat off like 15 pounds. Yeah, but you had a fun trip. Congrats on the engagement being successful. Always would have been, you know, worse off if, you know, didn't go according to plan, but I think you had it pretty in the bag anyways. You guys were basically fucking married regardless. Seems like the plan was pretty well executed overall. Oh, X up for Lionhold TP. Why are they saying Lionhold TP? What are they? Thogly! Hail to the High Thane! Fill me in. What is this beef? Why was there blood spilled? What can we do to help? I know Zop handled some stuff already, but I will hop over to live. Absolutely. What's going on over here? I guess drop group and X over to Lionhold. Wait, why don't we just run over to Lionhold? Just fucking run over to Lionhold. We're right here. I don't really know what's going on over there, but I'm down to go. Do we have any idea? Does anybody know what's going on over there? A GM just said X up Lionhold. Oh, Donger. Hello, my boy. What happened? Dude, quite possibly the weirdest fucking bug I've encountered so far. Like, not to clickbait you or anything. But we made new characters, and we went to farm Coralock in the Riverlands to just kind of like compare it. Also, more feedback, 0-star drop rates suck comparatively to elites. 1 stars and 2 stars are significantly outperforming no stars, and I think that the Anvil's no-star camps would also be better if no stars had a slightly higher drop rate. We've killed... Oh, they're just helping people get back home. Never mind. We can just continue as we're doing. Never mind, I thought they were testing something. But no-star drop rates feel... Head to church? Okay, we're going to church. No-star drop rates feel pretty low, but that's not the bug. The bug is that we had an 8-person group. I'm the only tank. I'm the only Nakua. One of the buildings in Coralock, and I can show you exactly which one. I reported it like 3 different times before I realized it was replicating every time I ran over there. But anytime I would run over there, if I ran up the stairs, my screen would like blip for a second, and then I wouldn't be able to rotate my camera at all, despite like my mouse responding and working. I would be able to cardinal direction move, backpedal, all of that stuff, right? But if I walk too forward and it's like upstairs, then it turns, and then you have the wall right here. If I hit the wall, then it registered me as like floating and kind of like no clipping, and I couldn't back up or change my momentum at all. And then it would register me as mounted when that was happening. So like I couldn't rotate my camera or anything, and then the game was saying that I was mounted and I couldn't take any actions or anything. So the stairs, if I walked up them, screen blip, fucks movement. Well, backpedal down them, it resets it, and I can move my camera again. Then, in multiple areas near that building, if I'm just like walking near that building, I will inevitably get stuck in the air or stuck on a wall or stuck somewhere with it saying that I am mounted. Only me on a Nakua tank. Nobody else in the group getting those bugs. So I don't know if it's something with Nakua specifically. Yep, we have an 8-person group. Everybody else ran up the stairs, ran down the stairs. Like, I couldn't auto attack, I couldn't use abilities, I couldn't do fucking anything, dog. Yep. I'm confuzzled. Do you know roughly when of the VOD? Motherfucker, you can't look in the VOD. I can't show you. It's NDA. I can, yeah, it's on the PTR. I can record it off stream and then I can show you. I can record off stream later tonight. Every day I try to bait people into breaking NDA. Dude, I have so many fail safes set up. Like, I have this layer set up as like the top layer running on the stream PC. So like my gaming PC that I'm playing on doesn't even have a video pass through. Then I have another layer underneath this layer where if I disable this, it goes to a black layer. And then I have the actual video pass through also disabled completely. So I would have to disable, enable to have any chance of showing NDA. We got this shit locked down. Not even you could convince me to do it. Unless Steven himself came in and was like, yo, Dusty, show me your screen for a second. I'd feel safe because I feel like at that point, if I get banned, he's just mean. But other than that, I'm not fucking trusting it. I'm not trusting it. Chat be debating sometimes. I could go back and clip it with a Windows tool. I could. The gang is going over to church. And I can pop over. I'll record it in a bit after we church. No 15 boost. Correct. We're level 6 right now. So I'll be a sacrifice for planning. Zom, I mean, honestly, if you want to be the biggest sacrifice, make another Nakua and run over and test with me. I'm just, dude, I'm so confused that it was only me. Because everybody else also ran up those stairs and didn't get the bug. Nobody else got it. And then even without the stairs, I would jump and I would just get stuck in the air on my end. And then I would dodge roll. And like the first time, oh, you can find it in my VOD because I twerked. DOS! Thank you for the 33 months, brother. I appreciate you. Here's so many more, dude. I appreciate you. The big purple nanner. You're close to the big 3 year, right? 3 more months? What is the 3-year banana? I do wonder. I do wonder. I don't even remember what I said it as. Sub laps built the cottage? Fuck it. Fuck it. That's a good reason for it too. Brother, I appreciate you. But yeah, one of them, I dodge rolled and then I got stuck like hands down on the ground, like bent over, ass up, throwing my ass back on my character, like dodge animation type beat, but it kept replaying. It was phenomenal, really. Is my group dying? Did we go church too early? Is the black market person not appearing in town nodes? Was looking a bit last time I was in the PTR and didn't see it. Chat, has anyone found black market vendor in towns? Are you talking the T4 specifically, Foop? Or are you talking T3 or T4? She did show up in Cal. Okay, beautiful. So Zop saw her. T4, okay, yeah. Zop says yes in Kaltorum. So, I believe. I believe. Everything is working as intended except whatever that one fucking building is doing specifically. Literally whatever that one building over in Coralock is doing, dude, it's like the Annabelle doll of buildings for my fucking movement. Every time I go over there, I end up having to unstuck. It was something. Also, Renkai looks dope. I can't, you know, obviously show you guys that. But there was a GM running around without the GM tag on that was just leveling and shit. And they were on a graveyard golem, which appears to have had a texture bless up on it. And I say bless up because that shit is not just like a texture like polish. That shit is like, that shit's looking nice over here. And they were Renkai. And Renkai are fucking thick. Like, Renkai are like your Chad orcs, and then your Vec are like your, like, nerd dwarves. Nerd dwarves, Jesus Christ, nerd orcs. You can tell what I've been playing too much of lately. It's an entire comparison. Yo, time to grab a video, that'd be sweet. Even just another like this is a building image would be sweet. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. I can run over where we just got over to whatchamahoo's it? Church. So I think we're gonna farm this, but we, oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Those ghosts. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I think we're gonna probably hop over and spend some time over on live today doing some PvP as well. Because I'm having withdrawals. Oh my god, shit hits so hard. This is bad. Shit hits very hard. Jesus Christ. Yo, Chris, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you, dude. Much love. I hope you're well. Boys, we're one sub away from a Haipu Trainu. If you guys have a primer, see if it's available this month. It does not auto-renew every 30 days like you may think it does. So if you used it last month, it may be available this month. And you can drop that and help support the channel for free. You've been around us too much talking about dwarves all the time? No, bro, Thogly, it was crazy yesterday. In the VOD that we were watching, right? We were doing an RP walk with Dunehold. And then on the PTR, which we couldn't show, we were doing an RP walk with Dunehold. Kind of fucking wild, huh? You guys are getting active as shit. You guys got me getting my steps in over here, the official cardio coach of Cats with Abs. This be making us walk around constantly, and I'm here for it. So, can we discuss how that area, the Dwarven Divine Gate, is quite possibly the coolest fucking area aesthetically in the game currently? But can we also discuss how it will probably be extremely underutilized by every single player because they will just get out of the Divine Gate area and go elsewhere to level? Kind of a fucking travesty that something that good is probably not even going to be like used frequently by a lot of the player base. I'm hoping they have kind of like a self-contained first-time user experience throughout it. But at that point, they would also have to kind of like elongate the Riverlands experience to also have that same level of like early investment before hitting the road, so to say. Otherwise, it just becomes, it just becomes like one of them is for story, one of them is for actual efficiency, right? So it'll be efficient. It'll be, oh my god, I'm getting crushed by these mobs. It'll be interesting to see how the efficiency side of it is handled, but Noob Tank, I went to pull one small mob and somebody pulled a mob to the left. I blame, I don't fucking know. I don't even know who I blame at this point. I blame Pirate Software. I'm just gonna hop on the train. It's his fault. If he would have just apologized, those extra mobs wouldn't have got pulled. Let's face it. Let's be honest. I called Doom. I know. The one mob would have been fine. And then I saw another mob get pulled, and it was downhill from there. Yo, P-Dwarf, by the way, have you heard the news? The Pirate Man says that he'll come back for phase 3.
If it's worth it.
They plan to come back. But man, the truth comes out. The truth comes out. It wasn't Dusty the entire time. I wasn't capping. I'm a man of honor. I'm a man of my word. Is there as many streams? Yeah, you better be sorry. You better be sorry. You better not sleep at night. Kidding, dude. It's okay. I appreciate you coming through. What were you most hyped about in the PTR that has been released? Bro, honestly, like the PTR is like, it's still Ashes, right? So it's not like it's a different game, but like it plays like a different game. Unreal Engine 5.6 makes it look, feel, play different. They are doing another pass on time to kill and gear reworks. They're doing a ton. They've got the crate system that they wanted to test. They were going to do another node siege test. You've got the anvils. You've got the new first time user experience. I think the anvils is really starting to get into a lot of that, like, architecture and POIs that are very recognizable. Like, people have been like, oh, I want to look at, you know, an area of Ashes and be like, this is Ashes, right? And I think that the anvils is going to be one of the areas that really starts to provide people with that feel in various ways. The starting area over there is fucking gorgeous. I'm not going to spoil it too much. But like the Anvil's Divine Gate is going to be an experience in and of itself for players who log in over there that are like first time players that are just like, oh, Jesus Christ. I think it is a testament to the scope of what Ashes will be and the scale of what Ashes will be. So that's nice. The dynamic PvP battlegrounds, like, those are cool. I think even in the test though, like, we did see a little bit of fizzle over it. I think that something for PvP battlegrounds that will need to be looked at is minimalizing the experience that accumulated by players while fighting in those areas, because if they're meant to have the boost of like experience gained as well as, you know, higher luck and then other incentivizers, that's great and all, but like nobody will go to an area where you're getting 10% more XP if you're just getting your entire bar in XP debt regardless. So like there are a lot of things that they're implementing that like the core of them is really good. It's just a matter of getting more testing on it, right? I'm excited for a lot of the changes though. I think with Ashes, every small change in every system that does come in impacts a lot of, Jesus Christ, the Enthralled Echoes hit so hard. Impacts a lot of systems in a lot of various ways, right? So PvP Battlegrounds coming in doesn't just impact the PvP Battlegrounds, it also impacts the PvE economy. Really like everything associated with what you'd be getting from the reward tables, what you'd be missing out on from not being able to farm there fully, the opportunity cost, the, you know, what you lose PvPing versus what you gain trying to sneak in there in PvE or whatever it may be. I think it's going to be interesting to see how those shape up. Let's see, what else have we just had over here that I've done that I'm not talking about? T4 towns add a lot, vassling adds a lot. Like really everything that is over here adds a lot to the phase 3 environment, and I think their take on like delaying so they can start with more things present, you know, for the phase 3 launch is solid. I personally, I was team no delay. I didn't think they were gonna delay, but I also thought phase 3 launch was gonna be bare bones. Like I thought that we were gonna get the anvils in a lower iteration than the anvils is on the PTR. So like my expectations were very tempered in terms of what the launch would be. So personally, I'm glad, just from like an outside perspective, I didn't take time off from work or anything, so I didn't get cooked that way. But from like an outside perspective, I'm very glad that they're choosing to have more of a packed P3 launch instead of a very empty one. If P3 was just another 2.5 wipe, then they probably would have. Yeah, absolutely. Front page of Twitch? Yeah, that is true. I did apply for front page of Twitch on the 4th. So there will probably be a really big event that we have to plan community-wise or something to accommodate for that, because that's not something we can reschedule. You can only apply once every 90 days. That's if I get approved for it. I think best case scenario would be I get declined at this point, and they're like, maybe next month. But I went 1 for 1 with my first application, so I might get it again on the 4th. So that'll be kind of rough, but we'll maybe try to do like a big PvP day or something like that, or maybe like a bunch of stuff on live. Who knows? Maybe they drop a patch over on live on the 4th to see what's what, and kind of like slow drip some things. They probably won't. They absolutely won't. But we'll have to figure out something to do for, you know, just a light 8 hours. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It'll be an action-packed stream to thousands of viewers to be able to see Ashes in the best of the best, you know, the best of the best view that you can. So, it's unfortunate, but it's for the best long-term. And honestly, like, there are some people that are kind of like, feeling a type of way about the delay, right? Naturally. Time off, stuff like that. Does suck. Again, I think that with the amount that they're adding in between now and the launch in the 3 weeks, hopefully that's enough to shore up all the systems that they do want in for launch. But like, I really do think it's going to be for the best, and in the grand scheme of like now until launch, it doesn't really, like 20 days isn't gonna kill it for me. I've been here a lot more than 20 days already. I had days where we were talking about whatever we could Ashes related, where we couldn't play the game at all, right? Couldn't play PTR, couldn't talk about PTR. It was pulling up the wiki and yapping about the wiki, right? If you pull, you die. Yeah, I'm not pulling yet. I'm just looking at the mobs. I'm like plotting the pulse. But like, personally, I'm fine for another 20 days. Next month the stream will probably be something interesting to try to like keep people coming through and stuff. Maybe try to get some new players in. So I kind of look forward to it. You know, we've already dug very deep into the Ashes community, and like, I plan to be here through the ups and downs. I don't really mind much. I'm here for the future of it regardless. So we'll figure out something to do. We'll be fine. We'll stay entertained. We'll stay chasing the information as much as we can, compiling loot tables, doing leveling runs. In the meantime, we can get some PvP on live. We can get shit going on live. So it'll be nice. It'll be nice. We gotta figure out shit to do. But where we go, we'll hope to have a good amount of dwarves. Yeah, Thog, that is very true. You guys are gonna run very deep with the dwarves. I think by the time launch hits, the army that you guys have will be a dynamic gridding test in and of itself, Thog. Do you take in people that work a shit ton but love to PvP? Depends. What tier sub are you to the channel? Fucking kidding, by the way. Yes, we take in every type of player, and we do our best to get every single person content, regardless of kind of like where you're at. We've also got multiple tiers in the community with our multiple guilds. We're 200 plus deep confirmed for phase 3 and growing every day. So exclamation guild there. You can hop in, and we will basically always be active as a community. We also absorbed an EU guild, so we have around the clock leadership presence, activity, literally 24/7. So we're good to go. We're gonna be here for a while. So exclamation guild, discord.gg/catswithabs, all that good shit. Emmanuel over on YouTube, are there any housing yet in the game? Or just phase 3? So in terms of like housing, they did actually just pull freeholds out of the PTR environment, so they could then put them in like a better implementation with more functionality. So freeholds, wow, these mobs hit so ungodly hard. Freeholds should come in with some increased functionality very soon, TM. And we don't really know what the increased functionality is going to be, but freeholds will have many levels to them, right? So be interesting to see where those come in at in terms of their like functional state. I think I just got shady one-shotted. And hopefully those come in with even more incentivization for players. Like, we were already hyped up to try to push for one as a guild in P3. Jesus Christ, the enthrall that goes hit so hard. We were already excited to try to push for one as a guild in P3. And knowing that over on the PTR side of things, they're going to be giving us even more functionality, even more things with the freeholds that we can do. It's nice, man. I look forward to it. Which EU guild you suck up? All of them. We own EU now. No. That's confidential information, but now they're cats. That's all that matters, buddy. That's all that matters. Maybe if Zombie chooses to divulge that information, but Zombie's like the kind of like the DOJ of cats. He kind of like, he gets the information, he keeps the information, he alters the information, and then releases the information as he'd like the information to look. So, you know, I have the clearance, but I try to let him navigate the old route of what's out and what's in for that. Zombie's gonna pull more mobs and try to kill me again, isn't he? I'm pulling a singular skeleton right now. He's looking like he really wants to pull a lot of mobs. Uh-oh. Okay, no, he's pulling them one at a time. Bro, those shits hit so fucking hard. I swear to God. I don't know what it is, but the enthralled echoes hit like Prime Tyson. They are doing some damage. I don't know if they got some new like type of damage or some shit, but what even is it that's chunking? Do they have an ability? Maybe it's just like the 5 of them combined when we pull them. Cause like 2's manageable. It's just that large pull of them is a little fucky. We have like no heals. Right. So like, my personal recommendation was going the old area, like Coral Lock, until 7, 8. And then going Church after that. Can I get them without the social? Nah, they all social. That's scary. I don't want to die again. Maybe try to kill like the elite first and just let me kite the rest of them around. And that may be the best play. But like these things hit hard. I can do it fine with the old movement system. I'll even pop a salve and get active here. Jesus Christ, man. Alright. Oh, we're killing the Seeker here at least. Oh no, Zom. Zom! I'm coming, buddy! I got one off of you. We got a Skelly on Mercs. Merc, I'm coming. Oh no, I'm in a bad spot. I'm in a real bad spot. Bro, there's a lot of shit pumping out damage right now. Oh god. Tanking is stressful in Ashes of Creation. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I think I got the Skelly. Okay, I have all the aggro. Jesus. Oh my god. I wish you guys could see what I'm going through right now. Because this is some of the most stressful tanking that I've done in a minute. And it's fucking level 6. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hi, Spooky. How are you? Well, is there another delay on phase 2 in Ashes? So in terms of phase 3, they pushed it back 20 days because they have systems that are in progress that they want to shore up and have in a better spot before P3 launch. So basically they have a lot of things on the PTR from Unreal Engine 5.6. They weren't originally going to upgrade that for the like P3 launch until later into P3. I don't know if they're currently planning to switch to 5.6 for P3 launch or not with the extended date, but that in itself is massive. They have a lot of systems over on the private test realm too that are kind of like large econ changes, time to kill changes, gearing changes, just a bunch of shit, right? So this personally, they haven't updated the live environment because they've been trying to, you know, focus testing on the private test realm itself. And in my opinion, like the private test realm has had a whole lot of content coming out and definitely sucks to have it like, you know, pushed again. But like knowing what is coming on the agenda, I think that it's better for the start of P3. I think the biggest thing that sucks about it is that a lot of communities had people already lock in their time off from work. And so they kind of got cooked in that regard. And I think like that's kind of what I'm like, oh, it feels bad, you know, about the most. I'm not even involved in that because I'm unemployed. But like for the people that did take time off work, I feel for them. Now they got like a week vacation of what the fuck do I do? Everything on PTR is on 5.6, so I don't see how P3 would not be 5.6 with how it works. Well, see, that's what I was wondering too at the start, Fupo, but I'm not a game dev, so I don't pretend to be a game dev. I could be talking out my ass, but I'm willing to admit I don't know. Because originally, in the 26th stream, they said that they were not planning to go to 5.6 before P3 launch. So, like, I was a little, like, curious about how P3 launch on 5.3 would work while also putting stuff on 5.6. I didn't know if you could just, like, you know, PS1 disc in a PS2 that bitch, so to say. I don't know if there's backwards compatibility. I don't know how game dev works. You're just a cat. I'm just a man with a microphone. Should be able to move my time off. That's huge for people that can. Like, that is absolutely massive for people that can move their time off. Some people got the double whammy of like, I'm taking time off for May 1st and I'm taking time off for August 4th. And that sucks. That sucks. I got dicked. Yeah, sorry. That's really fucking unfortunate. So it is what it is. I mean, that's also, I mean, one of the core tenets of Ashes of Creation is risk reward. And like the risk of taking off your time off, right? Like putting in your PTO. Mixed with the potential, you know, the potential risk of it not working out, with the reward of eventually being able to play the game and maybe having your PTO hit sometimes, like, that's really one of the core tenets of Ashes. So now we lean into the player-to-player aspect of it, where you go into work, you start a couple fights, and then you magically don't have to work on launch anymore. Another core tenet of Ashes. Pour one out for Nin? No, there's solutions. It just depends on Nin's level of motivation. Had to move around some naps. Fupo, oh my god. You poor thing. Because, like, I know the Void, despite consuming all sun, does love to nap directly in the sun. So, like, what are you going to do if you miss, like, the proper positioning of the sun? What if fur does not get warm enough? Or do you prefer to stay cool? I know most Voids love laying in the sun. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's ridiculous. Have you considered asking them to let, like, I don't know, maybe just like me and you play early? You have to move around naps. I'd be there to watch the cat, make sure you don't knock anything off tables, eat any server workers, document the whole thing. Excuse me? What? Well, like, you're not a threat to knock things off tables. I haven't seen you knock over a single thing. Fubo's eaten server workers. Fubo's been dastardly lately. And it's extremely dangerous on the Intrepid side and hard to police too, because they can't just keep the squirt bottle around because, well, then they squirt important server things. So it's just, it's tough. It's very tough for them. Fubo's really got a good plan. It's solid. There's not much that I feel like Intrepid can do to counter it right now. And there may be a very specific Fubo-oriented patch soon. Hey, good morning, Pog. How are you, sir? Hope you're having a good one. Feel free to quit all of your jobs. Seasonal hiring starts soon. I think main's already seasonal hiring. I mean, you guys could always get, like, isn't becoming a CPA just like a certification instead of like a full degree, or do you need a full degree in that bitch? Because I don't think you actually need like a degree to do taxes, considering you can just like turbo tax that shit. So like, what if you guys quit all of your jobs and then you had a few months to study up before tax season, and then you did like a lemonade stand, but instead of lemonade, it's taxes. And then that would be your new job seasonally. Because like, if you did really well, you'd be able to upgrade from lemonade stand to eventually like a food truck that does taxes. And you'd be able to park in different areas and be like, yo, taxes being done in this area today. And then you'd pull up to a neighborhood, you'd do their taxes out of the food truck. You'd also have somebody whipping up some mean food in the back, maybe some fried doughs and shit. And then from there, you eventually get your first restaurant, and then you transition into the drug empire that you're meant to have. And that is what sim games have taught me. But I also think it's possible with taxes. It's just a little bit of a different start. Little different lore as you get up to the drug empire. Pog, what you been working on? I feel like in your house somewhere, you have like an entire suspect board built out of Vaseline and all the theories that you've been like getting off stream and just like holding a marker up to and like sketching out. Helping noobs on live? Oh, should I hop over? Wait, what are we getting today? Oh, I also got 100% sidetracked answering the question of any housing in the game yet while we're talking about freeholds and then the eventual, you know, phase 3 shit. So instance in node housing will come throughout phase 3 as well. You know, that's pretty much everything in the game will, because P3 is going to be like everything else in the game. Phase 3 will be a feature complete state of ashes by the end of it. So the rest of it will be P3 TM, but they are working up more of the node citizenship arc, which makes me think that they are going to lean into that in-node housing soon, especially with the increased number of plots available in nodes at each level. I think that opens up more early citizenship opt-in, maybe some houses for people to vie over to generate some more taxes. Because keep in mind, building a housing plot isn't just like, oh, you know, we have room for more citizens. You're getting property tax, you're getting all of that shit. That's like a money maker for the node potentially. So depending on how they address money laundering, aka just putting your node tax at 100% and listing something on the player market and then laundering all of the money into the node, trading the money back. Because there's a whole process where you launder money into nodes at 100%, and the only thing that you pay is like the player market fee. So set nodes to 100% tax, list item for, you have 100 gold, list it for 45 gold, right? You buy it for 90 gold, 45 gold goes into the node because of the tax. The rest of it comes back to me, the seller, except for the player market fee. I then trade you back the thing, the rest of the money, and then we list it, you know, you get, say, 43 gold off of that. We list it for 20 gold, you pay 40 gold. We've now laundered immediately 65 gold into the node. So, if they nerf that, and find a way to deal with that, which, good luck, money laundering exists in any economical society. The only difference here is we can actively say we're doing it and not get audited. But yeah, how you think Squall's end leveled so quick? Yeah, we laundered the shit out that hoe. We literally just have people donate their money and we're like, yep, all right, give it over here. We set some auctions and we're good to go. So, I mean, I don't necessarily think node gold will be a constraint by any means there. What I'm doing is, on live is just chilling in the starting area, handing out gold to kids, helping them enjoy the last weeks, and answering questions and guiding people where they have questions, chopping trees, making caravan parts and giving them to people. Fire. You know what we should do, Zop? Instead of war decking suspect, he's giving out caravan parts to low-level players, which means there are a lot of killable caravans out there. It might be time to pirate software this shit. Pull up on a level 1 caravan with a big swarm of people and just be like, what, we're cats. That's what we do. We knock caravans over when they're driving. I'm just saying. We want to cut the head off the snake. Okay, wait, but like, to cut the head off of the big red snake, we have to start at the base of the snake and work our way up, which would be us killing Lola. Level 23 was corrupting a few days ago because a wipe was incoming and I defended level 4s the other night. I was Batman. That's fucking crazy. I love that. Are the caravans on a table or shelf? So technically, because Vera's flat, everything on Vera is on a table or shelf. I know the lore says it's round, but that bitch is flat. I've seen it. I can confirm. So technically everything's on a table or shelf. Yes, yes, just very big table or shelf. If you push it all the way over to the edge, then maybe, just maybe, you get through red wall and knock it off. But Fubo, that red wall really doesn't want you to knock anything off the shelf. Are you strong enough to void through the red wall? That's the question. Yo, Baron. Hail, brother. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Master. What up, dude? I have to ask, have we seen any summoner stuff yet? And is cleric fun? Officially, in like, you know, what we're allowed to see, summoner has been shown on the private test realm for some abilities via GMs, but it hasn't been like, you know, debuted. We're kind of getting like the cleavage pictures and not the full nipple, so to say. It's also visually NDA'd over on the PTR. So no one's able to really like share the pictures or anything like that. Now the good news is every playtester does have access to the private test realm now. So if you have access to the playtesting environment, you have access to the private test realm. You will see the summoner first over here. We've also seen the Renkai orcs over here. We've got the Nakua, we've got the Pyrai elves. So everything except the furries, I mean the Tolnars. And it's coming along quite well. So we've seen, like I said, previews of Summoner. We haven't seen it fully in action yet. So far, I've seen Summoner buffs between, like, Summon and Summoner. A couple just passives that the Summoner had on it. A minion that it raised up. It was like an aberrant, like a flesh golem, but smaller. It was kind of cute, like pocket-sized type shit. Like, instead of like a roar, it was like a roar. So it was cool. There was a shared buff between the Summoner and the flesh golem itself, where keep in mind, I don't have screenshots of this, is all off memory, so if I misquote, please correct me. Looking at you, devs that know. 30% of the damage done by the summoner is sent over to the summon, and 30% of the damage that the summon does is sent to the summoner. So like 30% damage done transfer. But you have ways that you can save up your class resource, which is Anima. And you can use that in conjunction with some abilities to give health and mana back to your summon. So your summon will theoretically through that have its own resource management where you can't just spam shit through your summon. You'll have to resource manage your summoner and your summon codependently. And then there will presumably be ways to kind of like heal your summoner off of that as well. Yeah, Master, thank you for the follow, dude. We also saw Void. I figured out the name of it because we saw the cast bar. But basically, Void is a pretty quick cast. I think it's the AoE Silence that was data mined from the summoner kit by Nice and his crew. So it's basically, it puts this like very starry looking, you know, abyss type thing on the ground. And then it has this kind of like red runic tribal outline on it. And it remains on the ground for, I don't know, probably feels like 8 seconds-ish. Okay. Yeah, no, Sir Morrow, the assholiest is hitting me for like 400. That's fucking fine. But yeah, so it puts a void on the ground. Cool thing about it, like visually, was that instead of just being like a flat texture of like, this is a starry night, it's actually like a cylinder that you look down into, except if you adjust your camera, you get a different angle while you look down into it. It's very fucking aesthetically pleasing. Very aesthetically pleasing. So, Summoner's been looking nice. I think that's all we've seen from active abilities. I haven't seen it in combat or anything like that. Let's see. Other than that, you also asked how Cleric was. I don't personally think that I have heard a single healer say that Cleric is a boring healer to play. I think overwhelmingly a lot of people that do heal very much like Cleric's playstyle. You've got some really solid utility options outside of just like the pure heal bot. You've got AoE options, single target options, longer charge heals, quicker heals. You've got a CC break and wings, which gives a 250% of your healing power. Temporary shield to an ally. So like you can wings over to somebody, bail them out with a big shield, and then you can drop heals on them and kind of like keep the rate up, keep multiple targets up at once. It's quite nice, quite nice. So I personally play a tank. I'm very dependent on my Cleric friends. I would not be able to play the game without them. So Cleric is also quite nice. Keep in mind, you also do have the secondary options that will be available throughout Phase 3. Steven has hinted that there will be a big update in November. Summoner is going to be September to October in terms of its deployment timetable for live. And then Steven said that in Discord, there would be another large update coming in around the November timeframe, which could very well mean January. But sometime around November. So I think that has a good chance to potentially bring in the first two secondaries. They have told us that Tank and Cleric will be the first two secondary options that become available to every archetype. So that's both our Clerics. Okay, so maybe we go we go over to live. What if we go live and PvP a bit? Oh, I also have to record that fucky ass building in Korolok too. I kind of want to make Plan and Donger come over and experience it on a Nakua. But I'm also going to be pissed if it doesn't bug for him. And extremely confused. Because, like, other people in the group saw me flying through the air, but it wasn't like I was standing still floating. And then I'd be floating for them, and then some instances I'd be flying through the air and stuff. I'm trying to figure this out. Trying to very much figure this out. The IVCBOL, International Varan Cat Body of Law. That's insane. I love that. So how many cats compose the International Varan Cat Body of Law? Is this like a self-regulatory body where you investigate yourself? Yep, just me. Yep. That's what I figured. Fupo has investigated Fupo and found no wrongdoing. The server workers were asking for it. Official statement from the IVCBOL. It's fucking crazy out here. The political state of Vera is in shambles. Money laundering going undetected. The IVCBOL being completely corrupted. It's all fucked from the ground up. They're not scamming you for your money, they're scamming you for your life, chat. Just be aware. Just be aware. I think Vera exists in a spherical atmosphere, but the land we walk on is indeed a shelf. So, Ultra, saying Vera exists in a spherical atmosphere means it's a dome, right? Because dome would make sense as well. I actually have a light theory drawn up on this because it's very hard to articulate some of these very high-end thoughts sometimes. And I do feel as though diagrams can be a very, very, very large help with showing many things. So I have theorized previously that this could be a dome. I do want that on the record. If it is shown to be true, this was actually a very old graphic back in the P2 days. So this is some of the ancient scripture, and it does hold true to this day. I will absolutely say. The dome theory is looking very good though. I really do. I think it might be a dome. I've outdone you in paint. Nobody will ever outdo me in paint. That's like telling LeBron James that you've outdone him in career points. It's just a fucking lie. It's literally like going on to those Facebook threads that's like, you versus LeBron 1v1 to 11 and you start at 10 points. Are you winning? And then there's some like 39-year-old with a beer belly and no hair that's like, yeah, I could chuck up a three-pointer and probably get him. Yo, TGFT. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, friends. We are looking at some theory crafting right now. Nothing related to builds, more related to, well, this is an ages-old theory. I made this back in probably like January, and this is something that they've tried to silence me on many times. They sent cease and resist orders to my doorstep. They even sent a carrier pigeon with a very ominous letter strapped around its ankle a couple times. But I'm not going to be silenced. I'm going to keep spreading the good word for everybody. I won't let you all be lied to. So just, if you guys have any questions, just let me know. I also have a theory that we're seeing Luminite down in the Dwarven starting area because there be some glowy crystals and shit, right? And I think Luminite might actually glow blue instead of yellow. I had it glowing yellow here because I had yellow highlighted at the time. But after further consideration, I have reason to believe that Luminite will be Bluminite. And it will get blue glowy things. So just consider. Just consider. They be telling our secrets? Listen here. Listen here. Your secrets are entirely safe with me. They're just not safe with all of chat who I tell them to. Like, I wouldn't give away the proprietary information, but like chat most definitely would give away your proprietary information. They're a bunch of rats and snakes, and I do want that on the record. Like, this is a community built on hatred and negativity. I can't even talk right now. They're trying to silence me right now. They're trying to induce the stutters to get to me. They want to hold me down. Luminite and Bluminite mixed would be green. So maybe grass is all greenanite in disguise. Wait, it's just little pillars of greenanite crystal? Oh my god. Could the cats eat rats? Cats kill thousands of songbirds a year. It's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame. Because I like cats, but I also like songbirds. It's a big, like, contradictory thing of, like, who am I mad at? The cats for being there or the songbirds for complaining? I don't know. There are a lot of birds. A lot of birds. And, like, realistically, they have the wings, so they should just, like, stay up. Stupid burbs need to die while making noise in the morning, interrupting naps. Wait, but that's beautiful noise. That's, like, that's the song of a generation, Fupo. Other people get their naps interrupted by my voice. Which do you think would be a worse fate? I personally... I feel as though waking up to this would be much worse than waking up to like a tweet, tweet, tweet. Like, that seems peaceful. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I enjoy the burb company a little too much. But I have a couple of pigeons, and I say a couple of pigeons because it's quite literally like a husband and a wife pigeon type shit. And they keep coming through. Yo, Tyler. What's love, dude? Thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It's like a husband or a wife pigeon that come through around 11:30. They chill on a nearby roof until I go outside to like smoke and check on my plants. And they've flown down because I have a bird feeder, but I think they're too big for the bird feeder. So like they flew down and started hanging out, and I tossed them some seed one day, and then they very quickly learned that like I will feed them. And so now they come out around like 11:30. Like literally as soon as I step outside, the pigeons will swoop down in the same spot in the driveway and just like chill and wait for me to throw out food. They don't fucking fly away when I like walk down the stairs or anything anymore. I think we're almost at the point where they're gonna start giving me gifts and I can dispatch them on idle missions while I stream. So like realistically, if this keeps up, we may not have to go to the grocery store anymore. Cause like a couple pigeons, they just get in through the doors and then they're set. We just have to have them like not grab very heavy things. Pigeons aren't real? Well, these are two very hungry robots then. Unless they came to fuck with my budget and my birdseed allocation. Then like, I don't know what else they'd be here for. I live a pretty boring life. Pigeons are robots. Government drones. Well, they apparently found a way to make them run off of daily sunflower seed intake. Because I have black oil sunflower seeds for the burbs. It's what's in the burb feeder. Don't even money. That's true. That's very true. Cats are aliens that are trying to take the planet back from the lizards. Why do you think the cats lost control of the planet? What makes you think that? Sounds like you need a cat feeder. Isn't a cat feeder just having birds around? Because I feel like the bird feeder brings the birds and the birds bring the cats and the cats kill the birds. But like, I don't want these birds to die. These birds are chill. They're very nice birds. Like my car doesn't get pooped on at all. I will say. I don't know whose car they're shitting on. But probably somebody that's not fucking feeding them nearly as much as I am. Cause like my car is a vibe. That shit's clean. I don't even have it under any like protection. That shit's raw dog in the earth. Also, yo, Shaylee, hope you're having a good day. Let me know if you have any questions on the delay. It is now the 26th of August. You're shitting on mine? Maybe you shouldn't park like an asshole. Maybe you should get some black oil sunflower seeds and feed your pigeons. I don't know. But I got finches, I got pigeons, I got like some, I think they're robins are red, right? And then blue jays are blue. And then robin's eggs are blue. Either way. I got some fucking birds. I got a lot of birds out here. I park in my driveway, I'm just under a tree. Yeah, see, I'm in like the one spot in Maine that's not under a tree. So that's fortunate. Depending on the type of tree too, like up here, we have a lot of trees that have like acorns that fall down. So people park under a tree and then it's just like bunk, 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 bunk. And then when it rains, a lot of them can fall at once. So, I learned to not park under trees. And then like pine needles will fall and you get like the pine pitch all over your car. It's fucking rough. You guys staying PTR? I think most people are taking breaks for right now to get food and stuff. I might pop over to live and run around for a few and see what's what. You guys staying on PTR? I'm almost level, wait. So like, you're almost level 6 with the starting quest in how long? Because we're like 6 3/4 now. Now we did a little bit of like moving around and shit too, but starting quests are not that bad. Bird shit directly in my line of sight on my windshield. I live in an apartment with a lot though. When I was in Iceland, we had some like trips to cliffs and waterfalls and stuff like that that were just like omega populated with birds, right? And there was a shit missile that basically went probably within 1.5 feet of me, which doesn't sound very close, but when it's being dropped on you from like a couple 100 feet in the sky and you just see this streak come down in your LOS that's like very close to you, you get a little scared a little quickly. And I put my hood up and we just walked forward, man. We just walked forward. I have to ask, are you swimming for a reason? Was there not a boat? So there are boats. Yes, well, there is a boat. There will be an entire, like, fleet of boat selection, essentially. Different size boats with different functionalities, different armament attachments for your boats as well. And, like, an entire, you know, naval system, out at sea system, deep sea fishing and things out there. Mob population in the water, world bosses in the water. So, like, there will be a lot more to come with the actually out on the open water element of gameplay, right? There'll even be, like, merchant ships that are specialized in inventory space and going place to place with the goods that are on them. So that's going to get a lot of continued development. Right now, over on Live, which is the Alpha 2 Phase 2.5 environment, this one is the one that's being wiped for Phase 3 on the 26th of next month. There's a bug, you could call it, where the Scorpion mount that I am on, it is 180% move speed. 180% move speed, I believe it is. 180 or 185. But it is currently mirroring its land move speed and its water move speed. So mounts are supposed to have different land and water movement speeds. Those are two separate attributes. But somehow the Scorpion got its movement speed mirrored for land and water. So characters swim at like 3 to 5 meters per second, I believe it is. 5 to 7 is the speed of most mounts in the water. And then, like, I think it was 7 to 12 is the speed of boats in terms of meters per second or something like that, according to Steven. That was old dev stream. I think it's 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 12 in terms of the velocities that most things are supposed to go at. This can catch boats. Just in the water. Like, it is Omega fast. Now, this is only one tier of boats, but fast underwater giant scorpions. Okay, well, this one's a baby scorpion. The giant scorpions are also bugged, but I have baby scorp. It is more gas efficient. I drive Civic IRL, I drive Civic in game. And that's only for water. I have some drippy, like, on land mounts as well. I'm actually going to switch over to Live. The PTR group is chilling for now. I think people will probably link up and do some more PTR play a little bit later tonight. But I also I want to try to get some PvP going on Live. Because I'm getting, like, bloodthirsty at this point. Switch back to Alpha 2. Did you poop yourself? Wait a minute. I mean, I always could. That's something I never rule out. If you've been around me in person, you know that that is genuinely, like, a possibility at any point. Like, Carla, I think it was yesterday after stream, I was, like, in the fridge, and I just kind of, like, let out what I thought was going to be just a nice little kind of, like, succulent squeaker, and that shit sounded like death metal mixed with Satan's ass. And she stared at me a look that I have not seen from her before, and I think she genuinely thought that I shitted myself. And fortunately, I did not. This time. But, like, that's something that you can never rule out. Every fart is a non-0% chance you will poop toast. You've got to keep that in mind. Nothing is guaranteed in life. Are all my settings cooked? Why am I being Omega blasted by in-game music? I'm gonna have grievances to air in about 30 seconds of this. Because I'm stuck on the shaders boss, too. This is, like, quite possibly one of the hardest things to do. Oh, no. I mean, so I have my saved folder still. I think I probably just need to, like, copy paste it. Settings. Audio. Display. Graphics. No, that's fine. Keybinds. Movement. Toggle sprint. Dodge. Yeah, settings are fine. Just my audio settings reset, I guess? I don't really know why, but... Huh. It's peculiar. I don't know how that happened. And we're good. Truly up tremendous. Then we go bop, and then we go bop. And we're gonna go. And now... gameplay that's not gonna get my account banned. Woo! And you guys can actually see real time. Your UI is most def cook though. Oh yeah. I mean, fortunately, my UI, I genuinely like, I try not to get too in depth with it. I drag my bar there. I drag raid bar up there. I target something and I drag this down here. And then I freeze my entire game. Okay, we're good. Jesus, what did Planet Dwarf break this time? Okay, yeah. That's all she wrote. We're good to go. And then, honestly, I've gotten into the habit of this at this point, but gameplay, PvP, you gotta uncheck that. Require force PvP, included on target non-combatants, that's perfect. And then targeting, you come in here, smart cast with template if you want cast on release, if you want cast on press, smart cast itself. So for anybody that hasn't seen the difference between those, that's actually a good time to show. So normal, you have to press it once. So this is for like ground targets and AoE targets. So absorption field, for instance, or my wall. If I have regular cast on, I press the ability, it brings up the ability cursor, like the template for when it'll cast, and then I move my mouse, and then I confirm it with a left click or an ability press again to cast. 2 actions, 1 ability. Very inefficient, very bad, very poo-poo. Smart cast with template. This gives you the opportunity to hold your ability, and I'm holding Shift and V for my wall right now. Move your cursor to where you need it to be, and then release it to cast. So the second I release Shift V, wall cast. Still, in my opinion, inefficient, but if you're not comfortable with like having your cursor in the right place at the right time all the time, then that's going to be something that you'll want to have. Now, past that, there's regular smart cast. Smart cast is what I play on. Smart cast requires no confirmation. It casts on the press of the button instead of the release of the button. And basically from there, it's the quickest, most efficient route for casting any of your ground target abilities. Saves the most time, saves the most inputs, and could literally be the difference between your group dying or your group living. Yo, P-Dwarf, enjoy the rest of your workday, brother. I appreciate you swinging through. I will make sure that I send you a copy of that bug, because, dude, it's quite possibly the weirdest fucking thing that I've ever encountered in my life. I have no idea from a logic perspective why it's discriminatory against either Nakua or tanks, but, like, that building is cursed. I swear to God. I swear to God. I hope you have a good day, dude. All right, boys. So, over on live. I believe in you. I think we go find Pock. Yo, Thogly. Do you have a representative on live? Any chill guilds want to adopt a dwarf who's rubbish in a fight but loves spending all day, every day gathering? Because I'm going to steal him if you do not. This is a good one for you, but I know you always have room for a very chill dwarf. I messaged him and told him about Dunehold. I'm about to message the motherfucker and tell him about cats. The fuck you mean? Someone who spends all day, every day gathering? The fuck you mean? Branwyn in Global. Yeah, I don't know if you're on right now, but instantly thought of you with the commitment to the dwarf way of life. And if you don't get to him, I will say, that's a very highly competed for player right there. Someone that supplies the community for a PvP community is fucking S tier. Like, as PvP, as our top guilds aim to be, we need so many people that are like supporting the community infrastructure on the back end to just make everything work as a whole. It's fucking imperative that you have everybody in every role. So like players like that are huge. If I didn't love Thogly as much, they'd be mine. They'd be mine. I literally would have hit him with a discord.gg/cast with abs instantly. It would have been all official. It would have been so clean. But alas, we pass on this one for more in the future. Any non-dwarf, I also would have scooped up instantaneously. Literally instantaneously. It would have been a no fucking brainer. I do feel bad though for players that are trying to hop on right now. He did say he's not an RPer so much, so maybe he's more cats material. Well, we'll let Thog talk to him about the way of life. And if he's not down with it, then we'll get him. I'm okay with any non-Dunir. Are you okay with any non-Dune here? Oh, in terms of like recruiting him? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I thought you meant on okay relations, and I was like, Thugly, are you? Are you? But no, I see how you're saying it. Yeah, for you. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you had like a twist of fate after the guild meeting. I thought they were like, Thug, you gotta stop being so racist, dog. But it lives on. It lives on. It is what it is. You know, some people applaud you for it, but it's just crazy. Is this in-game music? No, this is my Spotify. Exclamation song, if you ever are curious. The in-game music does fucking slap in Ashes, though. It goes very, very, very hard. I believe this is Watermelon Sugar High. Yep. But yeah, the in-game music in Ashes does slap, especially in certain zones right now. It's real nice. So if you do like in-game music, would highly recommend Ashes. I tend to bounce back and forth between like intermittent periods of wanting to, you know, play in-game music or wanting to play non-in-game music. And I will say, it happens a whole lot more in Ashes than it has in any other game for me. I think Ashes has one of the best soundtracks in terms of like just an ambient, let it loop for a long time and not get tired of it type that I played. At least recently. Dude, Hold will always be Dunier only. Okay, fine. But like, what if the Dune Hold organization has more like, you know, underneath it, so to say? So it's like they know that they answer to the Dune, but they're like allowed to exist in their own little section of the Dune culture. You know? You enjoyed the tour last night? Oh, the tour was amazing. That place as a build out is absurd, is the way that I would describe it in the most reasonable manner. It is quite literally absurd. How sprawling it is, the scale of it all. Granted, like the scale looked approximately 50% larger comparatively to characters because we were all dwarves, but like that place is massive, and it's going to be a really cool new player experience. What the fuck? Good to see you. Hello, Scion. We just gotta hit him with all of the Deckard Cain songs. Nice! Identify all items. We'll put him to work. And we just run off. The true interaction of Deckard Cain. Nobody even gave this man a thank you. Nobody even gave this man a thank you. I come from Tristram. So my brother and I used to always say that Deckard Cain sounded like he had to concentrate so hard on talking that he would just naturally like pee himself mid-conversation. Like he sounded like one of those old people that was so old they were incontinent, and like the thought of him trying to like put sentences together, we always just thought he'd be standing there just like barely sentient. Toast, did you see this motherfucker? Have you heard the Diablo 2 rap? Like llamas? Or is there a different, like, more officialer one? Before, Jesus fucking Christ, before llama? What was Diablo before llama? But a shell of itself. Jesus Christ. What up, Clips? How you doing? What are you up to on Shoal? I have no fucking idea, if I'm being completely honest, what I'm up to on Shoal. Cause like the PTR is fun, but it's, you know, the PTR, you can't necessarily get too into much other than focus testing or PvPing out there. But it's also weird to try to focus on the side of like, you know, streaming that because I quite literally can't show the visuals. So it's PTR you very much contest, but progressing feels odd. Yeah, I mean, progressing is always going to feel a little odd with the inevitable, like, everything's getting wiped anyways, right? You don't want to push journeyman benches on PTR and stuff. Exactly. So, like, PTR is much more like they shine a spotlight at an area, and then they're like, focus on this, please, right? It's focus testing in every sense of the word. And it's fun. It's very fun to see the future things. But in terms of it being like my 8 to 10 hour a day gameplay, it's a little rough not being able to show anything to people for what will very largely be almost 2 months. A large part of the last 3+ weeks has also been spent on the PTR because of how advantageous it is to see all the changes over there. Like, every day the PTR is up, we are over there. So it most definitely gets a little rough at certain points, and I try to keep that in mind as I'm streaming and stuff. Just from a standpoint of people having fun, like, watching and not just feeling like they're getting a fucking narrative, like, audio-only version of everything. As well as, I don't know, just bouncing back and seeing what's going on over here with new players. It's pretty cool. I think there is a benefit to being on either one and just familiarizing yourself. I think overwhelmingly, like, the PTR is much more, like, beneficial, so to say, to be on. But, like, being over here, seeing players, and actually being able to stream what I'm doing, it's quite nice. I don't really think there's too much to do on either side. I think P3 launch is going to be a large point, but there won't be, like, too much hype up probably for, I'd say, 3 weeks now. I had the hype up as, like, 10 days before phase 3, pretty much, as, like, the hype period of people coming back in and getting excited. And so I think with the delay, we're probably looking at, like, closer to the 20th of August before, like, the hype kick up of players coming in and doing shit again. So it'll be intriguing. It'll be a very intriguing few weeks, but we just keep trying to, move forward, keep trying to make content as much as we can, and plan shit out and stream. But this is definitely going to be the most trying time I think that I'll probably have as a content creator now until launch. So it's cool to get it done with now and then just have everything be like sunshine and smooth sailing across the board. Like, P3 should be a very long concurrent state of gameplay that I can show everything from, and, that's nice. Phase 2 and 2.5 have been, like, huge for growing the community, growing the channel, growing the guild and game and everything, and I really want to keep that going. And I don't want to lose any, any steam with that or anything like that, and naturally we're going to, with a little bit of a lull, but we keep doing what we can, man. Super happy about P3 delay because I ended up getting super tied up and had 10 to 10 intense bootcamp challenge thing until the 23rd. So when I found out the 26th was new data, I was so hyped. Having that concurrent P3 will be great for you 100%. Yeah, no, I agree. And, like, I think long term the launch will be better because of the delay too, right? Like, on the course of now till development, it's not like an extra 20 days is just gonna fucking make or break somebody's entire enjoyment of things. Like, 20 days is 20 days. It is what it is. Small portion. So if they are able to get P3 launch multiplicatively better and more enjoyable for more players, I'm all for it, man. I'm all fucking for it. OG Deckard Kane clip, because that's what he said every time you clicked him in D1. Stay a while and listen. Yeah, Stay a While and Listen was one of the OG Kanes. I want to say he still had Stay a While and Listen in D2 as well. But he also had the very simple yes. Like, he had more voice lines in D2. What I don't remember is if they were based on act or not. The Roderick cube, every piece of the cube as well. Yep. Man, the number of rushes that I've given out on that fucking game and received on that game. What percentage of players do you think actually leveled in Diablo on Battle.net each ladder, and why is it under 25%? I think 75% or more of characters were just rushed. That shit was something. Man, maybe if there was a D2 launch, I'd put in like a day or two of that. That shit's always so fun. But Alas, alas, I'm such an ashes lad. All right, I'm gonna fill up my water and go pee. And then, what do we do? Maybe go out to the Yopics and see if anybody's out there. Also, why do I feel like it's a canon event that currently Blazed said, oh my god, I want a fried Oreo so bad right now? Have you checked up with the Codex recently? Kept up with the newest relics? Oh wait, some of them, yes, actually. I was like, newest relics. Some of them, yes. There very well could have been more that have come in since I last checked. We'll take a look, see when I get back. What level you get to on PTR? We got up to like 6.5-ish. So we really just started, did Sweaty Your Brow, and then went to Coralock and grinded there for a bit to check drops. No star mobs don't drop shit. 1-star and 2-star mobs drop everything in the game. So that's my current feedback. If if no stars get better with their drop rates, awesome. But otherwise, it's going to be 1-star and 2-star grind entirely. Be right back. Sorry. That was an intrusive thought that was supposed to stay there. That's my bad. I've returned. I hit the Holy Trinity. I peed. I smoked. I filled up the water. Boys, we're so up tremendous. Genuinely. Genuinely. Feeling refreshed. Feeling renewed. Feeling like a new man. Alright, Ash's Codex. And Eclipse, you were saying to check out the new relics? Maybe it's time to get Jenna to level 3. Oh god. Oh god. That would be torturous, to say the absolute least. Alright, so what are we looking for? Database. Where does it say relics? Artisan. Tools. What the hell? Guides. Builds. Map. Where did... Oh, wait. Never mind. Never fucking mind. That's my bad. I'm gonna leak some info. My guild is going for Jenna in EU. Why Jenna? What is in Jenna that you could possibly want? I feel like it's so far out of the way. I mean, maybe as like a harbor node play in the long term, but like, what would draw you to Jenna? Because it's a religious node, it's a harbor node, but it's in the desert and there's no traffic to it. So you're gonna get like no organic. Because like, I initially wanted Jenna when it was first added because it was a religious harbor. But we're not a PvP guild. So people not going out there is a good thing. Right. Right. That actually makes sense. So that way you guys can essentially just like fuck off into the corner to a certain extent and just chill. See, that's actually something that I see being a very common gameplay loop. And something that I talk about a lot is a term that I call like tier content, where eventually you will have enough areas in the world for people to, and I'd say things literally, fuck off to where they want to go. If an area is too hot with PvP, you can just leave and go somewhere else on the map and still play the fucking game on the same server. So like, you don't have to just re-roll and be like, oh my god, the PvP is too bad here, because there's going to be PvP everywhere. Spoiler alert, it's a PvX game. So with that, the election of Squall's End will commence in 98 hours. Yo, Zom, it's your downfall, baby! DustyWhy for Squall's End Mayor... No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm fucking kidding. Re-elect Zom. Anyways. But yeah, so I personally think that guilds will be able to go to areas where they want to experience the content of their choice. And on top of that, I think there will be a lot of opportunity for guilds and communities to find like tier content. And like tier content is guild versus guild wars, node versus node wars, sieges, all of that. But in a tier where you're evenly matched. In theory, a T3 node shouldn't have much beef with a T4 or a T5 node. Everything should be vying within its tier and maybe up. Maybe your high like T3 nodes, your really big T3 nodes want to fight a T4 node to like fight for their lockout, and that's why they do a siege or something like that. But realistically, a lot of what you're going to have is drama in terms of the same tier. You'll have people fighting over the same tier of NPCs, the same tier of gatherables, the same tier of the world. And within that, I think that even PvE guilds will eventually get into beef with other artisan nodes. Like, say there's another artisan node that's like in your region that is just going the exact same things as you are in terms of building choice. And then you're like, nah, fuck it, I've had enough of this shit. Siege time, baby. And you're like, we're PvE guilds, but we PvP more than you do. Now you gotta get people to come bail you out, right? So it's cool, man. It's really cool. It's gonna be a whole set of content and a subset of content within that. And everything should, in theory, have a natural system of checks and balances with the investment that you have to have. Now, naturally, there may very well, unless there's a failsafe of nodes like, you know, a T5 node decking for a siege on a T4 node or something like that, unless there's a failsafe, then there's not really, you know, anything to stop a T5 from decking on a T3, but I don't really think that will happen much unless the map is fully established and a T5 wants to try to get something else up to T3 elsewhere, and they want to push out one of the current T3 nodes back to 0 to then open up another node progressing to T3. But that would be such a hard scenario to actually, like, account for. Because Fastlane can just kind of, like, take a node at random based on... not at random, it's an algorithm, but, like, it's not a guarantee that it's going to be, like, the next closest neighboring. It's basically, like, the most valuable node is how it's described. So even with a play like that, there's no guarantee that it could work. So I don't really think you'll see much of, like, T5 sieging T3s, like, decking on that, unless there's a reason for it, right? But I think primarily you'll see a lot of that just same tier hitting same tier. Everybody gets access to a lot of content that's actually fun that way, instead of, like, New World Wars, where you would have your best PvE guilds try to go into a war so they could be, like, the worst warring guild. But the separation between those two things was like the separation between me and LeBron James. Like, if a normal person plays me one-on-one in basketball, I'm going to smoke them. If I play LeBron James one-on-one in basketball, he's going to smoke me. And that was the level of split. Wow. Is that Chris Ragnar on a new name? I know that intro. That's either Chris Ragnar or Tfue. I remember the days. My plan is to rush Monolith. Interesting. So, like, what is your guild's ideal scenario? Would you like to hold a T3? Or would you like to go higher than T3 and potentially have that, like, that price on your head, so to say, as a higher tier node? Pock said, I would also say if you have a PvE guild in control of a frequent caravan port, this would be ideal as well. It's scary to take a caravan out of an asshat guild's node. That is very true. Although, it'll be interesting to see how much incentivization there is for nodes to actually, like, you know, escort the caravans out of their node, so to say. Now, if you're launching out of, say, a node from a guild that's just camping the caravans that are being launched and they just have their flyer watching shit, that's gonna be impossible. Yeah, I agree. That's gonna be fucked. But hopefully, like, there'll be enough choices, like Zob said, Cat Torm will be a mecca for caravans. Yeah, I mean, since we're right on the harbor, we should be in a good spot to actually, like, help vans get established. So Cats has a non-aggression pact for vans. Yes, we do. Unless Zombie sees a low level in a caravan, and then he nukes that shit and gives us, like, a week of bad PR. Like, what actually happens? Because people were coming into my chat, and anytime a caravan was coming by me, they were going, man, lucky you're not Zombie, or they would have hit that. Bro, what did you do? Did you murder a fucking low-level van one day? Because I shit you not, multiple people made zombie vengeance sometimes. Oh no. Sometimes I kill the driver and then leave. Oh no. I mean, yeah, as long as you leave the van, like, welcome to the world. I get it. Somebody's got to do it. They will eventually have a first PvP experience on a caravan. And it is important for people to know that they will be PvP'd on caravans. And it is also... Someone just asked in Global, anyone know the stream's name from Cats? And then somebody hit him with my P2 name. Someone's an OG in Global Chat. They said, DustyWhy so hot? That's my P2 character. Wait, someone knows my P2 character more than they know my name. That's crazy. They went with the full goddamn name. That's fucking wild. Yo, Bectus over on YouTube. How you doing, my friend? That's Horizon's guild lead. Is it Horizon from New World? Or different horizon? Surely different horizon. If I had to wager a guess. He was trying to confirm tier 1 tree clusters, and I just hit one, so they do exist. I don't think he's looking for me. It's searing? It might be a Zop thing. That was me? Yeah, that's Zop. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, pretty much everyone that is still streaming is in cats at this point. And have them just stream the fuck around for funsies. Like, it's wild. And then we got, like, Pac holding it down. We got TGFT holding it down. We'll absorb you guys soon. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll be cats soon enough. Ask him what rarity and tree type. What rarity and tree type? Start lurking asleep. Before I go about the relics, I'm checking out the Heart of Golgora. Check out Obsidian Prism and Voidbreaker Pickaxe. Wait. Am I supposed to see more of these? Because this is Obsidian Prism and Voidbreaker Pickaxe. Alright, I'll peep those. I'll peep those. Yo, Memplex, what up? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you coming through, Raiders. Welcome in. My name is Dusty. I do stream Ashes every single day, starting around 2 p.m. EST. You got the ad as soon as the raid. Ain't no shot. Twitch auto just sniped your shit. Well, that's rough. Outplayed, boys. If you're not stuck in the ad, apparently Memplex just got it to the face like that. Welcome in, my friends. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator. So if you guys have anything about Ashes that you'd like to know, feel free to hit me up with any questions. More than happy to answer, probably way too in-depth. I stream 8 to 12 hours of Ashes daily, so it's a whole lot of Ashes all the time. I came over from New World, had 7,000 plus hours there, thousands of wars, so built a community over here. We are already 200 plus confirmed actives for P3, which is now August 26th, and we are growing by the day, getting closer and closer to 300 by the day. So if you guys are interested, exclamation guild, exclamation Ashes, all that good shit, boys, welcome in. Hope you had a fantastic stream, Memplex. If you're out of the ad, if you're not, that shit genuinely cooked you. Phase 3 now starting on my birthday? Ayo, wait. That's a good-ass birthday gift. Unless you had shit planned on your birthday. That takes it from like a huge W to a huge L instantaneously. But it's also your birthday. So you could just do whatever you wanted to. Like, that's your day. You could cancel the family plans. You could tell the family to fuck off and do something else so you could play Ashes. Very reasonable. Still no access, so asked them for access for my YouTube channel, but no response yet. They are probably, if I had to guess, very unlikely to give out like a free access to a content creator. I'm pretty sure Summit bought his own access, to put it in perspective. I don't know how large like the YouTube channel is or anything like that, but Intrepid typically isn't too like, not to say they don't care about content creators, because they very much do, but they're not really like, you know, bending over backwards to get content creators in. I would say the likelihood of like a free key directly to a content creator is pretty low. It never hurts to ask, but personally, if you're like excited for the playtesting environment, it does come with a 90-day refund, right? So like anything could happen. Doesn't hurt to inquire. But if you don't hear anything back and you do want to hop in, keep in mind it's 3 months, no hours limit. You can get a full refund if you're not vibing with it. Right now, private test realm access is also expanded to every playtester as of July 1st. So private test realm is like a more forward-looking build. It's on Unreal Engine 5.6. And then from there, we have just a ton of changes within that as well. If you're not playing, I won't yap your ear off about all the individual changes. But it's basically the most forward-looking build of the game, and a look into what we'll have for like Phase 3. So with that, private test realm is really nice to hop into, do a little bit of focus testing. It's typically pretty frictionless in itself as well. Usually they have like a, you know, gear vendor available for us. Sometimes they let us go up to level 25, the max level instantly, and just fuck around. Other times they want us to like focus test on more things. So it's a lot that you can do over there though. And it's nice to kind of be able to make a lot of different characters, just kind of frictionlessly go about it. It does get wiped frequently, but would highly recommend it if you do want to get in pre-P3 and just kind of see how things are going to feel. Free access for official content creators, from what I remember, when they announced them. Yeah, is that for playtesting? Because personally, I also would be very shocked to see a lot of... I'd be shocked to see a lot of like, current Ashes content creators in the official Ashes content creator thing. I don't speak for them by any means, and I probably won't even get into their main thing because I'm a much smaller creator, right? But I think that, like, I think that's a lot for the content creator program, and they're planning to give keys for that as well. But do you think that they would accept non-Ashes content creators into the official Ashes content creator program? That's my question. Because I know they have a shitload of applications to sift through. Like, they closed apps recently, and they've been, for a while, looking at apps and getting that all sorted out. And they also just announced recently that they were expanding into a second version of it, which is called the Bard's College, where smaller content creators can get into that to basically get, like, trained up, so to say, like, get the right resources to grow and kind of, like, continue making Ashes content and improving their content. So it'll be like an academy type thing. So that'll be cool that they have those, like, dual levels of accessibility to it, and it'll also be intriguing to see what their, like, desired size, so to say, is in the, you know, in the large program itself, right? So, doesn't hurt to ask the video where I mentioned, I'll check my performance well, and some creators said they'd let me to check it out. I mean, shit, you should. You should. But yeah, no, it's not like content creators don't make a difference, right? Like, Intrepid loves people that are over here making content, right? They are incredibly appreciative for anyone that is over here. And don't let me, like, market it in, like, a bad light like that. Like, they are one of the devs, in my opinion, as a content creator for 8 years, that are the most outwardly like, hey, we see you doing your thing, like, we appreciate the entire playtesting community being here. But, like, I don't really know that content creators, large or small, get too much, like, outward different treatment. I think a big sign of that is, like, Intrepid being willing to do interviews with, you know, Steven has hopped on Asmongold's stream, and Steven has hopped on streams that have, you know, a few viewers here and there. And he gives the same effort, the same attention to every single person that, you know, he communicates with. And I think a lot of people at Intrepid also have that same expectation where it's like everybody is kind of treated the same regardless of size, which is one of the things that I really do love. I'm a much smaller content creator in the grand scheme of it all. Like, to some people, I'm a large content creator. To other people, I'm a speck of dust in the grand scheme of it, right? I'm, in my opinion, a small content creator. And I have felt very, I don't know, open door in a sense of, like, if I ever feel like my community has, you know, hit a good point of feedback, they're very like, oh, you know, if you ever have anything, feel free to send it up. Like, we're here, we're listening. If it's something that we don't directly get to, like, Planendorf regularly checks in, and not just my stream, but a lot of other streams. They're constantly asking questions, seeing, like, how people are feeling about things, like pulse checking for feedback. It's nice. So I do think that they very much value, like, the content creators and the people that are over here that are sticking out playtesting. I just don't necessarily think they're, like, the type that go out of their way to just kind of, like, hand out the individual keys, so to say. That's more so where I'm at. I don't necessarily, like, you know, say something went wrong and I, like, leaked the PTR, right? I wouldn't expect them, because I'm an everyday Ashes content creator, to, like, just look the other way, right? And I don't necessarily think that they would, which is cool. Content creator program. Okay, hold on. I just pulled this up. Yo, KOS, over on YouTube. How you doing, my boy? Thanks for the Discord link last night. Yes, of course. Happy to have you. If you have any questions, let us know. The onboarding should be pretty straightforward from there. And once you make your ticket, an officer will reach out there with the rest of the onboarding. We should have new signups going up soon for everything. Savo, what up, my goat? I saw... Funny enough, I saw it because TGFT tweeted and they were like, our friend Lude Lloyd made a rogue guide, check it out. And then they linked to your Icy Veins article about the dynamic battlegrounds. So I saw that because I was like, I look it up, I go, I saw it and I go, who the fuck wrote this shit? And I go, oh, it's Savo. It's Savo. I see where you've been. Took care of it. Zombie always takes care of it. There's more calling both. Here's this. Also check out Lloyd. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. I was like, because I do a semi-hastened, like, I've replaced magazines while pooing with, like, you know, catching up on Ash's content while pooing. And it's very, like, enriching. But sometimes I get in, like, a train of thought where nothing logical clicks in. And I was like, huh. Well, they're deep in the content today. I just figured you guys were, like, copy-pasting so many articles at that point that one of them got mixed up, but that does make sense as well. That does make a lot of sense. In the onboarding now, and I must say, very professional. Thank you. I do quite literally nothing. I would like you to know, the best thing about cats is that we have it set where, like, if things are going wrong, right, I'm familiar with every part of the process. Like, I can step in at any point to assist in things, right? But if everything goes well, we try to structure leadership where every point is, you know, its own agency, right? So Zop is our crafting lead. Underneath him, like, he'll probably be one of our, like, you know, our council, like our co-leader members, basically, like our council that we build around as our core leadership. Then from there, he'll probably long-term have crafting officers that get underneath him. And, like, we'll have our class leads and all of that stuff, right? So basically, we have different people that are split up doing different things. And as we continue to grow and get more people involved, everyone's functionalities will essentially be more specified and more focused on, you know, if you're one of the leads, overall community growth and function. If you're one of the crafting officers, you're helping organize all of the crafting stuff, all the crafting events, coordinate materials, shit like that. If you're one of our PvP leads, you are staying up to date on all of the latest strats, metas, everything there, organizing PvP nights, helping figure out where the best static team organizations would be so we can get people in proper 8-mans. Our PvE leads are constantly parsing out drop tables, mob tables, questing loops, leveling loops, because there will inevitably be more resets, more people leveling. We want to keep pushing the bar on that, having world bosses under control if we can get to that point. And, like, you know, competing for them in the first place is the biggest thing, but we're just trying to have everything in place to scale more. And if we're able to continue on the path that we're on, like, we have a lot of people right now that are just kind of in a flow state with everything, right? So I do quite literally nothing infrastructural other than recruit and spread the word about the community at this point. And that is the best thing for me to do because I'm kind of like, not inaccessible in a sense. Like, if Zombie ever needs anything immediately, he can just be like, oh, yo, Dusty, check DMs. And I check DMs within 30 minutes or so, right? But, like, I try to focus on stream during stream as much as I can. And so it's very good having, like, you know, the agency that we have with our other leadership, from, like, our council to our officers, and everybody being in their spot where they're just like, oh, I cook this area, and if anything big comes up, I'll, you know, post an officer chat or whatever. If anybody needs me, they just ping me and we get it sorted. But, like, we've had, like, diplomatic stuff going on. We've had crafting development happen. We've had planning for P3 going on. And everyone just kind of, like, hits their own spot. And then our goal is to come together after that and just kind of, like, touch base with where everyone's at. Keep everybody in the loop of each other's operations, so to say. And then as long as that communication is good, which we'll probably have another officer meeting here soon to talk about delay strategies and stuff like that. Kind of like adapt to the times, maybe try to plan out some events and shit, I think would be quite wise. But yeah, we just try to keep the communication going from, like, every person to the entity of the guild itself. And believe me, it's come a long fucking way. Phase 2, we came over and we had like 5 to 10 people that started the guild. And we had to work very hard to start recruiting, and then once we started recruiting, we had to work very hard to keep people active and make a name for ourselves and show that we were actually here to stay and we weren't just going to take a couple L's and then leave. And we did that, and people started to give us like some more respect, and we just took a lot of hold there. So it's been really fun to be a part of, and I think that, like, you got to remember, a lot of the communities that we are now, you know, competing against and playing with, these are the communities that have been here for years already. We came over with a few people 7 months ago, and we've been playing catch up constantly, but we're bridging the gap very, very, very quickly without a lot of those players that, you know, have been here grinding since the start. So I'm extremely proud of everyone, man. Like, we have fought tooth and nail to kind of like establish ourselves in these last two phases, and now we're at a point where we're, you know, pretty well established in the scene, and we just hope that we can keep recruiting and kind of like slingshot ourselves up to the top next phase. And it's always super hard to break into that top scene, but like, if you're able to break into it, you tend to stay there for a very long time, as long as your guild keeps momentum. And it's one of those things where being up at the top, like, you know, once you're one of those guilds that just show up to an area and people know they're not winning that fight, it opens up more people wanting to join your guild. It opens up that level of competitive mentality with everyone. If you were to try and guess what your estimate be for numbers of players at the start of P3, for like us or for like Ashes as a whole? Because Ashes as a whole, start of P3, between NA and EU globally, 10K. I'd say first weekend. Like, through the first, I mean, I guess it's launching on a Monday now, right? I think it's launching on a Monday now. I don't really know what day the 26th is. But I would say first weekend probably has 10K potential, because that's 5K per server, 2 starting areas. That's really not a ton of stress on the server, considering we had 8,100 concurrent over on the Phase 2.5 server. I think Phase 3 launch will have more players than the Phase 2.5 launch, and we'll also retain players much better than Phase 2.5 did, especially with the server infrastructure changes that they're working to incorporate. So, like, my guess is 10K plus, pretty conservatively, but per server is going to be 1 server. So there's going to be an NA and an EU server at Phase 3 launch. We have an EU guild that's a part of CATS, and, like, our EU portion will be staying over here, like on NA. So I think a good portion of EU players will probably play on NA. But I mean, I think it'd maybe be like a 6,500, 3,500 split, if that. Maybe like 60-40. There are still a lot of EU players, though. And I think a good amount of EU players will probably be going back to EU just so they can try the lower ping and see how it feels over there. And kind of like get away from NA for a little bit, because we're very annoying to deal with all the time. So I don't know what the full split will be, but NA servers are typically more popular. At least they were in P2. So has anyone made that long jump in Forge and PTR? We can't go that way anymore if the fall damage is too high. Just use uppies. You'll just need a bard for it. You have to like you have to just get uppies, and then when you get over onto the banister, uppies down, and then roll. And then you should be fine, because uppies will cut the friction as well. Most EU players that are competitive stay on NA usually. Yeah, I've heard from a couple of the competitive communities that they were going to go back to EU, because, like, recruiting on an NA server as an EU guild is also probably very rough. Because, like, early on for the EU guilds and the NA guilds, it was cool because everyone was just, like, off work, degenning all the time, right? But naturally, like, people have jobs. Not everyone can be an unemployed fucking streamer degen. And so, like, as time zones got back into play, it went way more from, you know, NA versus EU all the time to, oh, EU server is at this time, and then there's, like, a, you know, slap hands and walk by. And we kind of like, you know, there's a changing of the guard, so to say, on this server on Shoal. So you kind of like, I saw it, 2 p.m. EST is when I start my streams most of the time. And I would get on, EU would be on for a couple hours, and then they would get off, and then NA would get on, and then it'd be NA peak, and then NA would get off. And that was just kind of like the ebb and flow of it. you know, the last month or so, especially. I would say, honestly, the past month and a half. So, past the first couple weeks, like when people were done taking their PTO and degenning, like it really quickly went the way of just 2 ships passing in the night in terms of the populace. So, I think that's also probably part of the reason why some of the EU guilds want to go back to an EU server. They want to recruit, they want to get people in their time zone, they want to get their numbers up instead of getting people that are like the opposite time zone. And I get that 100%. So I think we'll probably see everybody settle back into place for a little bit. And then I think we'll see another meetup at some point closer to the end of phase 3 or in the betas. And from there, I think launch will probably have the largest capacity for like a mega server with comp guilds. Real question is, where will the Russians play? Russians? Probably NA. Yeah, probably. If I had to guess. I think a decent amount of the Russians are still playing on NA. At least that I know of. Of course, I get an ad when you're laying down the knowledge. Yo, welcome back, Jeff. Welcome back. Hope you didn't miss anything major, dude. But yeah, Emu, test Forge jump across with Bard. I think that would probably be the best thing. They want a crew from a populace that probably speaks their native language. Yeah, I mean, native language, same or similar time zones, like, it makes sense. It makes a whole lot of fucking sense. So, I think phase 3... Yo, Self! Thank you for the gifty. Also, I don't know if I said hello to you in my head or if I was just mid-rant about the guilds and actually said it out loud, but I meant to say hello to you, and it just might not have come out because of the rant. It might have been fucking queued up there. Self, I appreciate you so much. Also, hello. It's a pleasure to see you. We got a breath in to actually catch up on thoughts. Mid-rant, I would imagine. I'm so sorry. Well, I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're having a great day, and thank you for the gifty. Tarvo Moyne. Guild Wars 2 gets a Bard-like elite spec. Man, fuck Guild Wars 2. Come play Ashes. Someone give me a Bard Fairy and just sit there. At first, I read that as a Bard Furry. And then I realized, like, what you meant. And I was like, oh, that's much more normal. Get paid to ferry people down. You know what the best part about it is? So, you could set a group of bards there. And you could either have the Bard Ferry service where they join the group and uppies the groups. Or if they refuse to pay... into the lava. Flag up, get off the stage. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Like what are they gonna do at that point? Absolutely fucking nothing. That's what they're gonna do. Like hit the old Fortnite impulse grenade off high ground. That shit would probably make me quit the game. Or at least start some very hate-filled rants towards bards. Probably would not actually make me quit the game. But I would definitely go on some fucking rants. The real toxic PvP. Okay, well, as everyone knows, the real toxic PvP only happens in Discord nowadays. Nobody even PvPs in game. Like, people PvP in game for like 2 group wipes. And then one side will slash yell. And then the other side will slash yell back. And then they'll yap at each other for a little bit. And then they go to Discord and DM each other after the slash yelling wears off. That's about the entire Ashes PvP loop, if I'm being completely honest with you. But, you know, it grows every day. It grows every single day. Ashes is my Dusty Watch game. That's respectable. That's respectable. And I am glad that people that aren't actively playing do still enjoy watching Ashes and hearing me yap about it. I think that even if you're not actively playing, Ashes just has a lot of cool systems. And will have like a lot of player drama in it, a lot of player friction. Like, I think it'll be a cool little world to follow, even from the outside looking in, if you know the basics of it. So, I look forward to it, man. And I'm grateful that people just choose to come through and hang out in the stream still and just spend their day here. It's a very humbling thing for me. And they lose half their mats? Yup. Yeah, it's literally a no-lose. It is quite literally a no-lose scenario. Okay, this got linked to me by TGFT a few minutes ago, and I was supposed to check this out. And by a few minutes ago, I mean like 30. This is a content creator program. The content creator program is meant for those who make a podcast, fan site, video channel, or live stream channel. Criticism is allowed, especially with constructive reasoning. From the team's perspective, the primary focus of the official content creator is to help provide information about the project of Ashes to the general public and encourage constructive feedback and engagement from their audiences on the game's development. Intrepid is looking for consistent AO and quality-filled content. All right, well, might have to apply to something else. We had him in the first half, not gonna lie. Follower count is not factored for being accepted into the program. To apply for content creator, you must have already made content. How are some people 25 on the PTR? Guy Guretti originally had level 25 boosts, and then it got taken away. Some people were saying that it was back, but I don't think it's back. I think it was just the old characters, because they haven't wiped. So, like, Guy had the 25 boost during dynamic gridding, and then the PTR, the dynamic gridding happened, Guy Guretti went away, came back without level 25 stuff, and then they were like, test the anvils, bitches, and then they wanted us testing on level 15 characters, and then the level 15 characters were too strong, and then they wanted us testing on level 1 characters. Annoying? You're annoying. No, I'm kidding, you're not. You're not annoying at all. That was so mean. I'm sorry. You're not annoying at all. I'm happy you're here. But yeah, you want to know some crazy shit? I was level 25 and then got mysteriously reset to level 1 in the middle of a pocket dungeon and then had to go back up to level 15. Now, people offered me scrolls, but I was scared of what would happen if I took another one. I am slightly annoying. No, it's okay. It's okay. You being annoying gives me more to yap about. We're up. Wonder if they'll be adding many more structures / props in the environment. Oh, yeah. Oh, have you been over on the PTR, Chris, or are you still over on live? If you want to look at how many structure and props there will be in the environment, brother, go over to the Divine Gate, like the big mountain on the PTR in the anvils. Dude, it's the most beautiful thing I've seen in Ashes yet, and I'm not even just gassing it up. It is fucking gorgeous. It is an impeccable build out of an area. And I don't gas shit like that normally. Like, things look cool, right? But like, this is a legitimate, like, walk in and you're just like, you got to the cave? Yeah, it's just open now. Yeah, they took out the invis wall. So you can just walk in and go down the elevators and shit. You didn't even have to exploit in anymore. So it's, bro, you like go in and there's like these dwarven statues, and they're holding like these scrolls that have illuminated runes, and Thogly's translated all the runes because he knows that shit better than I know Spanish. And then you have other dwarf statues that are holding like fucking hammers and shit. And then you go down these elevators. You will die to fall damage. Don't die to fall damage. And then when you get to the bottom of the elevators, you go through a few like chambers and a few sets of stairs and stuff like that. And then you just come through this archway into this massive, expansive cavern. So around the outside of it, you're going down the right side of it, and you're going downstairs, and you see these like carved out kind of like, I don't know, cathedral type railings along the back wall and wrapping all the way around. And in the middle, it's like this fucking Jurassic Park looking oasis. There are like bats flying through the cave and shit. It's got fucking waterfalls and statues everywhere. And then you go down more, and throughout the entire area, there are these pillars that have like blue glowing stones with them, which I think might be luminite, but like blue glowing crystals inside of them, and that's the illumination for the area. There's the divine portal, and with the divine portal, or the divine gateway, like the portal that's there, if you look into the portal that's down there, you can see Lionhold. So I'm assuming when it goes live, if you look into the Lionhold portal, you'll be able to see the anvils. So it's fucking insane. It's really, 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 really fucking cool. It is a massive build out. PTR graphic and lighting looks good. Yeah, Planet Dwarf left, so we can say stuff looks good. Yeah, lighting looks amazing. The graphic updates over there too, going to Unreal Engine 5.6. They got a lot of tools at their disposal, and they are disposing them. They are going hard with them. So the starting area is up in the anvils. right up here. So this is the bonfire side, and then this is the hammer rest side. Bonfire is Nakua, hammer rest is Dunir. So we went in from the hammer rest side because Thogli was leading a tour, and Thogli's racist and doesn't like anyone other than Dunir. So he's also proud of it. The Nakua side also presumably has an entrance. Also, the Nakua starting experience is fucking terrible because you have to run all the way up this mountain without your mount to get your mount, and all the way back down. They should move this, personally. That's just my take. Anyways, or move this bitch up here and have like an intro that's like journey up the mountain and then go here. You should go through the cave of the Nakua side. I will next time I'm on. I didn't even know it was open. I'll try to get a portal out there. But yeah, I'll have to go out there. We'll memorize that because that shit was crazy. Even going through the Dunir side, like, I'm sure we could get Thogli to come out to our side too. Like, surely there are going to be more runes and shit out there. What are Nakua? Nakua are the island dwarves. So basically, you have two types of dwarves, the same way you have two types of humans. So the divine gates are for your divine races. Flanker, what up, my goat? So you have your humans, your orcs, your elves, and your, dwarfs. So humans spawn at the Aelin divine gate here, and then they split into the Kalar here in the Riverlands, and then the Valoon in the desert. And then you have your dwarves that spawn here, and then they go to the Dunir in the Dunes and Kill mountain range, so they'll presumably go north. And then the Nakua head south into the Yopics. So they're based out of the tropics there. They're your island dwarves, like a Samoan-based dwarf, I believe it is. And then from there, on the other continent, you'll have the elves and the orcs. And then underneath, you'll have the Tolnar, and the Tolnar should stay there. Personally, I think we close all the staircases. Which dungeon teleporter? The first one. The first one will bring you, I believe, to like right in this area. And then you can run up here and then should be able to find your way in through there. But this will get you into Bonfire, and then Bonfire adjacent, like up the mountain, is the Bonfire crafting area. You are trying to go to the base of this staircase. Right here is the Ember Spring. And then you just kind of like go up this way. It's so much easier when I can just show people where to go. Holy shit. Can you imagine if I could just show people the PTR? It'd be fucking amazing. We can't though. We can't, and I'm sad about it. I'm so sad about it. Soon though. 1 month. Actually less than a month, chat. We're up tremendous. Flanker, what you been up to, my boy? How are you handling the downtime, so to say? Personally, I think it's an overall W. I was of the no delay crew on my end. I didn't think it was gonna delay. I was hoping it didn't delay. But like, I also thought if it didn't delay, it would be a bare bones phase 3 launch with like the Anvils being in a worse spot than they are now. And I'm happy that the delay is bringing us very good content. I think that starting P3 with all the additional shit that we're going to be starting with is probably going to be for the best. All right, we got like 3 sentences into this before I got distracted. Because they said quality filled content, and I quite literally just like lost all hope. To apply for content creator, you must have already made content. Existing content does not have to be Ashes of Creation related, but must be regular and of sufficient quality. Written content counts as content creation. You may apply for a content creator regardless of whatever region you're in. Content creator program applications will be responded to at the email tied to their Intrepid account. Then you have all applications will receive a response. If rejected, Intrepid will let you know why and make suggestions to improve the application. Creators that are close to meeting the criteria for the program may be invited to participate in the Bardic College program, which aims to assist aspiring content creators. This is previously referred to as boot camp. Bardic College sounds way more inviting than boot camp. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Bardic College sounds way better than boot camp. Yo, can you imagine? They ship out the content creators in boot camp to like a 4-week content course, like in Stew in San Diego. Like Steven's doing a dev stream and you just see like high knees going through the fucking office. Jesus fucking Christ, just reciting Ashes of Creation talking points. Real world metalsmithing, archery. You've got to become well versed with multiple weapons to have something to talk about with your chat. Not doing much at the moment, but that's gonna change soon. I love that. What you got ramping up? Is it Ashes or is it a different game? Are you going back to New World? Don't tell me you're not going to New World like everybody else is. Even Arrow Lee's back to New World. All my friends are going back to New World. Do not. Don't clickbait me. You're staying here, right? You're holding it down for the boys. Savo, I better not see you over there. I'm just saying, Dusty has friends. People pretend to be my friend when there is a benefit that can be had. Yes. Yes. Sometimes, anyways. All right, let's see. All applications will receive a response. If rejected, Intrepid will let you know why and make suggestions. Boot camp, we read all that. There are no future plans to close the content creator program or the ability to apply for it. The ability may apply may go down temporarily in the future to transition from Google application forms to official website applications. Oh, so I would assume that's what they're doing right now. Content creator program benefits. Intrepid Studios will promote your content on official channels. Customized referral codes, subscription time, giveaway bundles to give out to your community, primarily for after release, no pay to win items, only cosmetic or merch related. Flagged as a content creator on Discord and forums. Access to content creator program Discord. Access to all private NDA testing and public testing phases. Access to developers for exclusive interviews. Access to an annual town hall event. A meeting with the development team to talk about the future of Ashes of Creation. Access to high-resolution images from Intrepid's updates to use in content creation. I hope we also got high-resolution headshots of Steven. Asset assistance, overlays, social media graphics, emotes, etc. Oh, that's fucking neat. Equipment, Ashes of Creation theme package with shirts, water bottle, keyboard, mouse, mousepad, headset, mic, etc. And more. I want the and more to hopefully be a nice, like, heavy hoodie that has, like, the stitched Phoenix logo right across the chest, like, right here. I think that would be so fire. Like, a black hoodie with, like, the gold Phoenix logo. Or maybe even just, like, in the corner. I don't know. Either, like, in the middle or, like, in the corner. I feel like corner might be better. Thickens on the chest. You wait till TwitchCon, baby. You wait till TwitchCon. We've got something cooked up. That's for sure. Playing Ashes for sure. I got 3 games I'm messing around with, and Ashes at the top of my list. New World may or may not still be on the checkout here and there list. Brother literally sounds like he's talking about his side bitches right now. Like, I get it. People want to go back to New World because the combat. But, like, other than the combat, what else does New World have? Motherfuckers are excited for Season 10 and it's Season 8. Like, what do you mean? If Ashes wasn't still in alpha, I wouldn't be playing anything else. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I totally get that. I think even from a standpoint of if Ashes wasn't in a 2-month lull leading up to Phase 3, a lot of people would probably not be playing other things right now. But Ashes got hit with the detrimental, like, start time, end time phase where people knew it was going to be a 3-month stress test. So a lot of people took their break knowing they could come back in 3 months completely refreshed. Delay made it another month. So a lot of people that were holding out are now going to be like, okay, well, I'm going to take a quick break too. And, like, that's naturally going to happen. I think Phase 3 is going to be a good point of player retention, and you'll naturally have a content cycle. Like, you'll have an up, you'll have a down. But I think each time they drop a major content release, the peak will increase and then the valley will decrease, right? So hopefully they can, you know, ebb and flow with that content cycle naturally, but also find themselves in a spot of growing the overall player base throughout. And that's what I think will happen overall. And again, you'll have ebbs and flows, you'll have ups and downs. No game grows like this. Games grow like this. And if your game grows over time like that, then you're good. Is Phase 3 a good time to get into Ashes or wait until after? Depends on what you want to do. So, like, I have a graphic that is made specifically for this. That... It's not the graphic. This is the graphic made specifically for this. So... Very frequently, and keep in mind, hold on. 1 sec. I gotta update this, but I'm being chased by mobs. Bup, bup. There we go. Okay, hold on. I gotta deal with something in the game real quick. Alright. These mobs are much too tanky. Fuck it, I'm out. I think they killed my mount. Anyways. Basically, I get asked a lot now or phase 3 or even beyond that, right? And this, in my opinion, is something that becomes more and more true the longer you go through the development process. So, essentially, if you were to hop in now, down on this side, leading up to the start of phase 3, you will acquire more knowledge than your average bear. You'll have hands-on familiarity with the systems, and even though every system will continue to change and evolve, if you know the system up to the point that it's at, every change will only be a little bit of information for you to parse instead of the entire system all at once when you do come in. So, the downside, there will be fewer players and less immersion because it will be a less MMO-like state and a more playtesting-like state the earlier you join. So the closer to today you join, it will be more and more like a playtesting environment, but as you progress, it'll become more like an MMO, right? It's kind of a scale of progression, development, so to say. So, if your goal is to acquire more knowledge, then I would recommend hopping in now and playing the PTR leading up to the phase 3 launch, so that way, when phase 3 launches, you already have a community, exclamation killed. You already have an idea of what you want to play, what you want to do, how to level, where to go to level, and all of those things combined will give you a smoother phase 3 experience. Now, if you want to hop in to a point where there are more players and it's a more MMO-like first time, then that's going to be waiting until August or even potentially beyond August, maybe closer to launch. If you are dead set on like, I want my first experience with this to be an MMO, that's going to be on launch. That's not even in playtesting. So that's a whole different realm a couple years down the road. So this is playtesting, no matter if you hop in now, August 26th or March 31st. I don't even know if there is a March 31st. You will be in a playtest until the game launches. If you hop in betas, even if you can hop in. I don't even know if there's going to be pack accessibility for betas. But basically, if you do hop into betas, it's still going to be a playtest. And it will truly be an MMO when it does launch. But the longer you wait, the more MMO-like it becomes. The sooner you hop in, the less MMO-like it is, but the more you're able to practice and gain information, gain familiarity. And if you want to be someone who plays on like a competitive end of things, right? That's going to be hopping in earlier and getting as much information as you possibly can. So you also get a 90-day period after your purchase where you just get all of your money back if you don't like the game. So I think that's the safest purchase for people, and like one of the biggest things to know. You quite legitimately have 3 months with no hours limit. You can play as much as you physically want to, and that'll take you through the month up to phase 3 launch and the first 2 months of phase 3 at this point. So you can build, you know, knowledge and then play with that knowledge for 2 months and then decide if you want to stay in and lose that refund period, like go, you know, past it, or get all of your money back. You can play 3 months. If you don't fuck with it, you just get all of your money back. Every single penny. All of your clams, every doubloon in the treasure chest, it comes back to Papa. I basically describe it as you take a $100 bill, you set it on the corner of your desk, and then 90 days later, if you're still having fun, the Stephen Fairy comes into your house in the middle of the night and takes your $100 and puts it in his pocket, and then he keeps it and just wanders away. And you don't see the Stephen Fairy. You don't get to interact. He's working. Don't bother him. It's like a dog at the airport. So, just let him do his thing. But in my opinion, super safe purchase. Exclamation Ashes, if you haven't made your account yet, be a referral link for stream. Basically kicks back in-game currency. The in-game store will be transmogs only. No pay to win, no pay for convenience. Gives me no power, gives me no real money, gives me drippy shit in-game for free. The entire directory is all cats at the moment. Yeah, because we're the only fucking guild playing the game still, zombie. Like, goddamn. We gotta get on the recruitment grind even more. Porcini's got the right idea, dude. Porcini's stream, well, except for Dunehold, Pock is holding it down for Suspect. And then Porcini is going straight to the source. Porcini is like going to Lionhold to recruit players, and it's so fucking legit. I love that shit. It's like going to the spring to get your water. It's beautiful. David over on YouTube asked a few minutes ago, out of the 64 subclasses, which are you most excited to play? Night Shield. That is Tank Rogue. So I like Tank. The basic structure that we know of will be like you have your primary archetype, which determines your abilities, right? So I'll always have my tank tree, and then my secondaries will augment some of these abilities. I'll be able to pick the augments and, like, you know, pick and choose which are augmented, but some of the abilities will get augmented with, like, parts of that second class, right? So I'm hoping I get some more CC, maybe some mana burn, maybe a little bit of, you know, invis time on my charge end or something like that. So there's a lot that I'm hoping comes from the rogue kit that'll be very complementary to tank. I also am slightly tickled between my thighs by the prospect of tank fighter and building a tank that is entirely just one combo dependent, like War Deckham. Wait, shall we? I got one. Anyways, making a build that is like entirely dependent, because we'll also be getting an ability tree rework where instead of just selecting or deselecting an ability, you get ranks to put in those abilities as well. So I could make an entire build based around like grapple, or like my trips and my pulverize and my slams and my ground pound and like all of those hard hitting abilities, and then I could go tank fighter and just try to get more burst on those. Likewise, I could also go tank or tank cleric, and I could build around absorption field, intercept, wall, indom, protect, aegis, and then I could be that, you know, support backline. My healers are getting jumped, I sit on top of my healer and trip the person and then protect my healer, aegis, and they don't take any damage. So sky's the limit with tanks, in my opinion. I think tanking is always one of the most diverse things that can be done in a game. There are so many ways that you can go about it. There are, especially with secondaries coming in PvP, an infinite number of routes that you can take your tank playstyle, and it will be entirely reflective of the player, their playstyle, and their choices. So I really look forward to that, but tank rogue for me is the primary, and then tank fighter is also like, maybe you fuck. Just maybe. But I think anything can happen. I'm excited for warded tank ranger, but I'm very curious how all the combinations will be as my choice could change. Yeah, the combinations are something that like we know currently nothing about, and hopefully we'll get some glimpses in soon. But be advocating for pure classes only. The mage glass cannon, cleric ranger for pocket protector. Nice, I like that. So what's the cleric ranger like class name? What do I expect from cleric ranger? What are you hoping that you pull from like the ranger side of things? I don't really play ranger enough to know like what it would give every primary for its augments, because it's intriguing. Might dabble with high sword, fighter cleric. See, I think fighter cleric is going to be really fucking solid. Personally, I think fighter cleric is going to probably be the most self-sustenant fighter secondary, and will allow people to actually get in and stay in the way that they feel they need to. So don't even give a fuck, just the name is Biss, and I like short spellbow already. Fuck yeah, I love it. Mage, bard, cleric, wizard, cleave. What are you gonna tank with? Your entire group's gonna get one shot. Like, I get it, but bard, cleric, soul weaver. Bard, cleric, bard are interesting ones. I also think like tank bard could low-key go hard in the motherfucking paint. Like, playing a tank as a support in PvP is by no means like a bad idea. Playing around your shields, playing around banners, playing around trips, walls, gap closes, like, you put out some buffs and shit. Maybe a little self-heal on the paladin side. I don't know, man. I think every single tank secondary choice impacts it so fucking much. If I'm forced to go as an actual healer instead of being allowed to keep my off-spec healer as I always do, I'll probably go cleric and be the best healer. Hoofsy wants AoE res. Bard Summoner? So Bard Summoner, are you trying to like... I picture Bard Summoner, instead of having like their songs and stuff based on where their character proximity is, summoning an instrument that plays their song in a different AoE. So it's like, say you have your backline and you put your damage song on them, and then you put your mana like on your healers in a different pocket, or like, you know, you have your front line that you put damage song on, and then you switch over to like mana and you put it on your backline so your casters keep their mana up. There could be some crazy shit going there if you summon standalone, like, AoE proximity buffs that are the summoned instruments and shit. That could be really cool. Really skill rewarding as well for your entire group. If that is the case, where it's like, make sure you guys are staying in this area. My buffs are in this area. Your entire group has to play around that. That's a huge skill gap. The wand at Harry Potter Shop World gave me Voldemort's wand because I felt a pent-up evil spirit within me. I didn't feel that at all when I was within Usopp, but maybe the circumstances were just a little bit different. Potentially. Cleric Ranger equals Cupid. So, like, what would you have? What would a ranger give a cleric? Like, what ranger ability? Would you, like, snipe a fucking heal? So, like, you can turn your, like, long-channeled heal into a fucking snipe that's a projectile? Or maybe, like, something that pierces through in a straight line? Yo, Gordurgo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Heal arrows? Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, would you get, like, more AoE heals or more, like, single target heals off of that? Wait, I wonder how this works. Is this outside of the node ZOI? Is this in a lawless area? One of both? Yeah, that's fair. It's very fair. Accessibility options are wonderful. Now, speaking of both. Summoner Cleric. Necromancer. The wiki says that Summoner Clerics will be able to specialize in either life or death magic and go down the route that they choose. And that, my friends, is very, 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 very intriguing. I look forward to that a lot. I'm a summoner player in every ARPG that I've ever played. I'm a tank player in every MMO except New World because New World tanking was terrible, but I play melee everywhere. I will not play something other than melee. So I got a little soft spot for Summoner, and I'm really excited to get my hands on it and see how the leveling prog feels, see how everything's actually coming along there. And hopefully Summoner's in a really fun spot where secondaries also bring it to a different level. Heal arrow barrages and long heal arrows. Could be lit as fuck. Just like full raining down heals. Chat, who wants to run against zombie and take Squall's End over? I will support anybody else's mayoral campaign. I don't think there's a single person that's out here in the Opix right now. I'm gonna swim out to brine breaches and check, and I'm also getting carrot cake out of the fridge while I swim. I'll be right back. Yeah, well, secondaries more. got carrot cake, boys. Oh, we're on the way. Squalls doesn't have a flying mount from air. No, it does not. No, it does not. If you don't microwave that carrot cake. Wait, what do you mean? Is carrot cake supposed to be served warm? Is that a thing? Is that like... Chat, carrot cake warm or no? Carrot cake is 100% better cold. Yeah, what do you... Like, hear me out. I'm also a warm Dr. Pepper enjoyer. So, like, it's not just that I dislike cold things. Carrot cake is 150% better warm. I don't know, I feel like that's cap. I feel like a nice thick frosting that has that like substance to it is quite nice. This is insane. This carrot cake is insane and it's cold. It's absolutely wonderful. Also, what if Squalls doesn't have a mount because they actually just hate zombie? That's my theory at this point. They could have even given him one. Warm up just like a small amount of it. Well, like, so this is the thing. Why would I warm it up in like a microwave when I warm it up in my mouth when I eat it anyways? Like, it's still getting warm. And so I don't think that it's like bad warm, because like I'm eating it and it's warming up while I eat it. But no, it's nice when it's cold. It's much more manageable. Summoner Bard and Cleric Bard. The Bard secondaries go so hard, man. The Bard secondaries are going to bring so much utility. Whoever said warm carrot cake probably likes pineapple on their pizza. Whoa, hold up. Hold up, hold up. We do not need to disrespect pineapple on pizza. Pineapple on pizza unironically fucks. Like, pineapple, a bacon pineapple pizza goes hard as shit. It's like, you can also do a pepperoni, pineapple, and jalapeno. But like, bacon pineapple is absolute S tier. I think Hawaiian with just ham, B tier, C tier. But like, you put some good like bacon chunks on that bitch. You get some pineapple with that. The sweet, the salty. That shit's nice. Nobody's out here. I don't think anybody's anywhere. Let's go check out Avengers Island again. Pineapple and honey ham pizza's god tier. Honey ham do go fucking hard. Honey ham go absurdly hard, I will say. Yeah, I'm not a... Listen, Vomit 69 has a good take here. Listen here, Zopper. What the fuck is a Zop? Is that a slur? What are we even working with here? I think Vomit 69 has quite a reasonable take, if you ask me. And his cold carrot cake goes hard. Okay, so Toast, are you also team cold carrot cake? I'm running a poll. Chat, we're running a poll. / poll. Carrot cake, warm or cold? Carrot cake, better, warm or cold? Better warm, better cold. Carrot cake sucks. I'll give everybody an answer. Up at the top of chat, there's a poll. Please participate in our poll here, chat. This is for science. This is for data. If you do not vote, you're doing a disservice to not only your fellow chatters, But your entire country. Do you think pineapple belongs on pizza? Not every pizza, but some pizzas. Yeah, I fuck with bacon pineapple pizza heavy. Pineapple on a sweet barbecue chicken pizza goes so good. Mmm. Sounds pretty good too. Ran a caravan out there yesterday on stream. Then was farming out there to grind glint to send it back across, but in the desert now. Wait, out here, Puck? I haven't seen anybody out here in a fucking minute. And anytime I do see someone out here, like, I feel so bad just rolling up on them. So, like, I always ask them if they want PvP and they never do. There's no way that the Better Cold people have even tried it warm, though. I don't know, like... Warm carrot cake, you're just gonna get, like, a little more... I don't know, like, runny on the frosting, right? What's the purpose of it? Carrot cake is mid. You know? I'm not gonna, like, deny that. I'm not gonna deny that. I am a huge chocolate person. Like, well, a 6'5" white guy. But I really love chocolate. And my birthday cake, since I've been a child, has been a chocolate cake with chocolate frosting. And that shit is so basic but goes so hard. Every year my mom makes one from scratch, and I will devour that entire thing at 2 a.m. in my undies with a fork. Just standing out at my butcher block with the cake tin open, just eating that shit. Milk or no milk? With cake, I used to do a lot of milk when I was a kid. And then eventually milk started making my tummy hurt a lot. And so I had to go easy on the milk, and now I drink lactose-free milk. Ice cream cake? Like, ice cream cakes are good, but I also have sensitive teeth. So, like, I love ice cream, but I feel like sometimes an ice cream cake is excessive. Because it's got, like, the layers of, like, the ice cream and the hot fudge and the caramel and the this and the that and, like, the whip and everything like that, right? And, like, it's like a sundae, but it's all cold, right? It's just like, I'm so used to fall damage. It's just like a juiced up sundae, right? Because, like, ice cream cake's good. But you eat it like ice cream, you don't chew it. Some demons chew their ice cream. I'm just saying. Something about the frosting and gel writing on an ice cream cake makes me happy. Is it actual frosting? I thought they just use, like, soft serve ice cream for that. Ice cream cake is better warm. 3 minutes in the microwave, man. Yo, Strag, how you doing, my boy? Chat, do we want to maybe get some PvP on live? Also, chat, make sure you guys vote on the poll up at the top of chat over on the Twitch side of things. We're running a poll right now. If carrot cake is better warm or cold, you can also voice your opinion if you think carrot cake just fucking sucks. Up to you. But please do vote in the poll. This is for gathering data. As you know, we do love gathering data here. Give me some DustyW datas if you guys are subbed to the chat. That's a beautiful, beautiful emote. We worked very hard to make that ourselves. Just kidding. It's probably a copyrighted image that we stole. It's okay, though. Anyways, chocolate frosting, pineapple, bacon pizza goes pretty hard. Like chocolate frosting on the crust? Because chocolate frosting on the crust would go kind of hard as shit. Yo, Matthew over on YouTube, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a good one, dude. So, I talked about this previously, but Lunchables used to have like a pizza Lunchable that would come with a dessert pizza, where it was like chocolate sauce and like little Hershey Kiss candies that were coated in like a crunch coating and shit. And that unironically fucked. It was an amalgamation of ingredients that probably should not have like made sense on just a piece of their shitty pizza dough. But I remember that being like a religious experience for me as a kid. Now again, I really like chocolate. I really, really like chocolate. But that shit went hard. So I'm not completely sold that a dessert pizza would be bad at all. I'm Italian, I'm gonna mute the stream. Wait until I tell you about the tech where you can just put dry pasta in a bowl, fill the bowl with water, and then microwave it for a few minutes and it becomes completed pasta. And then you just drain off the extra water. And I don't salt the water before I put it in the microwave. Pleasure to have you, Timo. Hope you're having a good night, dude. By pasta, means ramen too. I mean, sure, ramen, but like, also it works with actual pasta. You just gotta put it in for a little longer. You invented Easy Mac? Oh my god, hoofs. When Easy Mac first started to get big, bro, something about the proportion of cheese that they gave, it was so fucking good. Like, I don't know if I was just gaslighting myself or what, but Easy Mac went so ungodly hard for so long, dude. I remember for the longest time when I was a kid, I would be gaming late at night. I would go out to the kitchen. I would put in the toaster oven some normal chicken tendies. I'd toss them in Frank's Red Hot, make them buffalo, and then I would heat up a couple of cups of Easy Mac, and I would have buffalo tendies and Easy Mac like late at night. That shit went so fucking hard. Absolutely insano style. Like it was, I don't know why, but it was like better than normal mac and cheese was in a big box. Just put the pasta in a pot of water outside in the sun for 12 hours. I put tomatoes outside in the sun, and then I make sun-dried tomatoes. And then once they start turn all black and gross, we just chop them up, put them in a sauce, and yummy. It's got that nice age flavor. I don't think the peach rings help too much, but I'm definitely happier mentally. Good, that's the first step. If you look good, then you feel good and you play good, and the first step to looking good is being in a good mental space. You're up tremendous. That's step one. Is the release date on Ashes? I'm looking for a new MMO. There is no formal release day on Ashes. Right now, we are still in alpha testing. It is Alpha 2, Phase 2.5. Phase 3, our next phase, starts on the 26th of August, so just under a month from now. And basically, Phase 3 will have a full wipe, new server for NA, new server for EU, and a chance for everybody to just kind of like start fresh, see all the new changes, see Unreal Engine 5.6 and everything as it's coming around, and just get involved there. I think Phase 3 is a really good chance for people to hop in. By the end of Phase 3, Ashes will be feature complete, and then there will be 2 short betas after Phase 3. And those will just be like a final coat of paint and polish on things, and then we'll launch. So my guess is like late 2027, early 2028-ish for launch. Could always go later, could always go sooner. But I think that's a pretty like safe bet. But there's no official release. But again, Phase 3 is going to be an ongoing phase where development continues, everything continues. You know, just in the way that it's working towards becoming a completed MMO. So, personally, I think it's a good time to hop in, like I mentioned. A month until the Phase 3 start, you would be able to hop in and kind of like familiarize yourself with systems a little bit, familiarize yourself with the character that you want to play, like the archetype, the class. So, it's a good time in that regard. You also get a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on like your purchase itself. So it's 100 USD to get in now until launch. You don't have to pay anything else, and then you also get $30 worth of kickbacks on launch. And then basically, from there, if you don't like it, again, 90 days, you can get all your money back. If you do like it, you're in it to launch, you're all set. So, Q4 2027 must earliest for launch. Yeah. I think, personally, with them trying to get Ashes feature complete, being on 5.6, having more tools at their disposal, having more capabilities. Wait, what the fuck? Did Carrot Cake Better Warm actually win? Wait, who influenced this? Wait, what the fuck? By one vote. What? Wait, like, how? Alright, fuck it. I'll microwave it. How long am I microwaving it for? You had 18 people vote, but 80 people here. To blame the people. Like, political inefficacy is an issue among the populace, not among the politician. So, I'm just saying, 20 seconds, 20 seconds, 20 to 30, 40 seconds? Are you melting it? What do you mean? Yo, Lieutenant Biscuit, how you doing, my friend? 40 seconds? I feel like at this one, I kind of want to do 40 just to see what the fuck is up. Is it fresh out the fridge? Well, like, fresh since I brought it out. But, like, it was like this thing, it was full, and now it's less than half full. Basically, I've eaten the carrot off the top, and that's where I stopped myself. Then put ice cream on top and it'll melt over the cake. I think if I microwave this for 40 seconds, I could put a steel ball on top and it would melt over the cake. I feel like that would turn into fucking lava. Has it been on the counter for a bit? Nah, it went fridge to desk to stomach to microwave to stomach. Or nice caramel sauce. If you say caramel around Carla, she'll punch you in the face. Fun fact. She fucking hates caramel with a passion. I don't even know why. I fuck with caramel. I think it's pretty good. I haven't seen many people hate many things the way that she hates caramel. Caramel. Maybe that's why it's name comp. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. I mean, like, if I had to choose between caramel and chocolate, I'm taking chocolate. Yo, what up, Soul Blinded? Did you just go on YouTube and Twitch to post a weird snarky comment about how an alpha looks? So, like, I was ignoring it so I didn't give you a weird snarky response back, but since you wanted to go YouTube and Twitch to post a weird comment in both chats, you have to keep in mind this is an alpha. Visual fidelity in an alpha would make quite literally no fucking sense as an emphasis, and expecting that in an alpha where they're still working on core systems would also make no fucking sense and be an unrealistic expectation. I play on lower settings to push higher frames, and this is the Unreal Engine 5.3 build instead of the Unreal Engine 5.6 build that the private test realm is on. So, just in that regard, Steven's very communicative, like, Ashes does not have its visual life yet. It doesn't have its recognizability. And keep in mind, that's creative director. So, like, outside of maybe personal dislike of the art direction, that's all personal style. That some people think I'm a handsome man, some people think I look like a bird. That's all personal, right? But in terms of, like, the visual fidelity and the quality, you have to remember you're looking at a product that's in alpha that hasn't emphasized the visual fidelity. Imagine showing off the game for years with this fidelity. By the time it launches, it'll be dead. I mean, brother, you're still following it, so clearly it's got to be doing something right. I don't know. So, like, this is what you got to remember. Nobody forced you into the Ashes of Creation directory. You found it on YouTube and then came over to Twitch as well and are going out of your way to be in the Ashes directory talking about Ashes. So clearly, despite it being in development all this time, it still has done enough to keep you here despite you not liking it. So by the time it launches, you'll still probably be in Twitch chats trying to be weird. Not you popped up on recommended, but have seen so many sponsored videos for years now. So that shows me alone that you don't really know what you're talking about. Intrepid has never partnered with a content creator to make a sponsored video or paid a content creator for a video, nor have they spent money on marketing up to this point in development. It's a commonly known fact if you play. People doing videos with members of Intrepid are the content creators reaching out to Intrepid and then taking time out of their day to do those videos for free. That's what they all say? Well, no. So as a content creator, they legally have to reveal if they're making money off videos, or the actual government will get us in trouble. That's a rule of content creation. So if you're compensated in any way, you legally have to have hashtag sponsored, hashtag ad, and clear indicators of who the sponsorship is coming from and that it's sponsored content. YouTube also in their guidelines forces you to explicitly say that it's sponsored content, as they feature a label on the video if it's sponsored content. YouTube videos are not sponsored by Ashes or Intrepid. Twitch streams are not sponsored by Ashes or Intrepid. And if you see something that is sponsored that's Ashes content, then it's probably a different sponsor within a video about Ashes, which is entirely possible. But I really hate to break it to you, but if you're coming in with like the edgy clickbait takes, this is kind of the worst place to do it, because we're very logical here. I came over from New World where I had 7,000 plus hours, brother, so like, believe you me, I've dealt with much more annoying people than you over there. I streamed Dead Game full time as it was dying for a good part of a year full time, and 2 years before that. So, personally, I'm always of the advice, and keep in mind, you said that I popped up on your recommended. You started on YouTube, I ignored you on YouTube because you were saying some tomfoolery shit, and then you came over to Twitch to try to be weird. It's at the point where you're now going out of your way to try to like unsell Ashes to somebody that's playing Ashes, which I think is weird. It would be like not liking somebody's shirt in public and deliberately stopping and telling them that you don't like their shirt and that they should change their shirt because it makes them look ugly. If you don't like Ashes, just go on with your day, brother. I'm sure there's a WoW stream or a Guild Wars 2 stream or something like that to watch. So, just pointing out the obvious? No, you're not pointing out the obvious. You're just trying to be weird. I think that's like more representative of you, brother. Like, you clicked on the stream the first time and then went to a different website and brought up the stream on a second website to post the same comment to try to shit on Ashes to someone that's playing Ashes. That's pretty straightforward as you taking time out of your day to come over here and be weird. I don't really understand, like, you said I popped up in your recommended. I didn't force you to click on my stream on YouTube and post your weird comment about how you don't like the Ashes art style. And like, I'm not forcing you to be here shitting on it. You chose to come out of your way and be like, by the time this launches, it'll be dead. Can you tell me anything about the development process? Can you tell me when the next phase happens? Can you tell me what's planned after the phases? Do you know what the plans up until launch are? Because, like, we do here because we actually play Ashes, and we don't just hear a clickbait take. Why are you so defensive? I'm more so asking you questions, brother. I'm farming right now and having fun. Why are you so offensive about it? Why are you so mad that somebody has the facts to disprove what you're saying? I'm not even that defensive. Like, if people have actual criticisms about the game, then that's great. But your argument is that the game is actually so ugly, the art direction is so bad, have they heard of anti-aliasing? Was your original comment. So, like, you came into a stream to say the art direction of the game is bad in an alpha. That's me saying that it's an alpha and that visual fidelity is not an emphasis yet, is not defensive. That's the truth, and trying to maybe educate you a little bit so you don't just blindly hate something that you don't really know about. And like, then I just kind of asked you some questions, and just because you can't answer my questions the same way I can answer yours doesn't mean that I'm getting defensive. It just means that you don't have the answers that you think you have. So again, can you tell me anything about the development process leading up to launch, since you want to make the bold claim that the game will be dead by the time it launches? I'm not defensive, I'm just asking you. Yo, Kat, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Like, everybody's welcome to their own opinion. I don't care that you don't like the art style. It's weird though to me that as a streamer, you posted on YouTube, I ignored you, you posted over on Twitch, and went out of your way to try to make your opinion be heard and responded to. And if this is what you want, then embrace this. If you want the streamer to respond to you, then don't back out and don't be like, man, why so defensive? Keep it going, brother. I'm farming content right now. I'm enjoying this. You asked for it, so don't step out of the arena now. Game looks much better than pretty much any other MMO out currently. Again, it's all going to be subjective, but keep in mind, Unreal Engine 5.6 on the PTR, which is going to be the Phase 3 launch, is fucking massive. Just be honest, look at even the font and text they're using. Could have spent 5 minutes making a good anti-aliased font, not a generic one. Small things that can make a good impression. It looks like something out of the 2000s. So, are you judging the text of an alpha where the UX is very rudimentary and is not a core system at all? Bro's mad about font. Yes. Yes, he is mad about font. With a UI that goes through updates pretty much, what, once, twice a month we get UX updates? Not understanding true development, but the font. And then the character models aren't even lifelike looking character models. So like, how am I gonna jerk off to my character?
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
No, you're the idiot. Even for an alpha, basic things they should have started. Brother, font doesn't matter in the basic implementation of a system. The basic implementation of a system means if the font is rolling in the way that you want it to roll, it's a success. If somebody types in global and their message pops up, then that's a success. New World, after its launch, had people posting pictures of fucking sausages in global chat. Like, brother, the fact that global chat works is the success. They can always switch the font, but you can't switch your doomer attitude, dog. Game mechs over font. So there are primary systems, core systems, right? And then there are your accessory systems. And accessory systems are more complementary things, little tidbits of flavor that complement the game. Something from family systems to, you know, visual fidelity. And I think it's important to remember that accessory typically comes as a much lower priority than core systems throughout most development processes. Now, my dad didn't work at Blizzard, nor did I, but I've played a fuckload of video games. And I know very, very well over my time as a consumer in video games that a whole lot of games have it in the, you know, the wrong idea. Where they focus on the visual fidelity, they focus on the glitz and the glamour and the sparkle and the shine. And then their game comes out, and the actual core substance of the game is fucking dog shit. Well, that's what they're trying to prevent. I think the problem is the art direction, even if it was rudimentary, it says a lot about their taste. So what do you mean their taste, I guess, is the question. Also, is this you on an alt? What do you mean it says a lot about their taste? Also, brother, you have to remember a couple of the highest peak player-based games right now in the world are Minecraft and Roblox, dog. Art direction doesn't matter if your game is fun to play and appeals to the audience that it's supposed to appeal to. I don't know. I don't know what all the art direction doomers are doing, but gameplay is key. Gameplay, game feel, gameplay loop. Yes. Yes. Fucking OSRS is one of the most played MMOs right now on a daily. Are you telling me that this compared to OSRS is lacking visual fidelity? For me, this is a very bad marketing strategy to show off the game in the state. Well, they're not worried about your marketing advice because they have their own team that handles all of those internals that probably get paid a whole lot to deal with that. They've got all of what they want right where they need it. And this isn't their attempt at marketing. This isn't their attempt at selling the game to you. I don't get paid by Intrepid to sit here and stream this. I'm an unemployed content creator doing this full time out of the enjoyment of streaming to my community and playing this game. Like, I don't think you understand that this isn't marketing. This is them putting the playtest out in an accessible state and saying, hey, if you guys want to come playtest, feel free to be a part of it. But, brother, this is not marketing. I promise you it's not. If you think they've been working on marketing with this, I would highly encourage checking out some of the developer streams where they quite literally emphasize, like, we're not worried about concurrent player base. We're not worried about this content creator or that content creator being here. We're worried about developing what we're developing. And you're good to go. It's $100, that's daylight robbery. Oh, so now you're complaining about the price. So let me counter this for you real quick. Your $100 purchase is backed with a 90-day no hours limit refund policy where if you're not happy, you get all of your money back anytime within 3 months. And over the course of it, keep in mind, you said it's at least 2 years out. So let me grab my handy dandy phone because I'm American and I can't do math. So $100 is, let's see, if you say it's at least 2 years out, we'll say that it's 24 months out. $100 divided by 24 for 2 years, 24 months out, is $4.16 a month. So we'll say $4.17 a month divided by 30 cents. That's 14 cents a day. So if you think 14 cents a day is highway robbery, brother, you should cancel your internet service right now. Because you're paying more than that to be in my chat getting farmed. I'm just throwing that out there. And that's by your own 2-year estimate. Just use your logic. You have access the entire time with your pack. That's all you have to pay. 14 cents a day is too much for you, dog? Like, I'm not even intrepid, but it is when you can buy fully completed games for like 20 bucks. Then buy a fully completed game for 20 bucks and go watch a stream from that. That's fine with me. Are you going to play that fully completed $20 game for 2 years? Because I'm going to be here every day for 2 years. I've already got 2,000 hours in about 7 months, brother. Like, shit, take my hourly and divide it by your $100. Hold on. Let's say $100 divided by the 2,000 hours I've played. Well, about 5 cents an hour. Shit, man. It's about what I make on stream at this point. So, like, we're almost at a net growth. Maybe soon. This is nothing compared to Wizard 101. Wizard 101 actually higher player base than New World. Unironically, just keep that in mind. I'm over 1K, but I stopped counting at this point. Yeah, the advantage that I have is I take like I take my Twitch tracker, like time spent in directory, and then I'm just like, oh, there's some off days in there, and then I subtract a little bit, and then I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's probably the game time. There's not even a counter, but I use Twitch tracker to cheat, so we're up tremendous there. But yeah, so $100, 2 years of content. If you're playing a $20 game for 2 years, then congrats, you got great value out of that game. I think that's wonderful. But I think to say that $14 cents a day for access is pretty reasonable, though. Tank versus fighter, who wins? Does the tank have both of their hands? Actually, fuck it, does the tank have one hand? Because if the tank has one hand and a gear set, tank probably wins. I mean, it's possible for a fighter to beat me in PvP, like, in this current build. But, like, I'd probably have to, like, fall asleep at the wheel. Like, quite literally fall asleep driving my car and die on the way home to stream and then leave my character logged in a PvP area and you come up and kill me while I'm quite literally dead. That's probably what would have to happen. Otherwise, I think I probably win. Like, if I'm physically at my setup, I don't know. After launch, it'll be 50 cents a day. Holy shit. God fucking damn, Ultra. How are we gonna make ends meet? If you live in a 5 cent per bottle redemption state, which main is, I will periodically leave 10 bottles throughout a town. And I will specify on Twitter which town I am leaving my 10 bottles throughout. And I will allow Soul Blinded to go pick up those bottles throughout the town and turn them in at a bottle redemption center to pay his sub. I think that would be fair. 10 bottles, 50 cents, and that's his entire sub on launch too. Super easy. So if everybody drinks one Red Bull at the start of stream, we're good. I'll ship the bottles to you. Wait, what if I just start this scam and open the sickest like bottle redemption backend center ever? Where I'm just like, yeah, chat, keep shipping the bottles. We're paying people subs. And then like I start doing like bottle redemption streams where I'm just tossing shit over my back and like between my legs and stuff. And then I just cash out. And then we start like Bottle Coin, one of the greatest cryptos. I got you. I'm a 3 can a day, Monday to Friday. Let's fucking go. Honestly, that's really solid, man. I think that might be enough. Just based on what we've already got here. We've got some early access costs. We've got some sub costs covered. Shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Can't out yap a yapper. That's what I always try to remind people. Like, people have to remember, I am by no means a genius IRL, right? But in terms of Ash's IQ, I know a good fucking amount about Ashes. And this is essentially walking into like a world like Neil deGrasse Tyson's house and calling him out on like space shit. And unfortunately not knowing more about space shit than Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I really do hate that for people that think they can pull it off, because like criticisms can be valid. Like if you don't like the direction cadence or anything like that, you don't like the development cadence in terms of how things are coming out, you don't like a certain system, I'll fuck with that, right? But game in alpha looks ugly. Brother, it's all relative. Some people think I look ugly. It's okay to be wrong. Did they have level 25 boost to the PTR today? They did not, to my knowledge. I think it's still 15. So we did a little leveling spurt in the Riverlands earlier. And I'm trying to get some people over here for a little bit of maybe some live PvP, like some group versus group stuff. But I don't know, it's a little empty. Thing I really don't get as an actual artist, how do people care so much about art style? So I get it. People want to be immersed in the world that they're in, right? But I also think that if people are that worried about like a fucking particular art style to the point where they are that standoffish if they don't like an art style, then they also have to realize that not every game is going to be for them based off that. Like, I'm not really like a big art style person. I think art's cool in general. I'm not very artistic. I just go, wow, game pretty. I wonder how they made this. And I'm much more of a gameplay person. So like, I'm that same way, but it's with certain game systems. If I don't like the feel of a game, if movement feels clunky, if it feels shitty, it's not going to hold me, right? And like, I get that everybody has their preferences and shit, but at a certain point, it's like, I don't like the art style. This is stupid. Okay, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want to discuss about that? The fact that you can either get over it or not? Like, I don't really know what people want from me in that regard, other than me to point out that it's in progress, and if they don't like that, then unfortunately I have nothing else to point out other than the fact that they're way too caught up on that. Yo, hey, KC over on YouTube. I'm not a huge MMO player. I've not found one that I really like too much yet, but AOC looks great so far from what I've seen. Would you suggest waiting till release for this or to get it now and play? It depends if you're looking for it to be like a really MMO-like experience or if you like playtesting things. If you're somebody who likes to get into the early, you know, the development process of things and kind of like help find the bugs, help find the things that could be better and provide feedback on those, it's a really fun playtest to be a part of, as it is an MMO playtest. It's got the social side of it, and they kind of give us a world to really play in and immerse ourselves in as it grows. But if you want to have a really like, oh my god, this is a crazy MMO, launch. The game will be a playtest until the day it launches. When the day comes that it actually launches, it will become an MMO. And Jesus Christ, I hate this. I'm getting griefed. When it does become an MMO, I think players will have an incredible first-time experience. They'll have a very memorable first-time experience, and I think that people will come in very excited about like what they're seeing as a whole, right? But some people try to come in too early, and they come in with expectations that things will be, you know, a completed game. That it'll feel like there's always something to do 10 hours a day and everything is fully fleshed out and you've got endgame everything and it's all in place. It's not. the econ's janky while they work on the econ. The gathering, refining, crafting loops are all, you know, being refined. Mob drop rates are being fucked with. Gearing's being fucked with. Everything gets changed a lot. And if that's not something that you're cool with, I would definitely say launch. But if you're like, I just want to get in and see it as it develops, kind of like, you know, immerse yourself in the systems a little bit, then I think that is cool. But launches, and I'd hate to jump in now and not have fun and be put off for release. That's the best mentality to have, I think. If you're someone who wants that first time to be like super immersive and memorable and like, whoa, look at all of this beauty and all of this, like, this visual acuity, right? It's a good choice to make. Me personally, like, I'm much less of a, you know, visuals person. I have the community over here that we're growing. We're 200 plus ready for P3, working towards 300 very quickly. And so, like, our goal is to keep growing, and we've got a lot of that, like, long-term goal, right? So we'll be here through launch anyways, and you can always catch the content to ask any questions about systems or anything like that. But definitely in terms of a playability standpoint, I mean, you'll notice I'm running around right now and there are not many players around. That's because we're less than a month away from the Phase 3 launch where everything wipes and we get new servers. So a lot of people are going to be taking some breaks and just kind of like chilling out for a bit. And the player base will be at a pretty low point right now. And then in about, I'd say 3 weeks, it'll kick up quite a bit again with the pre-Phase 3 era. Hoping that everything goes smooth with their deployments up until that point over on the private test realm. And then from there, Phase 3 launches. Phase 3 is going to be really cool to see. It's going to be, in my guess, a 1.5-ish server, or like phase, I should say. My guess is fresh servers throughout that, like a few different server startups, so people can hop in at different points through progression and kind of like see how, you know, the third and fourth starting area are in the second continent. So all of that is coming through Phase 3, and at the end of Phase 3, it'll be feature complete. So then they have 2 short betas, and then after the 2 short betas, they launch. So it is very, very, like, insight, so to say. I still think late 2027, early 2028 is, like, my ballpark in terms of where I would place launch. And we're here the entire time playtesting, every single day streaming. I quite literally stream daily. I've done so for 760 days in a row now, so that just continues to keep climbing, and we keep trying to get as much info out about Ashes as we can and figure out as much as we can. We'll say I've played MMOs for 22 years. I've had more lifetime memorable experiences in the last 9 months in this game than any other MMO I've ever played. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. I think Ashes being a truly, like, open world, social, player-to-player incentivized MMO is incredibly refreshing for me. It gives me another level of, I don't know, just kind of like immersiveness, especially as someone who's trying to build the community, someone who's trying to continuously do more and get more people incorporated to the community. I absolutely feel that extra level of like, all right, let's stay involved. Let's keep getting more and more people involved, getting more and more people active. And like, that's what I always try to keep in mind. Last time I saw this area was spring. I know it's been a minute, man. I haven't been able to show gameplay for a while because I've been on the private test realm. Like, it's fucking insane. Absolutely insane. I'm back. Did we ego check that one dude? I don't know. After the 14 cents a day thing, he just kind of left. I think he ran out of arguments. I don't know, man. I respect the effort, but I don't think it went the way that he thought it was gonna go. So good for I hope you get the following after. I appreciate that. My second time watching, it's been enjoyable. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. I'm just grateful for my little community over here. There's not really much of a reason why, for any way, shape, or form, I should be able to stream full time with something that's in an alpha that's not even launching. And it's not like I hop over to other games to pull viewers in from there. Like, I sit in Ashes, and if people want to seek out the channel, they seek out the channel. If people don't want to seek out Ashes, I'm not too out there anywhere else. So like, I'm super grateful that enough people come in and decide to stay in to make this whole thing possible. It's something that truly does take a lot of people to stream full time, and I'm grateful for it every day. There's some crazy weather changes with thunder and lightning, like a 0.001% chance of a tree getting struck by lightning or something. How pissed would you be if you're running along with a full material, like full mat inventory, like all braidwood and shit, and then a tree gets struck by lightning, falls on you, and kills you. What will you be doing then, Savo? And why will it be yelling? Ash is bringing back that exploration of a new world that's uncharted. I'm excited for when the whole world's in. Oh yeah, and the world's gonna be changing all the time. Absolutely. And there will be parts of the world that are communicating with each other, parts of the world that are just kind of like little plugs and fillers. Like, if you think every single node is going to go to a guild that is fully communicating and working together on launch, and it's going to be this harmonious, sanctimonious thing, like, you're on fucking fentanyl, brother. Like, you were actually fented out of your mind. You're a fiend. People will hate each other in this game. Genuinely. Motherfuckers will probably get death threats over this goddamn game. They probably already have. There's going to be a lot of social chaos and disorganization and everything. Giraffes are 30% more likely to be hit by lightning than humans. Sure, like if you put a giraffe and a human beside each other, right? But like how many giraffes are there comparatively to humans, and how many giraffe lightning strikes are there yearly versus human lightning strikes? Because I'd be willing to bet that there's much more than a 30% increased frequency of humans getting hit by lightning than giraffes getting hit by lightning. I'm just putting that out there. What are your thoughts about the delay of Phase 3? Sucks for people that took time off of work, first and foremost. I'm unemployed, so I have the exemption from that, but sucks for everyone that took time off of work, especially those that took May 1st off and then August 4th off. That's like showing up to get your dick sucked and nobody being there, and then them being like, sorry, I had to take shit, and then they're like, meet me at this place at this date, and then you show up behind that Wendy's dumpster and he's still not there, and then you just get kind of sad a second time, right? And I get it. I absolutely get it. It's a tough time, but I do think overall, like, everything considered, and the time until launch also being 2+ years, in my opinion, we're looking at a 20-day delay for them to have the quality of the Phase 3 launch be much better for every single player that encounters it, right? So, like, as much as it does suck to have, a second pushback, right? For a lot of players, especially people who took time off from work, I think that's the worst thing. I don't even care about the delay, and I don't think most people care about the delay because they know that so much good is coming from it. There are just some people that are like, motherfucker. Like, I applied for Twitch front page for the 4th before the delay because you have to put your applications in early, and you can only apply for like one every 90 days. And so I put my front page application in. So now I'm in a spot where, like, on the 4th, I'm gonna randomly, if I do get approved, have like a couple thousand viewers sitting in here like, well, what's Dusty doing? We running around on the Fox again today looking for players? So that's been something we're trying to figure out some fun stuff for on that day. But yeah, that's the worst part of it in my mind. Like, as long as content is rolling, I personally think that Phase 3 start is more of a... what's the word I'm looking for? Ceremonial thing, so to say. More of just like an arbitrary date and like title to something, right? In my opinion, like, if they had started Phase 3 on May 1st, Phase 3 would have been cooked. If they had started Phase 3 on August 4th comparatively to August 26th, then the Phase 3 launch would have been significantly worse. If they do delay again, for whatever reason, and they push it to September, and they want to get Summoner out, then Phase 3 launch will be in a better spot than it would have been in August. So, like, from my perspective, I don't really mind the delays because it's not like they delay it and then they just stop working on the fucking title during the delay, right? They keep adding content. The PTR is getting more and more shit every single day. And we still, I'm sure, have a lot more on the agenda between now and P3 that they're trying to get in. So, like, I get the disappointment of not having the Fresh Start server and everything to play on. Like, I also want the Fresh Start server. I want more people to be alive in the world and, like, populating it. I want shit to do. Just very, very, very simply put. but I think that Intrepid holds themselves to a very high standard of content deployment, and like when they put something in, they want it to be in the right spot, and I respect that. After coming from New World, where everything was just absolutely cooked, after coming from New World, where everything was just absolutely fucking cooked, it's quite nice, in my opinion, to come over here and have everything not just be like omega rushed. Oh, thank you, sir. He out there grinding. Very out there grinding. Okay, so like New World's content was always just like absurdly rushed and very like sloppily deployed, and as a result they were in a constant state of like playing from behind and trying to catch up, right? And I would rather have Intrepid take longer to get everything in place, and when it does drop they don't have to play catch up, than have them try to push everything out and then play catch up like crazy. So also, Solus, hello. How long will phase 3 last? I want to try this game. Phase 3, from a like what's coming standpoint, is everything else in the MMO. So like by the end of P3, Ashes of Creation will be a feature complete MMO, and then the betas, Savo asked this earlier, but betas are supposed to be measured in weeks, not months or years or anything like that. Steven has said short betas measured in weeks. And so phase 3, in my guess, is probably going to be like a year and a half, just because of what's left, like how much there is left, how many systems are still kind of like in the works, everything. And that could always change, could always go longer, shorter. That's just my personal prediction as a content creator that comes with no merit whatsoever. I don't work for Intrepid. I don't have insider info. I'm just guessing. But I think launch will be around 2027, 2028. And like with that being said, it could go, you know, the route of 2, and then like betas are actually short. I kind of think 1.5 years for alpha, and then a couple longer betas, maybe like a month and a half on each beta for like 3 months of betas, which is why I kind of have it at that like total 2027, 2028. But truly it could be a longer phase 3, could be shorter betas, could be anything. Secondary classes are going to take a good chunk of time. See, I almost wonder though, like they're implementing secondaries on a pretty smooth basis, because they're starting with tank and cleric, and then they're adding more after the fact, right? And I don't necessarily think that standing up a secondary is going to be as difficult as creating an entirely new primary from scratch. You mind balancing with all that? I mean, yes and no, because realistically, once you get your total percentage like numbers down, you can just adjust it, right? So say it's like they want the total percent on a very high level damage modifier to be 400%. So like pulverize is 225, and then it's gained 175% as fire if I'm a mage. And then something like a different class that has a 175 ability, it's like a stronger augment that's like 225% fire, right? So like once they kind of have their like total damage scaling that they want, it's more just a matter of adjusting the numbers to each thing. Cause it's not like every augment's just gonna like completely change every single ability. Steven has said they're gonna be like strength 1 to strength 10, where strength 1 is more like, you know, a little flavor on it. Like this carrot cake has a little carrot on top. That's an augment. The carrot on top isn't there, but when I looked at the carrot cake in the store and it was on clearance, I said, oh, look at the cute little carrot. And Carla also liked the carrot, and then we got the carrot cake. So makes it feel a little bit different, but it's not necessarily changing the flavor of it. A strength 10 augment would be having an actual fucking carrot on my carrot cake. It would change the texture, it would change the consistency, it would change a lot of it. And that's kind of, you know, what you'll get with the secondary classes too, I think. And it all just depends on how strong they want each of those things to be, and then plugging them. Why does it take so long to launch the game? Just curious, as I've heard about this game, I think 10 years ago. Yeah, so in terms of like the development process, there are a few things that kind of contributed to a little bit of a longer development cadence comparatively to things like Blizzard and like AAAs they're putting out the MMOs that, you know, it's being compared to frequently. We have to remember that technically Intrepid Studios is an independent game developer. Ashes of Creation is technically an indie game. This is not a AAA studio. This is not a large developer. This is not a developer that had employees when they started development. Intrepid started with 12 employees when development began, and they're now over 250, according to Steven a few months ago. So like, my guess is they're constantly hiring. So my guess is they're probably closer to 300, right? But it's basically been like, they had to start from scratch. From like conceptualization to forming the teams to working on it, that are working on it, to hiring the people to fill the teams, to like building the systems in the world and everything from baseline, right? They didn't have the practice, they didn't have the reps. It wasn't like, oh, we're moving this team from WoW, you know, WoW Retail over to WoW Classic to help prep for this. We're bringing in this developer that worked on WoW for 17 years and then he's been kicked up in Bali for the last 3 years or whatever, right? They brought in new people to make something new with new systems that they had to bring up from scratch. And a lot of the early development was very much built around like, let's get this bitch running. Like, let's get the engine actually started. And a lot of the early phases like Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 Phase 1 were very heavy networking phases. So it was like, let's get the game to run consistently and fluidly. Phase 2 was a lot more like, all right, let's get systems kind of working. And Phase 2.5, the last 3 months, has been a big emphasis on, again, networking and backend with some system implementation as well, but primarily networking. So this has been a stress test. Every player globally was on one server. They broke the Unreal Engine 5.3 concurrent player record, and then they also broke the Ashes, of course, concurrent player record for a single server. 8,100 plus concurrent players out of one starting area, and there will be 4 on the full map. So like, it was really encouraging, and that was pre-server worker upgrades, which are the areas of the world that like, you know, run the resources without dynamic gridding, which is a huge server technology that we're testing on the private test realm right now that they invented. So like, it's cool to see everything come along, and it's much less like, you know, this is the rate of development, and it's much more like they started out slow, and then it's like, it's gonna go like this, right? And as core systems come in, those puzzle pieces like click into place and you start seeing the total picture, right? And then those last few pieces, those are just polish. Those are everything being in place, and everything kind of starts to move a little more rapidly as more things are in place. So it'll, I think, continue to ramp through Phase 3. Even in my opinion, like they opened up private test realm access for every tester on July 1st. And July 1st was a turning point in my life. I have seen such a quick content cadence on the PTR. Now, granted, the private test realm is like earlier iterations of content, and we get things in a rougher state over there. It's more focused testing. But like, they're throwing shit at us quickly, very quickly. I really liked a game I played where the first people that were granted an epic quest / raid reward got to have their item named with approval. So instead of it being glowing ebony greatsword, it would be Avernus greatsword of chaos or something. Felt amazing to have that as flex. Interesting. So like, the first people that were granted an epic quest or raid reward got to have their item named with approval. So like, say you were the first to kill a world boss, right? I could have like, I don't know, I could just have like a longbow named the Duster, right? If I was the first person to kill that and like get that drop or something. Interesting. That'd be kind of cool. Did you play Arcage? I did not play Arcage. Personally, it was like the whole Arcage lineage, that entire thing, right? I kind of avoided the social sandbox MMOs, not because I didn't like them, but because I grew up gaming with my older brothers. I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old, and then I went into WoW on launch when I was 8, grew up in WoW, went to Dota 2, spent some time in Fortnite in the shooter scene, and then went to New World. And from New World, came over here. So I took different stops along the way, right? But I very traditionally like played one thing for large chunks of my life. And so like, I never really went too heavily into the Arcage side of things, right? A lot of the social sandbox, like, just was foreign territory to me. So I went over to New World, and like 50 versus 50 wars were massive for me. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is huge. And that was really cool. And then I come over here and I'm like, Oh damn, 100 versus 100 sieges. Oh goddamn, multiple raids in the open world contesting one area. God. And then people are like, oh Dusty, you haven't seen anything yet. And so personally, like, I'm very excited for launch to see, like, you know, what the actual numbers are going to be. We're trying to grow the largest community of the weekend, the most powerful community of the weekend. And like, we know that there are just going to be communities that come in with thousands of people ready. And we're going to have to work very hard to beat that shit. So I look forward to it, man. The social sandbox side of gaming is an incredible one, especially if you have a community that very much enjoys making content with each other. So, with approval, so I can't name it Steven Song. Well, how do you know that's not already going to be like a weapon? Like, what if that's just a two-handed mace? The largest and slowest. Oh wait, also, I never gifted you your sub earlier. Toast, you redeemed that so long ago. You gotta yell at me for that. I'm out here scamming you. You literally redeemed that shit like a couple hours ago. And then I've just been yapping the entire time. Also, I'm raising the price on that. You guys are scamming me. I'm going fucking broke in this bitch. Dusty, thanks for the gifty. You're welcome, Dusty. I appreciate you, Dusty. I don't spend money. My entire credit card statement is just like gifty, 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 gifty. But I don't gift other people gifties. It's just a 50k monkey bucks. It's just the redeem. It's scamming me. At least I get a discount though. Wait until August 26th for phase 3. Oh, Vince, over on YouTube. If I started now, there wouldn't be anyone to game with. So, in terms of starting now, like, it depends on what your goals are. There are still some people that are kicking around, but, like, not a lot of people are going to be just full, you know, toughing it out, so to say, in between now and P3. So, personally, I would absolutely recommend if you're trying to have, you know, a lot of people to play with, you're trying to have that lively experience, right? I would say if you want to have like a holy shit, wow, there are so many people, the 26th of August is good because there will be more people for that. If you want to come in and you want to research before August, then that's great. Now, keep in mind, there's no price difference between now or the 26th. So in terms of worth, it's more worth it to hop in now. You get another month of game time. But it just depends on what you personally want to experience. Do you want to venture around the world, and are you okay being, you know, solo or not having as many people active so you can just explore whatever you want to? Or were you really looking forward to that big social, a lot of people in the starting area launch? That is, in my opinion, the big thing. If you just want to explore, you want to see what class you want to play, you spend no additional money hopping in now. Not a single extra penny. But it does get you the extra month of content. It allows you to see what you want to play. But again, you'll just have fewer people over here and it'll be a little bit less lively. Now, discord.gg/catswithabs, that is our guild Discord. That is going to be your best place to see a lot of activity through the 26th. We have a lot of people that are still toughing it out over here, trying to stay active. We have guild events planned, and something tells me we're going to be running plenty in between now and the 26th. Plus, over on the PTR, the private test realm, it's visually NDA'd, so you can't show your gameplay from it. But on that private test realm, you can see a lot of changes coming in early, and kind of get a peek of like what could be coming in the future, right? So basically we have Unreal Engine 5.6. We've got a ton of other changes over there that essentially for players that have been playing for a while are massive changes. But the nice thing about the PTR is that a lot of the time they have different focus tests. So some of them are like, oh, we're going to work on leveling today, everybody to this area. And then you can kind of find people there, or it's just like, oh, there's no huge focus today, fuck around and do whatever. Think of Whiteford, I'll have to see a lot of people. If you really want to see a lot of people, phase 3 is going to be fun. August 26th will be great. This is going to be the dead time. So this is the best time to learn, but you can also learn just from chat. You can literally just ask any questions. I think the 26th is most definitely like, this is a starting area. So this is Lionhold. You have the Divine Gate in this castle where people spawn. They come out and then they go to either Lionhold or Samia's Hope on this side. And this, I just bit my tongue. This on the 26th will be so filled with people that you will probably crash if you come here. Just straight up. Now, I hope you don't, but you very well may. Very well may. PTR at August 26th, will it be open 24/7? Can I have access, or will it be separate? Yeah, so basically, the private test realm and the live environment are two different environments. So the private test realm is like the more forward-looking test environment, and then you have the live one. I'm playing on live right now, so like phase 3 on the 26th will be the live environment. That will be 24/7 accessibility. There will be downtimes for like updates and stuff naturally. But their goal is to have that up as close to 24/7 as humanly possible. Trying to get married in Ashes? Ayo. To who? I will need to test that a lot. So like, low-key, when marriage is in, who's down to try to like break the marriage system and become Utah family? Because there may be advantages. Like, realistically, if I have, like, 8 wives up in this bitch, might be good. Many nice. In RO, if you married and the other player quit, you just never got married again? That's a bit rough. But I want family decisions to be weighted. I feel like if I'm the man of the house, then it should just be my decision being weighted. Why the fuck does anybody else's matter? I bark for heels. You a New World player? It's a New World name. So we don't have Utah Dusty in this bitch. What do you fucking mean? Will there be monogamy in Ashes of Creation? Not in this household. Not in this household. You want to get into the freehold? You're fucking. That's how we greet each other. Like, oh, I'll be completely honest. Like, Zop's freehold, if you show up wearing clothes, we're gonna have a bouncer out there with his cock out, and he's just gonna shake that at you if you're getting in or not. Like, it's just gonna be like a... It's a whole ass thing. Anti-monogamy bandits. Why are you looking at me all weird? Oh, is that you? Oh, I didn't fucking know that was you. My bad. My bad, dog. I just said it's a New World ass name. I go, I bark for heels. That's a New World ass motherfucking name. That was what the community? Correct. So like the most split that we'll see is the NA and the EU server on the 26th. But that's just some more accessibility for players to play on the server that they want to. So with my first date in the family, they're gonna have to prove their worth. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I don't know, like, because realistically, I could always go like the ooh-woo and like in-game marry Carla, right? Or I could in-game marry Zombie and have probably way more benefits to that, and then we make like, I don't know, Strag our midwife, we make Zop our kid, and then we've got like 4 more familial slots for people that just degen grind. Why not marry multiple people? Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if we can Utah. Guild alliances through marriages. Yo, wait. Guild alliances through marriages would fuck. Wait, that would go Insano style. I'll be the cool uncle. You're not even playing right now. Literally unwilling to quit work for the greater good. The greater good being the community. Is housing already available or just phase 3 or 4? So right now there are freeholds in the game. In node housing, like the ones actually in towns, those are going to be through phase 3. But right now we have, oh no, you can ask whatever you need, man. Don't feel bad. Freeholds are like the standalone ones throughout the node that are first come, first serve. And that's through like the whole territory, right? So there are a certain number of those that you can buy. Those have functionality. On the private test realm, those were actually just like pulled out of the private test realm for a second so they can improve functionality of them and bring more capabilities to them, and then they're gonna slam them back in for testing hopefully soon. So we could very well see more iterations of the farming system. Freeholds will eventually be able to have like your own player market and some tavern capability and shit like that on it. So freeholds will be full functionality, RP, like whatever you want them to be. You'll even be able to maintain freehold buffs in your freehold, so people in the zone of your freehold will eventually get like either gathering buffs or maybe like some combat buffs or whatever it may be, but like some zone-based buffs that you can maintain in your freehold as well. It'll literally be like a small community outside of the town if you're doing it right. Been reading through all of Dune, so House Alliance through marriage is a big part of it. See, honestly, reading through Dune is much better than playing through Dune. I won't lie. And I think you're making the best possible choice. Wonder if Thogli would ever get married for the good of the hold? You know, what if Thogli married an elf bitch? Like, what if this entire time the racism has just been like built up sexual tension and like Thogli really just wants to bang a pointy ear? Like, I'm just saying, them slandering words? Yo, but you ever see them elf biddies? Like what them ears do from behind, you grab those shits and just... I'm gonna get a drink. And we're back. Alright. Everybody just stop thinking about elf biddies. Stop. Everybody stop. There's a guy from Purple who says make sure to kiss your homie goodnight. Yeah, I mean, why would you not kiss your homie goodnight? We've gone probably like too in-depth at this point about how golf memberships are very expensive, and at most courses, if you were to apply for a couples membership, you'd probably be saving hundreds, if not, you know, $1,000+, right? And if you bring a friend and you just make out with your friend for a minute in front of the clubhouse staff, how are they going to say you're not a couple and you're not eligible for a couples membership? What are they going to say? Like, oh no, you're not together. Like, yeah, we're together. What are they going to challenge the play? Is there a flag on the field? No. Give me my goddamn money. Was AFK and Dusty just standing in my face? I mean, if you're standing here, I'm gonna get up in your face and smell a little bit. I just gotta welcome the new players in, I will say. 2 courses I tried this at, they need to verify address match. One didn't care, and one just asked if we were roommates. Was that, did you have like a matching address, or were you just like, oh yeah, we both live here? So like, did they make you make out, or did you just do that after? Because it's either like you have to do it to save the money, or you have to do it to celebrate. Either way. Like, but that's very inclusive of those courses too. Actually, very inclusive of the first one, but like the second one where they asked if you were roommates, I asked what the stipulations were. Bro, why? Just walk in holding hands and be like, yeah, we'd like to get a couples membership. Like, who cares? The fuck do you mean? Like, they don't know you. Like, literally just walk in, like, hand in hand with your friend and be like, hey, we'd like to grab a membership for your fine course. Oh, shopping around to find the best couples deal. Okay, well, bring your partner. Why would you be shopping for a couples deal without your partner? The fuck do you mean? It's 2025. You don't need to hide it anymore. Shit, I knocked a rock off of my desk. Yes, I just have cool rocks sitting on my desk from Iceland. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily. I'm trying to get one of those cute mountains so I can get more people to pick the game up. What do you mean you have a turtle? The Tortuga goes crazy. I don't know what Jen's giving out, but I think Jen is doing some shit. Golf courses are like 15 years behind when it comes to inclusivity. Yeah, that do be true. That do be true. Wear gym shorts out on that bitch once and they said turtle looked ugly. Bruh, what do you mean? Although, I will say, I saw the graveyard golem mount over on the private test realm today. And a lot of things got a very, 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 like, significant reskin on the private test realm. Simply because we're on, whoops, graveyard golem. But basically because we went over to Unreal Engine 5.6 over there instead of being on Unreal Engine 5.3 here. So, basically, bro, I don't know why, but the framing of this picture on the wiki, does this not look like a Mortal Kombat picture? Like, genuinely, does this not look like a Mortal Kombat picture or some shit? Where it'd just be like the scrolling background. I have no idea why, but it hits me like that so fucking hard every time I see it. Especially on like the side thing over here. I'm just like, what the hell is that? Let's see. Graveyard golem, ground mount. I want to see how it looks.
I totally thought it was. I was
okay.
like, what is
the graveyard golem looks.
So for anybody who purchased this, it's
the graveyard golem looks insane comparatively to this on the PTR. Like, it looks cool like this, but on the private test realm, brothers, I'm telling you, it got a pass, and it looks fucking phenomenal over there. Like, Unreal Engine 5.6 They changed it? They didn't even change it. It's just the textures themselves being on 5.6 instead of 5.3. Like, I saw a GM riding around on the mountain today, and it's still the same, like, skin, but with the mouse, yes. With the 5.6, like, I guess upgrade, the textures on the gear looks better. The textures on everything look better, yes. Textures and lighting on 5.6 go so fucking hard. Also, for phase 3 launch, I need to be sitting right about here. Right about here. And I just need to record every poor soul that thinks they can jump off of this and survive it. Genuinely. So it's that big of a difference, like you'll notice the second it drops first live. Oh, in terms of the visuals? Oh, night and day, you log over and this looks flat and soulless compared to, like, you can have done right. Oh yeah, no, I know, I have the drops down. But PTR looks so filled with life and like poppy in a certain extent. Like it's not oversaturated, it's not just like turned all the way up. It's just, it's higher quality visuals. It's more crisp, it's more clear. The lighting shows through a little bit better. The leaves on the trees have a new technology in 5.6 that they didn't have in 5.3. So I'm not saying this to glaze, but the leaves on the trees are fundamentally different and better than they are on this build. Every single thing that you see on 5.6 is going to look a little bit better. Redone character models, new races also in the character creator. It looks real fucking nice, I will say. Oh wait, I have a Scorpion Broodling over in Squalls that I haven't gone to grab in a while. I started refining it like 3 weeks ago, so I'm sure it's done by now. Font is trash though. Yeah, font's dog shit. Font's dog shit. Also, keep in mind, they could just add a font selector in the UI long term. Like, legitimately, they could just add a font selector in the UI that changes your game's font. Just putting that out there. Anyways, if the Messages app on a fucking 2001 cell phone can do it, I'm sure Intrepid Studios could probably manage it if it became that big of a deal. Personally, I like the UI design comparatively to what it was. And yes, this is leagues above what it was in December. Believe you me, you couldn't right-click a name in December and invite someone to your party. You couldn't right-click a name and whisper somebody. Whispering someone was difficult as fuck. It didn't have this little backlog of people that you had whispered. It was /T instead of /W. /R did not reply. Like, that. The UI has come a long fucking way, like functionally and aesthetically. Now, of course, I don't know if people want like this grandiose UI with like Phoenix branding everywhere and shit. But I don't necessarily expect that from Ashes. I don't necessarily think that like overly, you know, thematic shit is gonna be up the route, so to say. At least in the UI, but the UI is very functional. You can customize it literally however you want to, so. But yeah, no, genuinely, if you haven't checked out the PTR yet, just from a standpoint of seeing like what everything looks like over there, it's, dude, it's fucking nice. It's very nice. In my opinion, it also runs much smoother. Performance is miles better. My dog. Yes. In my opinion, performance is much smoother over there. It could also be because fewer players, but there aren't really many players over here either. So like, it's fucking nice. Speaking about what I love about the art functionally, is how identifiable the gatherables are from a distance, even in fall. All the leaves are orange, but you can spot a braidwood. Yeah, absolutely. And I think like one thing that's really cool about Ashes, from a standpoint of, you know, playing it versus not playing it there, if you're just running around the world, like, I'm not looking for gatherables right now because there's not really a need to get them. I'm just kind of running place to place, looking for people and seeing what's up, right? But Phase 3 launch, I will be running place to place to place to place, and everywhere that I'm running, I will actively be looking for Braidwood, Willow, all of it. I will stop at every single worthwhile gatherable and I will grab them. And it's going to be a different game. And for someone that's just coming in and it's their first time, they're like, oh, you're running place to place. Like, you're not doing anything. This seems boring. Like, why isn't there just a fast travel? They don't realize that if I find a Braidwood and I hit a Lego Braidwood, that could very realistically be enough money for me to gear, you know, a portion of my character with lower rarity stuff. Like, that could be my early, you know, low rarity best in slot in terms of my entire kit. That could be the start of me flipping it into more. Like, it could change the entire game for somebody to hit one legendary tree at the right time. And something as simple as, like, being locked in and being aware of what's coming and what's out there is fucking huge. But Phoenix, you died and leveled at the same time. So do you have XP debt? Or did you, like... You must have leveled then died, right? So you probably have XP debt on your next level as soon as you started? Guild leader hit a legendary coal and literally geared his guild because they were a smaller guild in phase 2. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. If you hit a good, like, a good legendary rarity gatherable at the right time and you sell it at the right time, you can quite literally make generational wealth in terms of ashes. Because legendary gear is going to be much, much, much more expensive and harder to obtain than green and blue gear. You could quite literally, as you said, Pop, sell one legendary coal for a fucking lot. I almost have enough Lego braid for another bow. How hard is it to get some rubidium up in this bitch? I don't know what we need, but I bet we can find it. I bet we can find it pretty easy, actually. But yeah, no, I really like some resources, some things stand out very, very, very well. You can definitely tell the rare spawns versus the intended common spawns. And like, when I was a new player, I got really excited finding like larch, because I thought larch was a rare spawn because I would find it in like, you know, a bunch of oak. And then I ran into a higher altitude area and I saw more larch there, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's just you know, it's a planned out regional spawn type B, like it's a normal spawn. And then I saw willow and I was like, wait, this shit's gotta be rare. Lo and behold, it were. Do you have a plan to set up optimal parties for the start of P3 to get how to start? Oh yeah. So we already had guild signups up for August 4th launch, but we'll put up another round of them for the 26th launch. But we have our leveling groups. We're gonna have a node squad that's leveling and focusing on the node that we want to get. And then we'll also have our gatherers, refiners, and crafters, so. One Lego Grave Lily, one Lego Rubidium, and Lego Braid? Wait. That's actually... Is it really only one Lego Grave Lily and one Lego Rubidium? That's not bad at all. 35 Lego Braid. Well, yeah, but I expected more Rubidium. Although I guess that makes sense. It'd just be like Rubidium trim on a wooden bow, right? You wouldn't want like a full metal bow. If you're dead next to the party and they kill something, it counts towards your debt. That is true. It was leveling from 1 to 2, no real XP debt to speak of. Okay, word. I used the blue thread because Emu has gear. Okay. Wait, do you have a Lego bow as well? And does anyone want to do like some PvP or something? I would, I'd personally be down. I would entertain the thought of that. If anybody was feeling it, mayhaps, may chance. I don't really know like who's on or what's what. But I'm running down right now to Squall's End because I had a broodling refining down here last month. Literally last month, but some PvP. Level 8 with some quests and 2 commissions, all without really fighting anything in under 2 hours. That's nice. That's nice. How contested do you think that particular loop will be, though? In, like, you know, if you're just trying to get out ahead and stay out ahead, what are the odds of that questing loop getting bottlenecked? The road packages? Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, safe, fast, and sure is fucking impossible. Yup. Commander for Slivers of the Past. Is that a name mob? Because that would be very tough. Especially if it's a 20-minute respawn name mob. Oh, lordy. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about, like, a theoretical parse in terms of areas. Sort of, but he's no star. Okay. Interesting. So maybe it's not like a full 20. Maybe it's like a, I don't know, like a 5-minute? I don't necessarily know, though. We'll have to see. Maybe Codex has it. However they fix it, they'll drop quest reward for the whole party. Oh, wait. That's kind of nice. That's actually massive for group questing. So, is group questing going to be, like the efficient way? And is that fixed in the PTR or is that fixed over here? I'm assuming still bugged on live, fixed on PTR. Both? Okay. That's massive. It's been fixed for a while now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't leveled shit except for this character this phase. Last phase, I leveled a couple other characters for a little bit just to, like, fuck around, but I haven't, I don't know, felt the divine calling. I'm installing the PTR. It's going to take a while, but it's going to be worth it. It's also 24/7 right now. So, just keep that in mind. Well, 24/7 except for update time, but they changed the road to Tova quest. Interesting. Already at 50%. Hey, yo. Wait, that's not bad at all. You're actually kind of cruising through that. Maybe I'm just comparing it to, like, how bad Zine's update time was. Because that man runs on actual, like, pee-pee-poo-poo hamster wheel internet. And it's a miracle that he could open his emails, let alone Ashes of Creation. So, I mean, yeah, you're not really dealing with that, so that's great. Zine doesn't count. Yeah, Zine's the outlier in the worst possible way. I absolutely agree. I think the desert's gonna be fucking abandoned, chat. I'll be completely honest. What's bringing people to the desert? Can we discuss? I left the desert as well. Yeah. I don't know, man. It doesn't feel good. Journeyman fishing. That is true. That is absolutely true. Dusty on my last hour's worth of batter and I can't get more till Saturday. Should I dab it or save it for tomorrow? Most likely. It's Sunday. So, personally, if you're locked out for a forced tea break, I would say... I'd say smoke it and then just take a tea break the entire week. My personal take, but that's up to you. Wait, what do you mean teleporter, Tambuki? Desert will eventually get teleporter. What do you mean by teleporter? From continent to continent. I don't think there's gonna be a fast travel continent to continent. You have to like sail continent to continent. Where did you hear about the teleporters? Should be ones at the north and south. I don't recall hearing about that on my end. Ashes is not going to have fast travels. And a big part of it is like the time that you spend going place to place is a large part of like your calculation of time spent. And like the distance is a massive thing. So all of the sea area is completely like sailable and navigatable. And like continent to continent, it's like lawless open ocean. So that's meant to be like that's meant to be a large gameplay loop in and of itself, going continent to continent. I think it'll be like Valheim can't bring certain things. Interesting. Oh, scientific nodes? Oh, so yeah, so that's a different thing than like desert going continent to continent. So basically scientific nodes are one of like 4 node types, right? So if those hit max tier, their benefit is that they get a portal that's one way to their vassal nodes. Now, vassals won't necessarily be across a continent. They could, but Squall's a scientific. Yeah, every biome will have a scientific. So like if you happen to roll, say, Squall's End, and then you do pull a vassal across on the other continent, then you could, in theory, if you hit max tier, get a one-way portal over to that. It can go cross-continent according to the wiki as well, but you wouldn't be able to go back with that. So that's like the only way that there would be, to my knowledge. Gatekeepers in large cities that will allow you to teleport for high cost / quest lines. Steven mentioned it before in an interview. Do we know which interview that was in? Because I know like the portal through scientific metropolises was a thing. But metropolises got removed, metropolises, in favor of the T5 cities. So, like, that's only going to be, as far as we know, 1 of 5. Unless they change it. Because it was going to be 5 T6 nodes. Presumably, it'd still be 5 T5 nodes. Scientific T5s, or cities, will get a one-way portal to their vassal nodes that can only bring them there. And then multiple scientific nodes would have an airship that goes place to place, like scientific metropolis to scientific, well, scientific city to scientific city, if there are 2 on the same server. But keep in mind, not everything can hit like top tier. Is that a freehold you just passed? Yes, this is one coming up here as well. Right now, freeholds are placed just throughout the nodes themselves and kind of like assigned an area. Longer term, there will be an estate system that comes in. And through the estate system, you'll be able to pick up and place your freehold throughout the node where you want it to be. And there will also basically be like guild halls that can be present in nodes as well through the housing structure. And if you have guild freeholds like within a guild hall, then you can get buffs going to, you know, each of the things. But that's more of a long-term implementation of that. So a while back it could have changed, but I do recall it being mentioned. Let me see if I can find anything on the wiki. Teleportation. Teleportation just talks about the maybe under fast travel. But Okay, fast travel. Fast travel is limited in Ashes of Creation. None of these fast travel methods allow transportation of gatherables or materials. There is very little teleportation in the world. Some of that does get unlocked through cities of a certain type. Additionally, there are mounts that are faster travel, and there are services that are fast travel between nodes. Scientific cities offer teleportation within their vassal network, which can extend across seas and also include islands. Flight paths between coastal nodes or nodes within specific regions. Airships, and this was from 2018, 2020, and then whenever that was. Airships between cities. This was previously stated to be between scientific cities. So I don't know when that's from. Family summoning through the family system. Slowly summons each of your family members to your location on a 30-minute cooldown. And it has a long cast time, 30 seconds to a minute. So, long duration cast with an approximate 30-minute cooldown that slowly summons each of your family members to your location. Players cannot be summoned in the following cases: while in combat, if corrupted, or if they're engaged in events such as Node Wars, Guild Wars, Sieges, Arenas, or participation in the Caravan system, if they have Mads gatherables or certs in their inventory. And this will be tested during Phase 3. And then estimated travel times. From one end of a Stage 6, well, this should be City, Stage 5 node to another. Running is 2.83 minutes, and mounted, depending on the mount, is 1.67 minutes. From the center of a node to the center of its direct neighbor is supposed to be like a 5-minute run, and then from northernmost to southernmost points of a continent is supposed to be over an hour run. Faster travel, public transportation via system-driven land mounts or flying mounts. There's not going to be a go-to waypoint, auto-pathing mechanics. Academic node, airship, public transport, airship between cities. Some could be player driven. And then it tells you to sprint. Oh no. Because they do go in depth too about how, like, Zergs are empowered by fast travel. Meaningful travel times are intended to prevent Zerg play from being so much of an influence. So, like, that's also an important thing to keep in mind. If a group can be everywhere at once, then that group can do everything at once. And by preventing groups from doing everything at once, you're preventing them from being extremely oppressive, from being a nuisance to everyone. Like, you're preventing a whole lot. Like a better unstuck / ZTP. Yeah, exactly. Yo, what up, Hank? How you doing, my boy? Would still do Witcher 3 autopathing. Would still be dangerous, but not as interactive. Yeah, I mean, like, I personally, we have an auto run. The auto run's a straight line, so, like, line it up and shoot your shot, right? I gotta think a full auto path would diminish a bit of the travel itself. But that's also my thought. I don't know. New World went the route of having their auto run. If you put it on a road, try to follow the road a little bit. You could always go that, but I don't know. I don't mind it, personally. There's a certain level of convenience and quality of life where it's like, it's cool, but does it really fit into how this game's trying to be, right? I really want to eventually make an Uber service where I run empty vans and charge a small fee and ferry people wherever with a warning if someone is an asshat and destroys my van. You might be fucked, but I'm not responsible. And then run Amazon versus a Merc ran delivery service of moving materials around. Yeah, I mean, so the thought of, like, taxi services would be so cool. Because with a taxi service, I've kind of, like, thought it out a little bit. But the admission is paid, and then it goes into the van itself until the player gets to a safe point of arrival. And then the driver is able to, like, you know, put the taxi away or, like, claim the goods out of the taxi, basically. Like, you can take your money, you can keep more money in it, whatever it may be. I think that would be fucking fire. So, like, I have a taxi van. It's a super high tier 1. It can fit, you know, 12 people on it. So I'm like, I'm running through, I'm picking people up, and someone sees a big 12-seater, and they're like, oh shit, and they go to attack it. But then, bam, all 12 people are ready to fight, and they're all PvPers that were just trying to AFK and get a ride, and they, you know, they help defend it. Or it's 12 PvEers, my van dies, gets ambushed, they take the money from all of those people, I'm out the money, they're out the money, and then I have some explaining to do. That'd be fucking sick. I would love that. Very, very, very much. Hit and run, tighten it, and skilled guilds will be much more efficient than Zerg guilds. Oh yeah, I mean, I think there's a nice mix though, because like hit and run, skilled guilds, sure. But one thing that I always say about Ashes is that it is in your best interest to have more of everything, but you also have to have, you know, strength within your numbers. Like there's strength in numbers, but you need to have strength in your numbers or you will just get rolled. And there have been communities in the past that had a lot of people, but those people weren't exactly good. And as a result, they died very, very, very quickly and very, very, very frequently. And I think that there's a lot more to Ashes than the simple just like, you know, we Zerg everything, we Ooga Booga this, we Ooga Booga that. And people will learn that at a certain point. Whether they want to or not. I made a broodling chat. But if you do have a guild that is incredibly well coordinated and is also, you know, fucking 1,000 people deep, right? That's gonna be really hard to deal with. But that's also where the social systems and alliances come into place, right? So you could literally have one guild that can beat your entire server until your entire server links up and beats that guild. And it could happen. It probably will on a server at a certain point where there is just one superpower and everybody just has like a David versus Goliath battle with them. And they end up beating them. And then some people atrophy from the guild and just, you know, it keeps going from there. But the storylines of different servers are also going to be very fucking crazy to see how they shape up, how different unique servers are. Logged out a couple of times, auto-running vans. Yeah, you just point that bitch in a direction and send it, right? Yo, what up, Tyson? How you doing, dude? Got delayed? Yes, but they're bringing up some good changes with it. So I was hoping that there wouldn't be a delay, but it was also from a standpoint of, like, I thought we were gonna get a more bare bones phase 3 launch, and I'm happy overall that they are choosing to delay to put in much more meaningful content for the phase 3 launch. It's going to be much better having the things in that will be in because of the delay than it would be to launch without those and then get them a couple weeks after. Largely impactful. Now, I've been talking about this a lot, but like, it sucks the most for people that like took time off work, because now motherfuckers got a vacation that they're like not ready for, right? They gotta figure out what to actually do. They gotta figure out if they want to go outside. They gotta figure out a lot. So I think that's the shittiest part for a lot of people that did get caught in that, like, you know, that scenario. But other than that, I think it's for the best, like, overwhelmingly. I don't really think there's too much wrong with the delay. I think that it's going to overall help a lot. And hopefully player retention is in a good spot. Shit could always fuck up. Things might not be ready, but I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. So, Toast, where's the best auto-running a van spot? Like, what is the spot where you can just set that bitch forward and let it go? Best ever book vacations for games like this. I'm a former ARC player and every map was always delayed. Yeah. I most definitely understand the excitement and like the want to get ahead of the curve and everything, right? But I will also say, like, day 1 having gear and day 4 having gear is not that much of a difference. I think that launch, I absolutely fucking get it. I absolutely get it. But I don't know, man. I feel like in the alpha, it's very easy to catch up with the lower level cap. If you really want to, you could probably blast up to 25 in a day if you're out ahead of the curve. Just maybe 2 days, but when do you think it'll officially launch? Late 2027, early 2028 is my guess. Just kind of like in that ballpark, maybe like holiday season. Maybe a little after. But they still have a lot of implementation to get done before the end of phase 3. Phase 3 is going to be quite literally the rest of the game. By the end of phase 3, we'll be feature complete, and then after that, it's 2 short betas, right? So, P3 is going to be insane to be a part of. It's also probably going to be a longer playtesting environment. I'm thinking like 1.5 2 years just in that, and then 2 shorter betas off of that. So that kind of puts us at that 2027, 2028 launch time. But launch of this game is going to be electric. Oh, dude. When this game is getting ready to launch, I am going to be constantly walking around the house bricked up to the point where most commercials would tell me to consult my physician. Yes. It will be like concerning levels of blood flow to all parts of my body. Absolutely. I mean, even looking forward to phase 3, like having everything that we're going to have, and especially seeing what I've seen on the PTR and being in a spot where like knowing the extent that the next starting area is coming in as, knowing everything that we are going to get access to out in the anvils, it's nice. It's nice. I'm excited for it. This is the game Pirate Software made? Yeah, Pirate Software developed this one as, I believe it was an Undertale mod. And the Undertale mod was so popular that it actually broke away from Warcraft 3 and became Dota 2, which is now run by the League of Legends marketing team. So yes, this is Pirate Software's game. Yes, Reaper over on YouTube. Great question. Let me know if you have any other questions, man. More than happy to answer anything. I don't know if I should say this like stream sniping myself. Well, you're not running the shit right now. I'm not gonna like... I would assume the desert. I would have to assume the desert. Any large body of water works well. Wait, are you telling me that we're just going to be able to sit in the open ocean between the 2 continents and just Zyback people? Because that would be fucking legit. Who's your Dota 2 main? I haven't played in years, but I played a lot of position 4. So I played primarily pos 4, then off lane, and then like mid and 1. I mean, I played like pos 5, mid, and pos 1 pretty evenly as my like 3 least played. But big pos 4, big off lane player. I really enjoyed myself some Bounty, some Ricky. Liked Earthshaker a lot. Like, let's see. What are my pub most played? Let me check. Heroes. I know exactly where to find me. Does your hair color show on the regular server? Over here? Let me see. Yes. I have purple mohawk. Wait, is Dota buff cooked? Weird. Never mind. Fine for me. Very strange. Anyways. Clockwork offlane tops. I love that. Clock is very impressive if played properly. Very annoying. PTR hair color not showing. Really? That's very strange. Been like that a long time. Huh. I wonder why. I'm sure that'll get sorted though pretty quickly, yeah. Okay, let's see. In terms of my most played, I have Bounty 61% win rate, Earthshaker 56%, Disruptor 55%, Jakiro 49.33, kill me, Ricky 61.5, Undying 60%, Kunkka 55%, Sniper 54, Quap 48, my mid queen. AA 49%. Let's see. What else is there? But that's just like that's pub profile. Dotobus being janky as shit right now in terms of actually like loading stuff. I don't know why, but you play any FPS? I did for a bit, yeah. I spent some time. I mean, not really like FPS as much as third persons. Like I played a little Apex for some time, but like I got very into Fortnite for a while. So this was from like the tourneys that we had done. Mostly played in amateur tourneys. But like some of the goobers that I used to play with are now okay at the game. So this is one of the mids that I used to play with. Was a very good friend of mine in the Dota scene. Dota buff no load. This is DNM. He's playing some NA stuff now and some pro stuff and very fucking insano style. I don't know what his rank push is looking like. But yeah, this was my like comp, so to say. These are all amateur tourneys, keep in mind. No, by no means any pro stuff. But we did okay for ourselves over here, and this was kind of like what I played in comp, so to say. With like more bounty, more disruptor, more Ricky, more Kunkka. A lot of pos 4 stuff. Really liked a lot of tempo heroes. Very much liked a lot of tempo heroes. And yes, I was that Keeper of the Light player. That's my farm. If I cast for it, I'm gonna take it. That's all mine. Nobody else's except for mine. So, most likely a part of iteration on characters, hair, and textures. Oh, so probably updating that. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably just coming through with like a future looking update. That would check out. Textures are being updated. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Because they're in the process of like character model updates too, right? Because I think 5.6 gave a lot of I think 5.6 gave a lot of character model capabilities. With respect to the 2 players. Yeah, I mean, shit, I spent thousands of hours over there, man. Literally thousands of hours playing pubs, ranked, all of it. So, I've done my hours. I'm reformed, though. I haven't really played since probably like 2017 in any serious way. So the game has entirely changed since I played in any like semi-serious capacity or manner. If I went back, I would be the washed old man that was like, well, back in my day, it was moving a little slower. And like, what's their watermarking? Visual NDA. Do not stream your gameplay. Do not share screenshots of your gameplay outside of the NDA channels, or your account will be Thanos snapperoonied. So do not snap into a permaban. Have a Slim Jim and stop sharing gameplay. But yeah, don't do that shit. When I play PTR, I have to run a VOD on my screen for the visuals, and make sure that I am not sharing any of those visuals or I get fucked. I'm not just asking. Oh yeah, no, I just like doing the rant. But yeah, that's kind of like the awkward thing about it. Like, I could be over on the PTR, like doing more and testing more, but I did a leveling loop on the PTR earlier today, and then I was like, well, I mean, people haven't seen my gameplay in like 2 days now, so might as well at least run around and show them the live environment a little bit. So it's been interesting, man. We're trying to do what we can to get through the remaining lulls, so to say. 1 month and we'll be fine. We'll never have to worry about it again. And at that point, it's only up. So I can't wait. But it's just getting to that point without my mental devolving into the state of a knurling chimpanzee. So, yo, Naruto, how you doing, my friend? Naruto. Sorry, I put a U where there wasn't supposed to be a U. Hope you're having a good day, dude. Wait, is it Neurotopgy? Oh. My brain doesn't do too well at sorting out all like the amalgamations of letters until it does. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Unless it doesn't, feel free to correct me, but I'm going with Neurotopgy. That makes sense. But yeah, bro, like, unironically, I think there are probably fewer than 100 players on this environment right now. It is empty. Now, keep in mind, I've run to the tropics, through the riverlands, through the starting area, down to the desert to grab a huntable, or like a trained mount that I was training. I said that so weird. Anyways, not an animal husbandrist. I did a lot of running, and I don't think we've seen another player out in the open world so far, dog. It's gonna be a month, to say the least. But we still have a good amount of time to make everything happen. We've got the rest of this month to keep recruitment rolling. We've got everything after this month to look forward to. P3 launch gonna be absolutely massive. And we gotta make it to that point and then just keep rolling, man. That's all we're trying to do. We keep recruiting, we keep people getting reps, and hopefully by the time P3 hits, we're up tremendous. I'm not there, and if I'm there, probably nobody's there. Yeah. Might try again for P3, but only if the patch notes allow me. I mean, the delay for P3 is intended to bring in a much larger day of patch, right? Like, we're gonna be transitioning to 5.6 for Unreal Engine. They've got, like, I honestly, like, if you're already kind of like burnt out and chilling, don't feel obligated to play the PTR by any means. But the private test realm will give you a very good glimpse of what's to come with everything. And should, hopefully, for players that are like, have they been making any progress? Especially only playing live and not seeing updates this last month on live, give them a glimpse of all the things that we will be getting. Because really, like, it's night and day. We sent somebody over to play the PTR a little bit, just based on, like, how good the graphics looked. And, like, the graphics alone, like, the gameplay, the changes, but, like, it's night and day. How high quality, Planet Dwarf, like, how high quality the changes are over there. It's remarkable. So, I really do think, like, P3 is going to be a big time for Ashes. The delay is hopefully going to be worth it. I'm just hoping 3 weeks is enough for them to get everything in the spot that they want it to be in, where, like, you know, 5.6 is good to go, dynamic gridding is good to go, like, everything is set. And if they can do that, it's gonna be amazing. If they cannot do that, then, you know, the delay's all for naught. I don't think it will be. I think they'll be fine, but want to trade iron? Hey, yo. Wait, you got all that iron. Jesus Christ. Jesus. So, Zop, have you just been hopping on and, like, going around and gathering and shit? Because bro, I feel like that's all there is to do right now. There's not going to be PvP. There's not going to be much of anything, I don't think, unless we plan it. With that being said, I feel like we should plan a PvP night on live. Intrepid did say previously, too, that there would be a darkness marching across the earth soon. Well, Vera. And that darkness would bring with it some super spooky, scary times. Doing prep for crafting, you're just catching random groups when I can. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I just don't think there's too much spinning up over here. I was out of plan shit. Like, I would love it if we could get enough people on and get another guild with enough people on to, like, get guild versus guild crack and shit, but I just don't see a route where that's happening right now. At least not for a little bit. How do you feel about class distribution? Will there be a good mix of DPS, tank, support, or have you noticed a whole lot of DD? I mean, class distribution's solid. It just depends on, like, what mode you're talking about in particular. So like in a typical group, it's actually more support class heavy than it is DPS heavy. So like most noob friendly groups, so to say, you'll run 2 cleric, 2 bard, 1 tank, 3 DPS. In PvP a lot of the time, pretty similar. So like there's always a lot of room for damage dealers, but you've also got to remember that supports right now, you're running 4 supports per 8-person group instead of 1 healer per 5-person group in something like a WoW. So I think there's actually a lot more of a support emphasis in Ashes than there is in many MMOs. Look for set reel if you want a mage versus mage, he's pretty nice with it. Bruh, nobody wants to 1v1 a tank other than another tank, and that's the worst content in history.
Still Lurk Lord.
Yo, Skibby! Thank you for the Lurk Lord, baby. Thank you for the 37 months, dog. I hope everything's well with you. We just got some bad news recently. Well, bad news for some. That P3 was pushed back for its launch until the 26th of August, but with that, we get a whole slew of changes. We get a whole lot of good to look forward to, and brother, it's gonna be a good time. I'm optimistic. I'm feeling very optimistic. So, we wait 20 more days. We get 20 extra days. We get a huge patch with it. We get our new starting area, Unreal Engine 5.6. We get a lot of it. So, it's fucking juice, man. I hope everything's been well with you, though. I hope work hasn't been too crazy and shit. What's your favorite class? Tank. I am tank. I tank. What is this? Oh, snacks. What's up? Thank you, love. How are you guys doing in PTR? PTR is good, man. Yesterday in the PTR, we actually went into the second Divine Gate, the Dwarven starting area, and checked that out for the first time. That shit is gorgeous. Like, no exaggeration, the best... I think, personally, the best looking area in Ashes so far. But yeah, I like tank a lot. I think tank. Sorry, Carla brought me buffalo chicken dip. I made a big batch last night after stream. And we were chowing. No, a couple days ago. Anyways. I think tank and Ashes already has a lot of different ways that you can build it. A lot of different functional play styles. Things you can do as a tank. And factoring in secondaries coming in for more customization. Ability ranks coming in. There's a lot more that's going to pop up for tanks too. So I think playstyle will be very, very, very like pronounced as a tank. You'll be able to really tell the type of player that you're fighting against with a tank. I feel like mages always play like a mage. But like tanks, you have super tanky tanks, super aggressive DPS-y tanks. Like, there's a lot. There are enough people playing support. Never enough, honestly. It all depends. I mean, sometimes player base has everybody playing fucking clerics and bards, and then sometimes you can only find mages and rangers. I've had times where I have fucking 4 clerics in my group because we can't find bards. It's all like Dusty's Law, bro. Any class that can avoid my group will avoid my group the second I need them. So, I don't know. I would say don't count on anything. My biggest advice to people that are getting into Ashes is like play what sounds fun, not what is good. And I don't mean like play what's bad, right? Just to play what's bad, but like what up, Null? How you doing, my boy? Not necessarily like play something that's bad just because it's bad. But don't let something being bad right now deter you from playing what you want to play. Mage, a lot of people 1v1 as a mage. And they're like, this is dog shit. It's impossible to play. And then they get into a group and they're like, oh, this is insane. I'm the best class in the world. Every class feels great and every class is good for the purpose they excel at. Yes. Yes. I think a lot of classes have their strengths and weaknesses very pronounced. And some of those weaknesses pop up in other areas. Some of them pop up in more utilized areas, but like, I think each archetype feels unique. Each archetype has its place, except fighter. And really it's shaping up very well. By playing something that sounded good to you, and you find it isn't what you hoped for, it's valuable feedback as well that can help shape that class in the future. Yeah, exactly. Is fighter still obsolete? Not obsolete, like, I'd rather have a fighter than an empty slot. Mage is okay in 1v1 on PTR? Yeah. Yeah. I just think Mage has a kit that gets very punished in 1v1s. In a lot of games. Because, like, what does a Mage do to win fights, typically? In most top target MMOs, you kite. What can a Mage not do in Ashes against any good player? Kite. If I have movement, I can keep up with you. Not a single fighter player says feel shit in PvE. Oh yeah. I mean, if the mobs don't hit back, yeah, I'd be the world's best MMA fighter if I fought in an octagon and nothing hit back. Like, any DPS that says their class feels bad in PvE needs to shut the hell up. That shit's made up. Actually propaganda. But I think the thing with fighter as well right now, in PvP at least, is that it's a very get in and stay in class. And with fighter, you try to get in and you just fucking die. So, like, I hope fighter gets accessibility through like tank and cleric. They give it a little bit more self-sustain. For the purpose doesn't mean just PvP. Yeah, but I mean, I think every class should serve a purpose in both PvE and PvP gameplay, right? And not just be obsolete in one form of gameplay. And I think that right now, everything definitely has its place in a PvE group. That's natural. But like PvP wise, fighter was genuinely like obsolete for a while. Paris says that fighter feels amazing in small scale. I think most people would just rather have a tank than a fighter in any like set of circumstances. Because if you're playing a fighter for the AoE, you just get a mage. If you're playing a fighter for the front line, then you just get a tank. It'll change up more, of course, but I think that's the biggest kind of like general consensus with it. It's just like, if fighter, why not tank? Like a lot of the very competitive guilds had their fighters specifically reroll tanks, but it gets a lot better on the PTR. A lot better. Dude, this is amazing. Yeah, PTR fucks, doesn't it? It's good as shit. This is all coming live? Yes, this should theoretically be our P3 launch. Like, this is what they're building towards. Yes. The delay was to hopefully get all of this in and more for the P3 launch. And over the course of P3, we will continue to get more and more and more and more and more and more and more content all the time. Yes, like the PTR is fucking beautiful, dude. Like, people are going to see Ashes on P3 launch and think it's a different game. Yes. And I am not making that up. Yo, Tristy, hello. I was thinking about playing again in P3. You should. P3 is going to be a great time to play. That's significant? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Unreal Engine 5.3 to Unreal Engine 5.6. 5.6 is a massive upgrade over 5.3. I'm not exaggerating. It is night and day difference. The day before launch, I will run out and I'll go stand in some places on this character for a VOD, and we will compare the VOD the day after. You weren't joking. No, I was not. It is legitimately night and day quality difference. The entire game looks alive compared to over here. Like over here, it looks flat. I know that. Well, no, so the day before over here, I'm gonna do that for a VOD, and then I'm gonna compare over here versus phase 3 on phase 3 launch. Yeah. Yeah, don't get in trouble. Just got done with the Dracantos closed beta. What's that? I don't follow too many like outside projects, honestly. I am so like Ashes focused. That's why I asked. Yeah, always better to ask. Yo, what up next? What's your gear looking like right now? It's okay. Oh, I don't have a helmet on. In terms of wipe, August 26th is a new server. So you have like just under a month. But Dune Moore Helm, Basilisk Skin Tunic, Rosarium Guard Brazers, Iron Wing Gloves for the Mitt, Lungs of the Abyss max health, Brine Breeches max health, Boots of the Tardy, Beast Warden's Prod, Steel Shield, Ruvidium Longbow for the attack speed, Steel Ring. This Obsidian Ring is supposed to be another Steel Ring, but I don't have another Steel Ring. Luminon Necklace, Double Luminon Earring, Winstead Cloak, and then Ashen Haunt Shoulders. You could replace these with Iron if you wanted to. Not necessary, it's just a little bit more Fizz power, but pretty straightforward set. Just a lot of Fizz power, max HP, some crit damage, some attack speed. Really balanced approach to everything, but tank just gets so beefy. I'm sitting at fucking 76, 50 HP right now. I'm team low FPS because I need to upgrade my PC. I get about 10 more FPS on PTR than live. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm team high FPS because I play dual PC and run low settings. Like, I personally, I run 144 cap no matter what I'm doing on the PTR. Everywhere, all the time, pretty much no matter what. One of my guildies asked Rock to give them the gear set they should be looking to get to be biscued and give him a printout of it. Jesus fucking Christ. Was it a good gear set? Or was it ass? I'm assuming it just made up items. I didn't even look at it, but he said it sounded like it was correct. Huh. How's dual PC work? Yeah, so basically one PC runs my OBS studio, so like my stream, Discord, like all of that shit, Spotify, and then my gaming PC just runs the game itself. So I'm able to have like the game quality look a lot better, the stream quality look a lot better. And then from there, I just like push up the quality, the consistency. There's never any like strain on the PCs itself. It's super like controllable environments too. I have my audio go through a mix amp. Camera goes through cam link into the stream PC. Video pass over goes through a cap card. Yeah, use a cap card. Yeah, Elgato 4K 60. Yeah. Just get yourself some Elgato stuff and then you will never need anything else. Have you seen how much the electric bill is for a month? I mean, yeah, but also, like, I rent, so it's included in the rent, and even if I were paying it, it'd be cheaper than what I was paying for gas when I was commuting 35 minutes one way to work. So, like, I'll fuck with it. Wish I had more space for a better stream setup. I mean, keep in mind, there are people that average thousands of viewers that stream off a fucking laptop and get millions of views on YouTube streaming off a laptop with no face cam and like a $20 headset. The stream setup is cool and everything, but like, believe you me, as someone who had this stream setup when I had 5 viewers and changed nothing and my viewers went up, like, it's nice when people come in and they hear like a very good audio quality and stuff like that. But I promise, like, if your content is good and entertaining, motherfuckers will show up regardless, right? And it was great to have the boosted quality, but like, believe you me, that wasn't the shit stopping me from getting big. And I'm still not getting big because I suck at content. You guys just have nobody else to watch right now. I just already have another 4K PC sitting under my bed? What the fuck? Bro, just dual PC it. What do you mean? Buy like a Go XLR Mini or some shit. Or like one of the Roadcasters. I don't have space. I have 2 different desks. I have my monitor desk, because I have like, you guys are on the vertical monitor over here. And then I have my gaming monitor. And then I have my like other monitor for Discord, whatever it may be. And then that's on desk 1. Big ass glorious 3XL mouse mat and shit like that. And then I have a second desk here, so they make like an L. And then I have my PCs and a switch on that, and then a TV above that. My stream room is my kitchen and also my living room. Yeah, but if you're streaming, you don't need the kitchen or the living room. So like, money alone will increase your streaming skills? Oh no, God no. There are people that spend way more than I do on their stream setup and have way less viewers than I do. And there are people that spend way less on their setup and have way more viewers. And honestly, in the world of streaming, it's not even like your streaming skills necessarily. There are gonna be so many factors on why someone blows up so quickly, and like right place, right time, right person, like just all of that, right? So like, content and comparison are 2 things that will drain your mental and have drained my mental many times when I've gotten into that point of comparing myself to my peers. And there will always be a content creator that's larger, that is, you know, funnier, more hype, whatever, right? Always someone that has a nicer setup. Always someone that has a cooler backdrop, whatever. Always someone with more subs, more viewers, whatever, right? But if you were a content creator and you have anybody showing up to your stream in the first place, that is already somebody who could be doing anything else in the world and they are showing up to your stream. Literally anything else. So that alone is like very, very cool for me. And I don't know. That alone, I don't necessarily think it's about like streaming skill or blowing up or anything like that. I always really just like wanted to have a cool PC setup anyways, because when I was growing up, we couldn't afford PCs. I grew up really poor. Really, really, really poor. I'm still poor and may never be rich. Hoofsy! But I'm rich in friendship and 5 gifties richer because of Hoofsy. Hoofsy, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you so much. It means the world. So like, we couldn't afford, you know, nice PC and stuff growing up, right? And so I grew up and, you know, my brothers were playing on cool builds that they saved up for because they were older than me and they had jobs, and like, you know, that was when RGB gaming was sick, and like, we're half brothers, different dads. So like their dad had like an SLI like double GPU build that was like just top of the fucking line for like the time frame that it was. And I always remember I used to like ask if I could play on that thing all the time because it ran WoW like a fucking G. Like it was nice. What a gamer. So like I always wanted to have a cool little setup anyways. So I would just always take my streaming checks. And that was, keep in mind, when I was, you know, $100 every few months, right? And I would save those up, and after like, you know, 6 months and a couple $100 on Twitch, I'd buy myself a microphone or a ring light or a, you know, save up for a camera, which we got a really good deal on. And I just kind of like put the stream money towards the stream over time. So like I was working for years while I was streaming 40+ hours as well. And I just always kind of like kept acquiring more things for the setup, and I don't really break anything. I don't really, you know, rage or mosh that much, so to say. So everything just lasts me a while, and over time it's grown to be quite the nice setup. So like I've been streaming for 8 years. I still have the Blue Yeti mic on my desk that I had the day I started streaming, when I wanted to like, you know, get a little more serious about it, and still works to this day. So I don't know, it's just, I think that regardless of what your setup is, or, you know, what, you know, your streaming talent is or anything like that, right? I think anybody that is in content that is worried about, you know, comparing and being the biggest this or the most watched that, like, that's gonna suck the joy out of it. And like, especially myself being in, you know, the spot with Ashes at Ashes in right now, like, I've been caught in that lately for sure. But I definitely think that overall it's important to remember that, you know, if you have anybody showing up to your channel whatsoever, you're doing better than a whole shitload of streamers are. And a lot of the time people show up not just because of audio quality or whatever it is, but because they enjoy hanging out in the community. They enjoy being a part of it. And once you find like, you know, your community that you like being a part of, it can be a really good fit. So, I was getting ready for August 4th, then I heard it got pushed back to the end of August. Yes, the 26th now. We can actually look up the article. Can someone throw me an exclamation delay in? We can peep that real quick. Also, Bad Dad, we're having a beautiful day, dude. I appreciate you coming through. Since playing Ashes, I've just had a lot of brain children about making videos and guides and stuff, so that's why I started streaming. Bro, honestly, like, the cool thing about content is that content can be as intrusive or on the back end as you want it to be. If you put out a video and it gets 50 views, congratulations, 50 more people have seen your video than previously, right? That alone is cool. If you make a video and anybody sees it about anything, and anybody in the world is like, hey, this helped me, that makes me as a content creator extremely happy. Like, one person comes in and they're like, yo, Dusty, I had fun on the stream today. I'm like, oh, I'm like tearing up. Like, it's cool. And I think that with content, a lot of people think it has to be this. Like what I do, where you stream, you know, 60, 70 hours a week, every single week, just sitting here for, you know, 8 to 12 hour blocks and just brute forcing it. You could have an hour a week, and you could plan out a YouTube video in your downtime that you get here and there, scripted out on your phone while you're taking a shit, record it in 30, slap together and edit in the other 30, and you could put out a little 8-minute video weekly about what you want to put out in an hour at a time. Basic edits, watch a Moist Critical video. Shit doesn't really have edits, except his last one that he let Chase edit for some reason. But like, watch a Moist Critical video. Dude has millions of dollars, has bought a fucking farm, has enough money to buy infinite white t-shirts, and minimal edits. Nothing too flashy in the videos. Brother doesn't even get excited about stuff. But like, lo and behold, he's a massive fucking content creator. So, I don't know. I just think, like, I think content is very cool in that sense. You can be the largest, the smallest. You can have the most time in the world, the least time in the world, like, and it can still work. So, it's cool, man. It's very cool, and I'm really grateful that I saw the entirety. Like, not even saw the entirety. Like, I've been to the top of the fucking mountain Shut the fuck up, Dusty. But like that I started as literally a 1 to 5 viewer streamer. Like I remember when I would see my viewership tick up to 1 and then I'd see it tick down to 0 and I'd be like, ah, damn, that sucks. And then I realized if I just hide my viewers, it's a lot more fun. And so I hide my viewers to this day. So we almost had him, bro. No, literally, like, but I hide my viewers to this day. On May 1st, when we got Twitch front page, that day for launch, I didn't even know, like, that I got front page until people were like, Dusty, why do you have 2,000 viewers? And I was like, oh, I guess I got approved. So I don't know, man. I think that streaming without having to worry about the numbers would be the most fun thing in history. And the least fun time that I've ever had as a streamer was actually the push to get partnered. Because when you're small, you don't fucking care about getting partnered. You're like 75 average viewers for an entire stream? Yeah, fuck that. You don't care about that. And then like once you're partnered, if you're not full-time, you also don't really care about it because you don't have to maintain viewership anymore. If you are full-time, you care a little bit more. But like as long as you're paying rent, you're good as a full-time streamer. I could average 10 viewers. If those 10 viewers each gave me $1 million, I'd have $10 million. Super easy. But like if you were an affiliate streamer that is 60 average viewers, I promise you, you will grow to hate streaming so fucking much during that 60 to 75 grind. And then you will love it again, and then you'll hate it again, and then you'll love it again, and then you'll hate it again. Bro, looking at every single stream analytic, because when I was going to get partnered, I would diagnose everything. If my viewership dropped off, I would go back in my VOD and I would watch where it dropped off and I would see what I was doing that would cause my viewership to drop off. And I would try to not do that. Like I was obsessing over it. I was VOD reviewing my streams and still do sometimes to see like how I can be entertaining and stuff like that. Right. But bro, genuinely like the push to partner was fucking taxing. Absolutely taxing. So I'm glad that I have that done. Now we're just in the spot where it's like, can I pay rent? Yes. Good to go. Can I not pay rent? No. All right, Indeed.com, and we're doing some co-working streams now, boys. I'm bringing you to the office with the IRL backpack, which low-key IRL streaming's been taking over. So like maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing for me to get a part-timer and do some morning streams down at like a convenience store or something, you know? Maybe help some people pump some gas. I could be a bagger at a grocery store and you guys could give me tips on how to build a more formidable box-like structure with the bags. I think there's a lot of potential in this community. You guys have been here through a lot already. You guys have seen me at my highs, seen me at my lows, seen me grumpy, seen me happy, so. Ashes from Starbucks? Wait, hold on. Do you know that I was a Starbucks store manager previously? I'm not going back. I'm not going back. Like, no exaggeration, I was a store manager with Starbucks. I ran a store. And they didn't give me an assistant manager, and I was the third busiest store in the state of Maine. Go back home. No! You're here from corporate, aren't you? You didn't like the fact that I filled out the fucking employee satisfaction survey poorly after I left, huh? Here to get your fucking revenge and bring me back to the siren. I'll have you know I recently ran out of my coffee beans and I needed to buy more. I didn't even get them for free. Everyone I know that worked at Starbucks hated it. Yeah, I don't know, like, so you got for trying to unionize? Wait, hold on. My store didn't try to unionize because, like, okay, so this is also part of why I hated my job, but like I was very like my employees first and like not trying to be like the cool manager. But like if somebody was sick, I wasn't gonna be like, all right, get the fuck into the store, you dumbass bitch. I was like, all right, it's cool, we'll find somebody to cover you. I hope you feel better. And at a certain point, people will take advantage of that, right? It is what it is. I just, you know, try to assume the best in people and hope that they don't do that. So that way, when they do actually need that, that's there for them. Of course, that doesn't always work out when you're hiring a bunch of high school to early college people who are just trying to get a couple checks and free drinks, to the point where, like, keep in mind, you get like a stock share that you get free stocks of Starbucks while you work there. You get a 401k with a very generous match. But the benefit that excited people the most was when I would say that you get free Spotify each month. People would literally go, "We get free Spotify? What do you... Oh my God, I'm never gonna leave." Like, brother, you know with a student account, it's like $5 a month, right? Like, you're subjecting yourself to hell for some free Spotify, like... So, anyways, that gives you an idea of what I was dealing with there. And they protect the employees, like, they call them partners. But they protect, like, barista-level employees more than they protect manager-level employees, because they have more problems with barista-level employees leaving and, like, attempting to sue for this, that, the other than managers. Managers usually just burn out. But the protection around baristas allowed them to do quite literally whatever the fuck they wanted, and you could never, like, fire people, replace people, write people up. It was very tough to actually, like, hold people accountable for shit. And any time that you would, they could just push back on, like, "Oh, well, I don't like the culture of the store, blah, 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 blah." And then Starbucks would be very quick to just be like, "Oh, well, you need to change your store culture, blah, 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 blah." So, it was, bro, it was fucking draining. Good news is, it was the most money I've ever made in my life. Again, like you guys know, I grew up poor. I don't make a lot streaming right now. I'm a very small streamer. I get by, but it's not by a lot. When I was working at Starbucks, like, total store manager compensation, you're gonna be bringing home over 100K if you get bonuses. Yearly, as a Starbucks store manager. If you're in a busy store and you're getting good bonuses, oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, like, it was the most money I've ever made in my life. I was able to put a decent amount away. And I don't spend much anyways. But, like, I worked there for about a year and a half. And, like, in that year and a half, I barely was able to stream for a large part of it because of how busy it was. It was fucking miserable. Like I mentioned, was an extremely busy store, for whatever reason. Oh, thank you for the heals. For whatever reason, they decided to not give me an assistant manager, and they were just like, "Oh, your store's running so fine, why would you need an assistant manager?" And I was like, "Because I go home and I contemplate jumping off the top of the stairs and seeing how far I bounce." And they'd just be like, "Oh, haha, you're so quirky, you're doing such a good job, keep running up those numbers." And by golly, I did run up those numbers. But holy shit. It was also the most unhealthy that I've ever been. Like, not like physically like eating like shit, but I was also concerned that something was physiologically wrong with me. I would wake up at 3:30 in the morning to go open my store, and I would wake up that early and I would have to vomit. I would wake up and I would physically have to throw up before I went into work. Sometimes I would be feeling fine. I'd start to drive to work, pull over, throw up on the side of the road, go into work. I'd work at 12, I'd come home, I'd feel like shit, go to bed, wake up the next morning and do it again. Like, genuinely, it was the fucking worst that I had ever felt in my life, and I will never go back to the siren. You couldn't pay me enough. And honestly, that perspective is also why I'm so fine, like, being poor. And, you know, not worrying about having a lot of money and shit. Because what I felt like to try to chase that, like, amount of compensation was just not worth it for me. It was hell on me. And I wasn't physically or mentally capable of doing it, man. So that's part of why I'm just so grateful to be where I'm at now. It just, everything kind of is in the best spot that it's been in terms of, like, my mental, in terms of my physical, and that's because of the community. So it's genuinely all that. A smart investment of your time to grow your community based off ashes. It's gonna be huge, and you got in early, so you have a ton of upside. Yeah, and I mean, I didn't even necessarily get into it only because of the upside, right? Like, I'm fully aware that ashes is something that's gonna improve over time. Cause, like, keep in mind, I came over from New World. I was streaming over in New World for 3 years, and a lot of the time people kept saying, "Dusty, why are you streaming this? It's dying. Dusty, why are you streaming this? It's dying." Like, and it was. And somehow, even though it was dying, my channel kept growing and growing and growing and growing. And the community kept growing. And more people would come by and more people would stay each day. And eventually I hit a point where I realized, like, you know, I hit the top of the New World directory. I was the highest average viewer NA streamer for New World for multiple months. And I hit a point where I was like, damn, my entire fate as like a content creator trying to grow my channel at this point is quite literally on Amazon Games getting their shit together. And if they continue to fuck up, my viewership continues to, you know, go down and will die at this point. And so I was like, is this, you know, a mutually beneficial relationship? I'm over here trying to give my all and be a passionate content creator, provide my feedback on things, like get my community input on things. Are they hearing us as a community? And it was simply no. And then I was like, do I think this community has a chance to succeed in the future? And it was simply no. And then I asked myself, am I enjoying making content here? Or am I staying because of the numbers? And I said that I was staying because of the numbers. And I took a chance and I came over and I started playing Ashes in December, December 26th, after having my access for 11 months and not streaming Ashes because I was worried my stream was going to die. So December 26th, I came over, streamed for the first time for Ashes, and have been here every single day since then. When I switched from New World, I lost about 100 average viewers, and I stuck it out, dropped to like 40 average viewers for a while, went up to over 200 average viewers in May, and then since May, we've also dropped back down to like 70 average viewers. And the ebbs and flows are, from my standpoint, just a natural part of it. Any content creator is going to see those no matter where you're at. But the big thing for me is through all the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs, I look at it long term and I just see growth. I just see growth for our community in game. I see growth for all the players who are a part of our community. I see growth for the community, you know, here on Twitch, over on YouTube, like wherever it may be. And I see a lot of continued growth in Ashes as a game. So like that alone is enough for me to be over here. Like I said, through the ups, through the downs, like through the more boring moments like this, where we don't really, I don't know, have a ton to do while we wait for the next phase. We'll find stuff to do. We'll stay entertained as much as we can. We'll help new players figure out like what they want to do with the game, what they're looking forward to. We'll help people figure out if they want to wait until launch, because I'm not here to sell people the game. I'm here to stream the game and have fun. So, Ashes Creation is most hyped MMO. I think saying most hyped MMO is like saying I'm the fastest quadriplegic. The MMO scene has had a lot less like hype around it and a lot more like hesitant, like it's like you're about to eat a piece of food, but there was just mold on a piece of food next to the piece of food that you're eating, and you're about to eat it and you're like do I want to eat? And you take like a report of the week ass tiny bite, and like that's the MMO scene. You see another piece of food, but you just went to grab a piece of food that looked really bad, and you're like, do I even want to take a chance on this? Yes, no. And like this piece of food looks better, but you don't know what's gonna happen if you flip it over. Like, the MMO scene's fucked, dog. I'll be completely real. Now, I do agree though. I think Ashes is an MMO that already has a lot of eyes on it, simply because of the systems that it looks to offer. And I do think that those eyes are very large eyes, right? It's not like it's all 5 to 10 to 100 viewer content creators the entire way up. Asmongold, Summit, fucking S-Fan, like a ton of people, but Pirate, shit, have come over and have put hundreds of thousands of eyes collectively on Ashes, and will continue to do so. And like the copies of the game are out there, a lot of things are out there already for Ashes. A lot of hype is out there, a lot of knowledge about the game. It's just once that hype phase kicks in, right? Once the ripple and the excitement starts to spread, that is when it's going to start to take off. And we're going to be here. Honestly, we're going to be here every single day until then, and we're going to be there past then, and we're going to be growing the entire time, I hope. What's going to be crazy is to see different streamers, servers make different storyline choices and see the consequences actually show in game. Yes! Yes! Every server will be in a different spot. Did they delete P3 start? Yes. So I actually went to check out the article as well. I was going to bring that up here and yap about it a little bit. But basically, they pushed it back to the 26th. So instead of launching on the 4th in a bare bones P3 state, they were going to be able to bring in essentially everything that was over on the private test realm. So dynamic gridding, Unreal Engine 5.6, which is massive. The TTK analysis comes with a complete re-gearing, re-time to kill both PvE and PvP. Early game flow, questing, first time user experience, node progression, keeping track of that, guild storage, that's in as well. They have more planned on that. Level 4 nodes and vassailing, first time user experience, the anvils being brought up. Like there's a lot that they are going to be bringing in because of the delay. It does suck that it got pushed back a wee bit. I absolutely agree, but like with everything that's coming in, I do think that it is much better for the start of phase 3 to have this entire list of things in than it is to not. You know what I mean? But there is also kind of the trap where it's like you're in development. Your future state of your game will always be better than your prior state of your game. So town setup looks so good. Looks good so far on the PTR. Yes, like the T4 setup. Is that what you like? First time user. So like first time user experience is like new players, right? So like that intro questing experience, all of that shit. Meta, if you haven't been on the PTR, bro, the PTR is fucking insane. Like you should absolutely go over to the PTR and play it. It physically looks completely different. It plays different. Like you're in the north, like main north. What the fuck you doing up here? Like where north? But yeah, no, the castle walls look great. I think, oh, in game. Oh, word. I think that the castle walls, I would love to see like more stairways, essentially. Like inside the gates you have stairways that go up and bring you up the castle wall itself and allow you to get like onto ramparts and play that area a little bit. But we'll see. I'm sure they've got a lot more planned for the iterations. Are these guys leveling together? The stone walls are nutty. Keep in mind, it's not even just the stone walls. Like, things are actually crafted out of stone instead of being crafted out of wood entirely. Like, it's wholly different. It's fucking nuts. Yo, Meta, the big 5-day streak, dude, I appreciate you. Also, Bad Dad, what you were saying before you head out. You're saying the young people aren't really into the MMO thing anymore. Yes, MMOs, I talk about this pretty frequently, but MMOs are very largely an aging populace. Here, I'll give them a couple amounts. And that aging populace is very quickly checking out. Quite literally dying. You know, just aging out of games as a whole. And the next MMO that can do very, very well, in my opinion, and have a lot of staying power, will be the MMO. This guy's gonna be so much slower than the level 7, by the way. Will be the MMO that appeals to like another generation of gamers. And if one is able to do that, then it's going to have a lot of potential staying power in the scene. I think that a lot of MMOs could have staying power in the current state of things, right? Just appealing to the current existing audience. But like, the next one that can break into that next generation of gamers, the younger generation of gamers, like, it's gonna be massive. Nice. They're all dripped out. The shoal skipper's crazy. Poor guy's gonna have such a rough belly by the time he's done. Cause you know this guy's riding the wheels off of that shoal skipper, right? Like that shit is about to be... That shit is about to be scooting everywhere. Oh yeah, they're thuming now. They're absolutely thuming now. He is not thuming now. But the ranger is fucking thuming. They've never moved this fast before. Poor guy's gonna be so slow. I know, that's kind of why I did it. I thought it would be like too kind for anybody to say it was a mean thing, but I also thought it would be incredibly cruel to give one of them the fastest mount and one of them the slowest mount. Yes. Just evil enough. Look at him go. Yo, I'm such an evil genius. Oh no. Oh my god. She's running circles around him. He's getting cyberbullied. Okay, hold on. I gotta give this guy a I gotta give this guy a broodling. Here. Oh my fucking god. Oh, it was so good. Oh my fucking god. Beautiful. Might be a bit faster. Jesus fucking Christ. That poor guy on the shoal skipper, man. He was toughing it out too. I swear. Brother was about to just full tough it out. Alright, we're up. Also, your manatee breathes underwater. He was gonna ride that shit to Jova? Oh yeah. That thing's belly was gonna fall off before they got there. Absolutely. Absolutely. It was not going to make it. I think I've given away most of the mounts that I have at this point. I have my rabbit. I have my fox. I could give somebody a fucking horse. Right to Jova in 3 to 5 business month. Brother would have got to Jova for the wipe. I swear to fucking god. I remember when Shoal Skipper was busted and zoomed. Wait, I would have paid to see that. Did you know that hippos can't swim? Why? Too heavy? That would kind of check out though. That would very much check out. So many wolves were gonna catch him and kill him. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that we got him all squared away. I'm cooking 9 bears right now for this. Beautiful. I know I saw a bear in my inventory, but this is Torvrin. I can't give Torvrin away. Torvrin, one of the OGs. I've seen a video of a hippo chasing a boat. They move fast in the water. Huh. Hippos are vicious? Wouldn't Pablo Escobar, like, feed people to his hippos or something? They glide through the water by bouncing off the river bottoms? Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Like IRL? Hippos kill more people per year than sharks. Wait, so how long can they breathe underwater for? What are you... Wait. So you're telling me there could just be hippos on the bottom of the water? And they could just like sproing? What the fuck do you mean? Nelly, if you've got mounts that you'd like to give away, you let me know. I can always distribute those shits. If it does come down to it, and you need help, you let me know. I'm more than happy. Some guy was killed by the hippo he saved when it was a calf and decided to race it. Is a baby hippo called a calf? Or is that the wrong term? What is baby hippo? Calf. Huh. I guess a calf is just like a big ass, just general term. You don't know Mudang. Bro, I literally just Googled what is baby hippo called and I got a shitload of Mudang articles. Did Mudang die? Mudang stopped getting talked about faster than Sketch after the whole OnlyFans thing. What happened to Mudang? What did they do to the hippo? Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy when I give new players mounts that are better than those starter horses. Yeah, I should have kept Tommy on the shoal skipper. I felt bad. He's so lucky I went to Squall's End. Like, I ran all the way to Squall's End to grab that other broodling, too. I will say, I ran across the entire fucking world to deliver that second broodling. So, I worked hard. I worked very hard. How was your day? Gary Mustang. My day is great, dude. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. My voice is cracked. My tomato plants are starting to blossom with all of the tomatoes. So I got 2 random tomato plants from my mom last time I went to see her. And she was like, yo, I don't know what the fuck these are. They just popped up like on the edge of the garden here. They're tomato plants, but we don't know what. Because she grows like different kinds of tomatoes and shit. So I transplanted those hosts, and one of the pots that I transplanted into, like one of them had drainage already. One of them you were supposed to punch the drainage holes in the bottom of it, and I didn't see that it didn't have them all punched already. And so basically like it was getting a lot of water. It was getting a whole lot of water very, very, very quickly. And like after I punched the holes, they got a lot better. But one of them was looking like it was in a pretty rough spot, I will say. I will very much say. It's much better now, though. That's all sorted out. So we got that taken care of. The tomato plants are blossoming. They're blooming. They're going absolutely crazy. So I'm loving that. Been yelled at and was told I won't be going out again. Well, stop taking your dick out. Maybe if you'd stop taking your dick out in random places, you'd stop getting yelled at for taking your dick out. I'm just throwing that out there. Just for your own personal consideration, if you will. Are you guys gambling now? Oh god. Oh god, the gambit degens. It's all coming through. So what's everybody up to with the rest of the night? Because there's no PvP, there's not too much going on. I've given away my mounts. So like, I don't know. I think caravan. Are you caravanning right now? On my way to give my mounts away too? Ayo. Let's go. Let's go. I think Dunehold League night. Oh no! Oh god! Why a league night? What the fuck do you mean? Playing PG3? Doesn't sound like a bad idea. Yeah, I've been in a weird spot lately. Cause like, I personally like, I love playing Ashes constantly, right? And I love hanging out with Calm over here. I don't really have a desire to play anything else. It's just like, I wish there were some more people over here that we could PvP with or something. Like, an arena, like anything, dog. That's the goal. As soon as we get content back over here, like, I'll be so fucking happy. I'll be so ungodly happy. Nothing happening in PTR? Like not really. We did some like leveling loops and leveling prog earlier today in PTR to see how some drops were doing, compile some info there. I'll probably do more of that tomorrow. But we did that for a little bit, had like an 8-person group, and then people took a break to go eat and chill and do stuff like that. So like, I'm not trying to force people to burn out too much right now, right? I think that just kind of like taking the content as it does come in is probably a good thing, but ready to live stream a van run, I'll come brief you so it takes a couple extra hours. No, I probably will tomorrow, honestly. Like, just start, I don't know, fucking around with some vans or something a little bit. Oh, it takes like 5 seconds to kill you. Yeah, that's true. We've taken a pretty big break, but dang, I miss Ashes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be going anywhere by any means. Keep that in mind. Like, I will quite literally always be on Ashes. I have an ungodly amount of fun over here. Even with it being in its low spot, right? And Edbert, like, I'm incredibly grateful for the entire community too. That's just, you know, here hanging out and everything during the downtime. I know as soon as it kicks up closer to P3, like, there's gonna be no problem with getting Omega content out, right? It's just right now, whenever I'm on the private test realm, I can't show my gameplay. So that makes it a little awkward for people that are trying to watch. When I'm on live, nobody's really over here, so that also makes it awkward. So it's like a pick your poison. And like, I know you guys probably don't care as much as I assume people care, but like, it's a little bit of a catch-22 for me because I always want to put on, you know, a stream that's entertaining for you guys to show up to and fun to show up to. And I feel like that's going to be hard the next month. So I really do appreciate y'all that are sticking with me, man. Like, I'm trying to figure out what we can do to keep everything rolling on this end of things. Cause I do love Ashes. Like, I'm definitely about to be here for it still, but running through the quest on the PTR now. Okay. Do you want to on live tomorrow? You said we could run through them on live. Is it the same thing? Because I'd definitely be down to do that. We can make a little prog checklist tomorrow, so to say. Still lots to be able to do that won't be completed. We know live now I work tomorrow. Okay. How long does it take? Because Carla and I were going to run to the store for meal prep stuff, but we do also have other shit. Let me see how she's feeling. Because she was like feeling kind of crappy earlier. I might be able to convince her to let me stay on stream later so we can chill a little bit. Hold on. One sec. Oh, what is this? Is this... Oh, shit. Wait a second. Oh, my God. Wait, thank you. All of the donos? My goodness gracious. The new players are going to love these. Holy fuck. Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate you. All right, I'll be right back. I'm bringing my plate out. I just like stepped weird coming into the room and fucking like tweaked my hip. Ow. Oh fuck. Oh, am I old? Like, is this the end for me? Like, dude, I just like stepped weird and like the outside of my hip just like ow. Anyways. Oh my fucking god. Okay. We've returned. Oh. Then we're getting boys out to an island. Not a good look these days is crazy, by the way. Absolutely insano style. When the hips start going, yes, you're old. My hips are just slender. The knees going bad are the first step. Okay, well, so I think like I don't really know what's worse with me between my knees and my hips. Like, not that either of them are that bad, but like I have one knee in particular because I'm still a 1 foot jumper when I do jump. So like my left knee took a lot of a beating to it, right? My right knee is fine and like everything's fine. But like I also used to be like, I'm bow-legged, so like my feet used to point outside like when I would walk pretty bad. So I like retrained my feet to point, you know, normally straight when I walk, so it wouldn't be terrible for my legs and my posture. And then like sometime since I've done that, like a penguin, yeah, no, dead ass. Except like I literally was like playing basketball and shit like that. Like I'd be like, Burner said Dusty. Wait. Who dis? Who yelled to me? Who said my name? Where are you, Burner? Somebody said Dusty. And I don't know where they are. Oh, wait. Those are our friends that we gave a mount to earlier. Oh, this guy. I found him. Yell back. I don't know who it is. Here, have him out. We got you, Doc. There you go. Take one of those bad boys. Roller derby took a toll on my left knee too. Isn't the left your low side? Are you going like left to right or right to left? I don't really know how roller derby works. Don't you just put on roller skates and kick the shit out of each other? Chat, do we do it? Do we do it? Do we do it? Do we do it? Chat, do we do it? Chat, do we do it? Chat. Chat, do we do it? Oh no, the guard! Oh no, the guard's gonna do it! Oh no! Oh no, the guard got him! Oh no! Oh no! And the horse! Oh no! Yo, he's gonna need another mount after that one. Oh, that's rough. Oh, we'll go give him another mount. Hold on. Hold on. The horse too is rough. Yeah, if the guard didn't go back to PK his shit for the horse, I wouldn't have felt bad. Hold on. We'll give him a good one. Unable to trade. Alright, let's see. What does he want? Let's give him a verdant. That'll get him all dripped up. Poor guy. Like the the death on him was ideal because he took somebody else's stuff. But the death of the mount with the guard going back to 2-tap was excessive. Should have given him an otter. I only have Tide Boykos. I don't have an otter. The track goes counterclockwise, so you're usually leaning towards your left. Okay, that's what I thought, but I'm not like an expert on roller derby. I played as a blocker, so my job was to stop the players from the other team, normally by throwing a hip or a shoulder into them, but no literal kicking allowed. So you would like roll around the track and just kick the shit out of people? Top tier. Yo, this guy's a G. Wait, is this a snores? My snores. Very, 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 very drippy. Fortunately, I think he's all set up in terms of gear and stuff. He seems to be pumping. Do I have like salad or anything, like fruit salad? Nah, I don't. That's tragic. Although, what level is he? He's level 4? Yeah, level 4. That's tragic. I feel like once you get your fingers rolled on, it's over. Oh! Oh! Jesus! Don't say that, Voil! Fuck! Dude, that's like talking about putting a fucking, like a toothpick between your fucking toenail and your toe and kicking a wall like you just fucking don't. Oh, fuck my fingies. I'm an empathetic herder, dude. Stop. Also, John G, hi, dude. Oh, goddamn. That was the real you? Yeah. What do you mean the real you? I'm not popular enough to have an imposter. Yeah, why? You need a mount? What up? Pull up. I'm giving out mounts. I'm making sure everybody's all dripped out. Yeah, do you need a mount or are you good? I saw DMs, but I was probably yapping. Never know around these parts. Yo, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, just I figured I'd come through. I had a couple of broodlings and stuff in my inventory. I've been slowly giving people some cool shit. And like it seems like it's a pretty chill new player environment over here, man. I won't lie. We got a lot of new people trickling in. Got your horse you're chopping trees? Bet. Don't try to scam me. I know you have a turtle. I know you. Don't try to scam me. It's fucking ridiculous. Let me give some gold. Do you need gold? Or are you giving gold to give to the new players? I can give you some gold. Or is this an alt for you? What you need? You got 20? Oh, I have 30. You're chilling. Yeah, I don't need gold for anything. Just give it to other new players. I don't need that shit. Casual are gonna keep live running. Oh yeah, I mean, so the thing with this is we've talked about this a few times as well, right? But like the access doesn't necessarily outline what the PTR is and where that's accessible and stuff. So your average player that does hop in, keep in mind 100 players also just got access through a giveaway, right? Got a mount? Wait, I thought you had a mount. What happened to your turtle? Where the fuck did your turtle go? But yeah, like new players naturally like coming over to the live environment as a first-time player without like knowing what the PTR is and knowing, you know, everything about that. I think that's pretty natural going to happen. I'm just impressed to see this many people. And it's nothing like this is incredibly packed, right? Compared to launch day, being able to farm here at all in any right is pretty impressive in and of itself. But like, it's cool that there are, you know, some players still flowing. I hope they just don't hit a wall where it's around like level 12 and they're just like, I can't do anything. Hoping anyways. Been like this all week now. Good, good, good. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it too was going to be the pre-P3 hype because there's no like, no cost difference, right? Between hopping in now, hopping in P3, hopping in May 1st. Like, people were probably hopping in looking for August 4th. And then, with the delay, it gives them a month to fuck around and check stuff out and, you know, come back, get all into place. And then P3 hits and everyone's going to go. Oh, Nana. I hope you're having a beautiful day. That's me. Yeah. I mean, but now the good news is you have a month to kind of like familiarize yourself with shit. A month before P3 to do exclamation guild, and all of my new players that are currently ungilded. Y'all should absolutely join the Cats Discord. We are 200 plus deep for P3. Our top end PvP guilds are PvPing with the best of them, against the best of them. We are pushing for the top content that we can get, and we also make it accessible for every single player. So exclamation guild, discord.gg/cats with abs. We've got group signups. We've got all the organization that you could possibly want. It's legit. We've come a long way, and we're trying to go even further in phase 3 and beyond. And you guys are all welcome to join in on it too. So make sure you do. Exclamation guild, discord.gg/cats with abs. Get involved over there. It is very accessible, and we make it very simple for you guys to also join up. So Cats is best fun, and we're not going anywhere, Nana. We just keep growing. We just keep growing. We still do our community events each week. We're trying to hold it down over here. We'll probably be kicking them up even more in the time up until P3. We're trying to get all of the information that we can too for P3 as well. So we're really trying to get as many people in as we can and get as many people experiencing the content that they want to as easily as possible. So everyone make a rogue and join Cats. Man, what if everybody makes a fucking ranger and a mage and joins Cats? Ha ha ho ho. Like, that would be so crazy, haha. Like, unless you actually did. Maybe, like, LOL. I'm just saying, if everybody in the world just wanted to make DPS and join us, we probably wouldn't have a DPS issue. But then we would also need, clerics and bards, so. Too bad there isn't a cat race or cat ears to wear in the game. The Tolnar will be out soon. The Tolnar will be out soon. TM. Question, kinda need help. What up, dog? I got you. Oh, also, in terms of the quest loop tonight, it's Carla's day off, and I'm gonna make some stuffed peppers, I think. So we gotta run to the store and then get those bad boys in. Carla works early tomorrow, I think at noon. So I'm going to be on early tomorrow. Because when she leaves, I don't have much else to do. I just kind of sit here and smoke bowls. So, like, I'll be on early tomorrow. We'll probably get a long stream in tomorrow. I'll probably give out some mounts on the live during the day. And then do some leveling loops, shit like that. Just kind of like feel it out, get as much information as we can out. Maybe I start a new character over on live. Just fuck around for a little bit and level something else. I have a buddy trying to install Ashes and he's stuck at a certain percent and it won't go any further. Interesting. Oh, hello, Tam. Interesting. Stuck at a certain percent and it won't go any further. And I'm assuming he's tried to restart it. That's really weird. Zine had said at one point that his was freezing, but I think download speed's still up, and yes. So, like, if the download speed is still up, it may just be, like, working on something in the back? Nice. Wait, why flag? What made you flag? Oh god, wait. Is that the zoom? The zoomy is so legit. Uh-oh. I don't know if he's zoomy enough. I don't know if he's got it in him. The lion guards are kind of getting cooked right now, though, but the throws coming out are going to be massive. The fact that they gave them throws is fucking insane. I love this. I wonder if we could kill the guards. They're only level 4, so their damage must not be like that crazy. They should try a repair and also set the affinity to a lower level in the launcher after repairing. Set patching parallel operations lower. Fubo's using big fancy words. So, settings and then parallel operations. That Saga still auto flags you. Weird. Even when not flagged. Huh. I wonder why. It auto flags you even when you're not flagged. Yo, what up, Para? How you doing, my friend? People talking about you? Parallel. Not para not. No, we're talking about your cousin. No, we're talking about your operations in the browser. Nin, you've got a Fupo official cookie. How does that feel, my friend? How does that feel? Oh, it feels wonderful. Sir Alwyn, what you been up to? Boys. I was supposed to get off, like, in a few minutes. And I've been, like, sitting here for 20. Our local store closes at 11. So, I got a scootsy. So, boys, tomorrow, what if we fuck around and we do, like, what if we fuck around and we do a little, like, 12-hour stream? Like, 10, 12-hour stream? You're cooked? No, we're fine. We're fine. Because Carla goes to work at noon. And then... I'm just gonna get on stream. I was like, what do I have to do tomorrow? I think I just get on stream when she goes to work, and then I think we're up. So we'll be balling. So boys, I'm gonna go get the store and the meal prep taken care of. And then tomorrow, we're back with a banger. We're probably gonna hop on in the morning, give some mounts away to new players and shit like that, empty out the inventory, do a little bit of a leveling loop, maybe let you guys vote on what archetype I play. Maybe I do a little bit on live for a bit, kick around. And then from there, probably some PTR testing. I don't know what the focus test is gonna be or anything like that for tomorrow's PTR, but we'll check that out. We'll go from there and see what's what. I mean, the next month, we're just gonna be playing it by ear, like day by day, just trying to find what content there is. I would love to get some PvP reps in tomorrow as well, if we were able to. That would make me very, 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 very happy. So, if anybody is down for that, please hit me up. Some scrims, whatever it may be, live, PTR, shit. Live better, because we can actually show it. So, what a nerd. You're a nerd. Anyways, boys. I will be back tomorrow, probably like, I don't know, shit, like 12:30 or something. Probably right around there, like noon 30 EST. So it'll be early. I'll probably be hella early tomorrow, but I think Carlo goes to work at like noon, and then I'm gonna just jump on there. What red eyes you have? What lack of height you have, bitch? Imagine being short, dumb, and stupid, all in one. The Stomp's triple threat. I love you guys. I love you guys. I mean, I might not show it a lot, but I do. You guys know it. I'm world average. Yeah. Average is a great way to describe you, Stomps. Nothing really remarkable. Nothing really memorable. Just average. I'm so sorry. I love you, Stomps. All right, guys. I gotta get to the store. Tomorrow's stream will be early, so make sure you guys pull the lurk up. Come in for the vibes. I'll probably be live like 12:30. We'll just be bicking back, being balling out. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna race against the clock to get to the store and get back up. Peace. Where's my ending screen? Alternate ending.